How's everybody doing tonight? I can't tell if there's anybody here or not. Can't even see. I put my glasses on. My cheaters. Thank God for those cheaters that they came out with, right? I don't know what we did without them. Hey, Dimebag Daryl. Hello. How you doing? Good to see you. You haven't been around for so long. I hope Ace shows up and she can say hi. She's a mod here, by the way. Maybe when there's a few more people, I'm gonna drop the link and see if anybody wants to come in. And my friend Dimebag is from. He also used to go to Chosen One's channel, but he hasn't been uh going on the internet lately. So hey, XX, how you doing? Oh, that sucks. Hey, you had a bad day. XX, this is my friend Dimebag. Dimebag Daryl. Not the real one. I know, right? XX is from Michigan, by the way. What happened today, XX? What, if you don't, I mean, you don't have to tell me, but if you want to, you can. Was there any live streams going on that you saw tonight, XX? I know I was supposed to do earlier. Did you see the thumbnail that I had used? Isn't that so funny? I use it for not the one with Roscoe on it, but the one with the tattoo. Oh no, you hit a parked car? How'd you do that? Were you like looking at your phone or something? That would suck. Or was it in a parking lot? That sucks. You know that you have personal injury coverage on your car though, so if you do feel any pain from it or anything, you can get help for it, Even if it was, like your fault, that sucks. That really does suck. Is your car all fucked up? Because now, I mean, I don't know. Do they cover like a car if you're at a fault like that? Uh, and hit the front of the car. Ugh, that's, why do you drive a big truck? You mean like a big truck for work, or like a big truck, pickup truck? I bet, right? Was their car all fucked up though? Hey, Ace, look who's here. Ooh. Mm. Wow, with an extended cab too. Oh my God. Have you always wanted to have a truck like that, or is that your, boyfriend's or work truck or something? Good morning, Ace. Mm, Her front bumper. Good morning, beautiful girl. That's a bummer. What did you have to wait for them to come out, or did they hear it? Anybody go to any other live streams tonight? Well, at least nobody got hurt. So I know that's such a shitty thing. It's like so cliche. you know, when somebody says that, at least you got your, like for me, if I was complaining about something and they didn't know that I have cancer, they'd be like, at least you got your health. And I'm like, yeah, shut the hell up. I've always had a strep. My favorite one was on 22. Drunk driver hit me in that. Totally. That's that. What do you mean on 22? So I dropped the link in case anybody wants to come in. I know it's only 11 a.m. there, huh? Lucky dick. Yeah, but it's not dark. Not. I know I said dark, not. You know what I mean? Ha ha. Came out funny. Said lucky duck. Good evening, Diamondback Sarah. Yeah, I was dropping off materials. There was a house next door, but there were 5 of them. And they thought they were going to be badasses with me. What do you mean 5 of them? 5 of food. Did I miss something here? Oh, 5 drunk drivers? 5 drunk drivers. Who told you that? I remember I said something about if I went to visit you, I'd be time traveling because I'd be in tomorrow. Mm. Tell us about your name, Ace. How did you get that name? I don't see Vlad here. I hope he's not. He could be sleeping, though. Maybe. 5 people today, 4 girls and 1 guy. Oh, like the people that of the car that you had hit? Oh, it was me who told you that? Okay. Oh, okay. That's his first name, Aesoldema? Oh, 4 girls, huh? And what happened? I gotta go back and read now. But there was 5 of them, and they thought they were going to be badasses with me. Yeah, but they don't know you, X, do they? Because you're pretty feisty. Where'd Dimebag go? Oh, he usually just hangs back and watches the chat sometimes. Yeah, Blavy was like waiting for the oh, okay. Was waiting for the earlier live stream, but I wasn't feeling it then. I was in like a bad kind of mood, so I was like, no. Oh, good, he's still here. Yeah, Dimebag, he's a good friend of me and Ace from Chosen Ones, XX. You went to Chosen Ones, right? XX? You used to go there. I'm pretty sure you did. Because I mean, I think that's how we knew. I couldn't watch that video that you Dimbag said Dimbag. Definitely not had my 9 on my lap. I called the cops and they was like, they are mad. I'm just giving you a warning, so it looks like you got into trouble. Oh, well, that was nice of him. So, not so long. He just gave me a weird vibe, doesn't he? He does. Do you remember? Was I in there when you were there? I'm pretty sure me and Ace were there, right? A dim bag, though. That was funny. Dim bag. Ah. Yeah, no, so. Yeah, but oh yeah, so you won't really have to worry about, but your insurance probably will go up, right? Because you have to pay for their car. That's They were in it. Were they in the car? That's sucks. Hmm. Oh, were they not white? Oh, good thing they weren't in the car because they'd be freaking screaming injury. You can dime bag if you'd like to. You saw I dropped the link, right? If you scroll up, if it's still there. Oh wait, here we go. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Oh, Tommy. Hold on. Hi, Tommy. How you
Howdy.
doing?
Great. How are you?
Good, good, good. I've been hearing a lot about your other live stream that you had.
Hi,
Not the one
Howdy.
from last night, but
Great. How are you?
the other one. Huh?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I can hear myself echoing. Is that
Yeah,
you?
that was me. That was my bad. I'm sorry. Which live stream were you referring to?
The one about the guy that he had like something uh transplanted into him or something
Oh,
implanted.
yeah, Terry. Yeah, that was a great. That was probably. I think that was our best interview yet. He is such an
Yeah, that's
interesting
what I've
person,
heard.
and he's got all the credibility in the world. He really does. It's really there's no way to shit on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're really fortunate to have him. We're gonna try to invite him back actually because we're gonna try to do a live show on the first because that's when the
Yep.
the UFO thing is supposed to be released. But we'll see how it goes.
Oh, that's good. Yeah,
Yes,
I've
excellent.
been
I'm
hearing
doing
Ace.
great.
What
Thank you,
I
dear.
think I forget who was. I know Prudently was there. She loved it. I think Ace was there, and there was somebody else on my channel that was there. That they were all talking about it and how good it was. XX had a car accident today too. Yeah, she smashed her truck. Did you see where she wrote it?
I'm actually going out vehicle shopping tomorrow.
Yeah.
hmm what I crashed was a Chevy HHR. I don't know if you guys know what that's. It's like a PT Cruiser, only made by Chevy,
Okay.
and it's red, or well, it was red. I bought it from Disney because I worked there for a while, and this car was like a controversial car because that's everything. That's what Disney bought, for their fleet vehicles to drive around the parks. But this one came in fully loaded, and somebody got fired, and it was a big deal. Anyway, I ended up getting a car for a really good price,
Oh,
and
okay.
drove it for 12 years, but it is no more. So I'm gonna get myself a great big old redneck pickup truck. I'm gonna tell you what, by God, tell you what.
You have to fly one of those flags from the back of it.
Oh, absolutely.
My friend tried to get onto the panel dime bag, and I think he had blocked the third button. What is it? The cam audio or something? You know, when you're backstage.
Mhm.
Yeah, because it didn't give me the option to allow him onto the stream when I clicked on his icon. So what is it like? He probably just. You ever had that happen?
Well, the first thing to do is go in and make sure that it's looking for his camera. And when you go into the cam mic button, there'll be some stuff, there'll be some options on the left-hand side, which will be able for the person to set their audio and video up depending on what devices they're using.
I think if you hit the cam mic button too, I think that it doesn't give you. I don't know. Like sometimes that happens if they don't hit the middle button that's just camera. So then I'm not sure, but that's what happened, Dimebag, when you tried to get in. Um, just if you could try again and see if you're hitting the You know what I mean? Yeah, because it didn't allow me to click you and allow you into the room. So how was your show last night? I watched some of it, but I was really confused.
Yeah, thank you. It turned out well. I mean, we're well on our way to 1,000 views on it, which is a lot in 24 hours for us.
Yeah,
Um,
it is.
yeah, things are looking up. We're pretty happy with the way things are going on the channel now, and hopefully we'll get some better interviews. And everybody that when we talked to Carrie Cassidy, she's like a huge person in ufology, and she was very
Yeah.
kind enough to pass our show on to all these other people like Terry Lovelace, like the other night. These are big names in ufology, and it's not like it's really hard to get these people, but I think we're getting taken. I think we're getting taken more seriously now as a channel.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like there was 600 people in there. How many were in there for Terry Lovelace? I know you had like quite a few.
We had it. I think our highest was like 98 viewers at one time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that other night at 600, that was good.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, well, they all. It's like Tim and I say, they all can't be ice cream and chocolate, But again,
Oh,
if
I
we can put
know, but
a thousand views in 24 hours, we consider that to be
that's
respectable numbers.
oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Dimebag, it did it again. Like I don't know if it's maybe the there's I'm not sure what it's that. I'll drop a new link then. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the link time's out or something. I'll try that. That could be it. I never thought of that. If they're using like the no, that's you. Oh, you're talking about Ace. Don't try that one though, Dimebag. That's for Ace. What Tommy just
Right.
posted. Yeah. So yeah. Um.
Please don't be
Yeah, I was
spamming me with.
watching somebody. Huh?
Please don't be spamming me with porn and things like that either. I appreciate it. Unless it's
Ah.
good porn. Good porn, okay. But, no bush league stuff.
Come on, you with the vibrator with you on that live stream.
That's just props that were laying here on the desk from the Halloween show that Tim and I did. We did like a parody of aliens probing. We had
Oh, really?
alien masks on, and yeah, it was.
I was watching a live stream the other night, and somebody that isn't friendly, but that he was talking about the 600 people in the room. I thought it was kind of funny. You know what I mean?
My
Yeah.
friggin' headset
So,
not plugged in.
huh?
That's what's wrong.
I can't hear you. What?
My headset wasn't plugged on. That's why everything sounded weird. Okay.
Oh, okay. Let's try again, Dimebag. See if it works this time. It's not gonna work. I could tell because it's got the X going through the camera. It's not even showing me an avatar. I
It
wonder
should
if
still,
like
even if he doesn't have video, it should still let him in as an audio guest, I would think. I mean, I've never tried it that way,
right,
but
right. That's what I mean. And if he's pushing the button for camera and mic, then that is usually why that happens. I think, unless it means to download a browser, different browser. Yep. I know it says to edit my browser. Oh, it does say that. Why? What do you use for a browser? Oh, I'm waiting for him to like answer me like verbally, but
answer me, answer me.
I know, right? So what were you doing tonight, huh?
Me? Oh, not much of anything. Just cleaning up my apartment a little bit. Kind of made some plans to go out and look at vehicles and stuff tomorrow and all of that. They totaled my car, so it is no more.
Now, what about the guy? Is he like, was he messed up? The guy?
Actually, the vehicle that I hit took. I mean, I'm telling you, if it's got $500 of the damage on it, I'd be surprised. And you can. I mean, if you scratch them, it's $500. So if it's got that much with damage, I mean, almost none, almost zero. My car, fucking total, just completely.
Really?
Here's the thing about it: the airbags didn't deploy, and there's no. If you saw the front end of this car, you just assume that they would. And it was one of those cars that got recalled because of the Korean airbags that were bogus. There was like
Mm-hmm.
several million cars a couple of years ago. Well, I took mine in to get it, to get the airbags changed out, and they didn't blow, so they didn't work.
You know what? I think when you buy like a used car, they don't send those notices, about uh, about recalls. Because I had
Right.
a Pontiac Grand Am and it's sitting at a red light and it caught on fire, just went up in
Wow.
flames,
Huh.
and it said something about the O-ring. Couldn't do it either then, Dimebag. I don't know what's going on. If Spaceman was here, he could tell you how he.
Well,
I
I
think
mean,
AC.
what browser is he coming in on?
I don't know. He didn't answer me when I asked what browser he
Yeah,
had.
try to use the Google browser, and then it's going to ask you. It may be requiring you to have a camera. So when you click on that cam mic button, it gives you the option on the, I believe, left hand side to change those options. And there's a drop down menu. You should see your camera and whatever you're using for a mic on there. Select those, and you should be good.
I think he's just using his phone that I use. I don't know. But yeah, so the car went up in flames, and I was like, And I only had one fucking payment left on it.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
it says, "Hi, Survivor." I mean, I'll read the people's stuff, and I'll read it just how it is. Hi, Survivor. It sounds like I'm saying hi to myself. uh, this is hi, Secular. How are you? Is that Dexter still here too? Oh, Google. Yeah, that's what you use. And you were able to get on Ace, right? And I use Google.
Mhm.
X was here too. You know how you guys are such good friends, Secular. uh, yeah, so I was kind of bummed because I was one payment away. If I hadn't known that they had like a recall or a safety issue with the O-ring.
Mm-hmm. Well, I made a
Yeah.
big mistake because I didn't listen to somebody that knew better than me. Um, it must have been back in 2016. We had a hailstorm come through Colorado that was nothing short of biblical. People were killed by it, and I mean that we're talking about chunks of ice falling at terminal velocity through the sky at the size of like grapefruits, okay, or something like
Mhm.
a cantaloupe. I mean, big. Anyway, so the car got basically just they didn't total it, but I mean it was basically dented up and banged up and all that shit. And living in Colorado, it happens all the time. So I'm not exactly running out there to grab a brand new vehicle to get fucked up in the hail, frankly. But
Right. I know. Yeah.
instead of having the vehicle repaired, which they wanted to cut the skin off the car and replace it. Now, how good's the car going to be after that? They should have just totaled it then.
Right.
But I took the money and just paid off the car and took the extra, paid off some bills, partied, whatever. But now, since I kept full coverage on it, but now that I had this accident, they're only going to pay me the value that's left of the car. So I'm only going to get $1,000 out of my car, like 1,050, I think it is,
What do you mean they're only going to pay the value that's left on the car?
because
What year?
they already paid me like it's an '09, so it's an older car, but they already
Okay.
paid me like $6,000 for it, and Blue Book on it I think is like 8 or something, and then deductible, tax fees, all that other shit.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah,
Mm. I know,
uh,
because I mean, as soon as you drive off the lot in a new car dealers are like, oh, they're upside down now, I know.
what is gentrification there? A secular human one? What do you
It's
mean
like
by
when
that?
they take an old neighborhood that's, like a shitty neighborhood,
Yeah.
but it's got a lot of nice, buildings in it, and they
Okay.
redo them all, and then the all the yuppies move in, and and the rent goes up.
Ace, if you're paying $700 for a house, I'll tell you, you would not believe the shittiest piece of hole in the ground dirt you could buy that you can get for $700 in the United States right now. That's actually really good. I
Yeah,
mean, you'd have to be in the darkest of the worst crime area ridden place in the fucking world to get some kind of rent like that, or get some kind of house payment like that. That's amazing. I mean, if you were here, not, I don't know about Australia, but I'm just saying if you lived in America, that's, you pay a bunch of money for crap.
they're secular.
Hey, secular, how
Well,
you doing? Hi.
good. I just wanted to share something with you guys and get your opinions on it. So what's happening in my area? It's been a hot area for a long time, for like 15 years. And the rents have been shooting up just out of the blue like that. and the building I'm in, it's not a dump, but it's not Bloomfield Hills, it's not upscale Birmingham. And but the good thing is, I'd rather hear violin music coming out of a house than obnoxious rap music out of an apartment.
Sure.
So, but that's the good thing. But in the old days, the tenants could have got together, got a social justice lawyer, maybe picketed at the property manager's office, and instead of raising the rent, having the rent get raised 40%, don't would raise 20% of market value.
Hmm.
Everybody, a lot of people nowadays do their own thing. They're all hyper individuals. Nobody gets together and fights it. I guess there's a law. I don't know if it's a local or a state law or whatever, that property managers that buy properties can't raise the rents more than 40% of market value. What are your opinions? Are you guys more libertarian? Well, that's the market, supply and demand. It's your fault for not being prepared, or is it cruel and callous?
I think there should be some sort of a cap on it. Let's say if you're renting your apartment right now, just as an example, and you'll say you're paying $1,000 a month. All right. The next year, and they do this to me every year where I live. I've lived in the same apartment for 5 years. Every year they bump me up $20. All right. That seems reasonable. Okay. That seems like a $20 increase or something per year. That seems like something that with inflation and all of that, okay, I can live with that. But if you're going to take my rent of $1,000 and you're going to bump it up all of a sudden to, let's say, $1,250, all right. Well, a lot of people aren't going to be able to afford that. I mean, the bottom line that they end up pricing their rental prices and pricing themselves out of the market.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I just got caught because of my situation. I'm not going to be able to move. I can move to a more affordable area, a better area, but it just kind of caught me off guard. I have a 9-year-old daughter, so I
The thing
wasn't
is, it's
prepared for
tricky
it.
too because when people are applying for apartments, they want to make sure that your income can cover the rent. So they want
Right.
to make sure that your income can cover the rent, but then they raise it not even based
Right.
on your income anymore. Now suddenly your income doesn't matter anymore.
Right. Well, I was paying, when I first moved here, I was paying 600. Then it kind of eased up to it ended up at, no, wait, how much was it? I think maybe it was more like around 700 a month. Then it went up to 745, and it just shot up to $965 a month, just like that. But I didn't really I didn't make any phone calls. I didn't call the city. I didn't haggle with them. I didn't say, look, you got to do. I can't afford that. How about, I wasn't real aggressive with them, but I'm feeling the pinch now. It just pisses me off because nobody wants to do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're
including you.
huh? Yeah, I'm the
I
only
said
radical.
including.
I'm the only one that would want to get together as a group, and all these people here are single. They don't care. They'll just move or whatever. So, oh well. I just wanted your 2 cents on that.
You should look on the internet and check into the laws because I know
Yeah.
myself that's how when a friend of mine was getting kind of screwed over when they were trying to raise their rent somewhere, and I actually looked up the and I called the looked up the laws for our state, and then I called the attorney general,
Right.
and they had like a investigator look into it, and the guy got his, he had paid for it, but he got his money back.
Did he sign the lease?
Well, I'm sure he signed something, but it still was illegal as law. It didn't
Right.
matter about the lease. The guy really couldn't do those things, and
Yeah.
the lease. I mean, the whole thing was a
Right.
crooked deal anyway. It
Right.
was
Well,
probably.
if I would have paid month to month, it would have been well over 1,000. But they're fixing the apartments up real nice. But oh well. I just wanted your 2 cents.
Yeah. So how have you
Okay.
been doing, secular?
Real good. I want to type something in the private chat. I'm trying to be careful of what I say because I don't want to hurt. Everybody's sensitive nowadays. So I'm going to type something in the private chat for you two to see.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna let you guys do your thing.
Oh, you could stay on if you want.
I am. I'm gonna go in the chat.
Oh, you're gonna be typing it. Oh, in the room. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'll be nice. I won't say anything.
Okay. All right. Oh, who's this guest? Hold on. Dimebag, I can't. It's not giving me that.
Can you read the private chats, Tommy?
It won't let me let him in. Tommy,
All right, that's it. I'm gonna leave the studio. I'm gonna go harass
There
the
I was
chatter.
ready to read it out. Did you see me? I was fucking reading it out.
Well, sure. Hey, this is your rodeo if you want to. I mean, if I did it, you would have been, offended. So, okay, that's all I got to say. I'm going to go harass the
No, you
chatter.
can talk about it if you want. Go ahead. If you guys want to, go ahead. Go right ahead.
Well, it's up to Tommy. I mean,
no, that's
ahead,
fine. I just thought that was a very interesting experience for me. I'll be honest with you.
yeah, I don't think you. I think that she was rude to you. You were just expressing your point of view, your perception.
Mhm.
But
yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I do. I appreciate
yeah.
that.
I wouldn't have fed into the
I think,
insult, though. I would have probably remained stoic about it. Just said, "Okay, that's how you feel." But you made your point. You had some logical.
I think there was some
argument.
confusion too with the name of the person in the room that was named
Right.
Coward.
Yeah, she was talking to the chatter.
Yeah, I didn't know what the
That
hell was
Coward
going on there.
tried-
I just wanted out.
Right.
Yeah.
Time for me to hit the door, folks.
Yeah. Well, she shouldn't have made you feel uncomfortable like that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Especially with it being your first time on there. I was like,
Right.
Right.
I mean, Tracy berates me and slaps me and all that stuff all the time. And I come back specifically for Tracy's abuse, but I won't put up with anything with it.
And I'm not even that bad, though.
I know, right? Actually, I wanted to give you a compliment, Tracy, because I have noticed something. The more that you're streaming, I think you're getting better at this. You're getting better at interaction with your guests and stuff like that. And there's like a groove that you get into. And honey, I think you're getting that. I'll be honest with you. Whatever it's worth.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. Sometimes, like I did want to like stay, do like topics and stuff, but it's hard, like if you can't like get a guest to come in and talk about the topic, and sometimes it's hard. Like you guys always have guests. How do you guys get guests? Well, it's because you get a lot of people.
When we were doing the website, we were going to try to buy UFO Man on some guy, I think German or something, that's some musician guy. We probably could have scored it. But at the end of the day, it's not just UFO Man anymore. We are a network of people. I mean, we have a vast list of contacts and things and people that we talk to on a daily basis. Once we got to where we had a lot of contacts in the ufology industry, things started becoming easier as far as getting higher, bigger name guests and stuff. And thankfully, and I'm very, very grateful that I think that's where we are now.
Yeah,
at least we're getting there.
Definitely. Now, why did he change his avatar?
I'm sorry.
From the red, white, and blue one. I like the other one.
We had to make a change in our organization. I don't really want to go into why, but suffice to say that it was we had our reasons for doing it. And this person, as soon as we told this person that, well, we asked this person to take a few weeks off, and then there were threats and things, and he's claiming that he wants everything that he's ever done on our show taken off, and he wants his logos back, even though there are logos. So we just said, you know what, we're just going to go ahead and make some changes on the logos. We've already made the most important change. This person's no longer on the show as far as we're concerned, and we'll go from there. So we're just going to change things up a little bit. We changed our header and all of that. It was an experience, Tracy. I'll be honest with you, honey.
What? Really going on bobbles or your UFO man?
The UFO man, having to change, had to make some changes on the show here recently and that sort of thing. Yeah, it was wild.
It's funny because I think, when even if somebody only, has 100,000 subscribers and me was only, it is hard to keep up with, like responding and all that stuff and reading the chat. You guys do pretty good for reading the chat. I'll tell you that much,
Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate that. I mean, the chat is so important because those are the people that are actually watching the show, and those are the people that we actually do the show for. I mean, Tim makes a little bit of money doing this, but it's surprisingly little. I don't make anything
right?
off.
Isn't it like $5 per 1,000 views?
I'm not even sure what the metric is on it, but I mean, Tim's not driving a Maserati.
Right, right.
That being said, but it's more. It's just that we just happen to have a UFO channel, or a show, let's say, in the very best time in history, probably, to actually have a UFO show, because I think the
Now,
government's getting ready to come out and show us some shit here.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you live near, well, you live in Colorado. So,
Mhm.
what's the name of the national like forest around there? Because I've been watching a lot of those. You know that we've been watching a lot of the missing people in the national forest, and I swear that I don't know if you remember when I was telling you about the lady in the deer stand, and she saw that thing that was like an invisible thing, but she could tell there was something there, like the predator almost.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
and going through the trees. And I,
Hmm.
I, I want to I feel like it was in Colorado. And, so I'm wondering but I couldn't find the video again. I was like, oh, Jesus. I thought it was on the Pleiades, but maybe not. I'm not sure.
Colorado is pretty synonymous with UFO activity. For instance, back when they had just built the Hoover Dam back in the day, this isn't really Colorado, but it's Colorado River. And apparently there was a UFO crash at some point. They had to put this thing on a barge and move it across the Colorado River. This thing supposedly broke loose on the barge and actually hit the dam. And they were
Hmm.
concerned about damage to the dam and all that, which I guess it didn't do. So yeah, and you've got Colorado, especially my area, Colorado Springs. You got to understand, folks. I can see NORAD from here. I mean, it's right there.
Right.
There are multiple bases basically surrounding Colorado Springs. It's like the number one nuclear target in the United States, and I moved here. But yeah, you see a lot of weird lights in the sky. A lot of that's probably special military aircraft, things like that. But you know what? A lot of it's not, because like we were talking about last night, UFOs, alien entities or whatever, they love our military bases. They're always hanging out over them or screwing with them, or our ships or something like that. I mean, it's a common thing. Crazy. Hello. Do we lose Tracy?
Hold on a minute. I'm
She's
sorry. I
going
didn't
back.
know my mic was muted. Um, they they say that Roswell incident, it happened, coincidentally, when the war, World War II, like around that time when they were seeing a lot of flying objects and everything all around New Mexico and Arizona and stuff during the time of the war. Yeah. So they
Pretty
were like a little skeptical, like maybe it wasn't aliens, maybe it was spies, maybe somehow they developed
sure.
some kind of spyware and stuff.
And they're still concerned about that to this day. It looks like ufology really started to blow up a lot of the sightings and things that we started to get as soon as mankind split the atom. And that seems to be what got everybody's attention, because you have to understand, even though, I mean, you figure a nuclear weapon on a cosmic uh, scale is a very small thing. But the fact of the matter is, as soon as our planet started emitting very large bursts of energy like that, it had to have gotten someone's attention.
That's that's an interesting theory, yeah, because I had been reading up on that whole I think it was Einstein who had told Roosevelt that they had, you know, split the atom or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's when we started our whole thing.
Mhm.
Probably we would probably mess them, but I don't think it was, as such a priority until then. Until what you just said, and that's when they were moved it to New Mexico. I was reading all up on the Salton Sea, so it
Mhm.
was really interesting to me that they were saying how that's drying up now, and what it will reveal once it dries up will really be shocking to people.
Oh,
That's probably
absolutely.
why people don't live there anymore, is because they probably kind of got them the hell out of there, and because the shit they were doing, like they were dropping. That's prior to them going to New Mexico. They were, using that area in California.
I'm looking for this article right now, but I want to say it was I think it was either one of the first brand new nuclear battleships. Okay, because I mean, battleships used to be oil powered and all that, and it was an aircraft carrier. It was one of our very first nuclear ships. Okay, it sets out to sea and it's doing its thing, right? Well, for whatever reason, and there are different crews that from the Navy that will swear that UFOs would pop right out of the water, and just like you could see it like right there and take a look at this thing like they were observing it, because we were the use of nuclear power. And I do think that they're very concerned about that. There is a case where UFOs showed up at a nuclear base in Russia and actually turned on the missiles and were like the last step before launching. It's like the nuclear launch codes and stuff meant nothing to them. They didn't care. They could just do whatever the hell they wanted to. And we've also got definite reports. I mean, this is like a real thing of our nuclear bases. A UFO shows up and all of a sudden our missiles are shut completely down.
Really?
So, yeah. And this is, I mean, again, this is a documented, it's a real deal.
I believe you.
Yeah. Wow. So you got to figure that they know, I mean, if they have that kind of impunity over our technology where they can shut down our defenses, obviously they're not hostile because, they'd have kicked our ass a long time ago.
Oh, they're not. You're saying they're not hostile. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So what do you think they're doing? You think they're just like watching?
I think that they're observing mankind because probably there could be several different reasons. There's rumors and even Anunnaki stories about how they've actually come down and they supposedly changed our DNA, I think 19 times. And really? That's why we've never found the missing link, because they just altered our DNA. Because you got to figure, humanity back in thousands of years ago wasn't like it is today. You didn't have, 2.5 million people living in one city because you didn't have 2.5 million people, That's the thing. There weren't that many people on the planet. So it would have been real easy for them to grab somebody, the primitives back then, alter their DNA and let them breed. And it kind of makes sense. Maybe it's that. I don't know.
Well, like how they say, the gods mated with the humans and stuff. Yeah. I mean, in a way, like when they're talking about, what is it, Nephilim or whatever? Is that it? Nephilim? Is that it? And it's like somebody they would think of as a giant, but maybe, like somebody was saying to me, maybe it's not that they're a giant, but then again, when they were describing them, they described them like that, and the like carvings I've seen that were like, connected to the Sumerian tablets. They looked and appeared giant, sometimes. Well, they say those Persians were big people, remember?
Yeah. Yeah. There have been giant skeletons found. I mean, like giant.
Oh, yeah.
But for whatever reason, they didn't make it. And it became a matter, I think, of natural selection. You probably had a bunch of different subspecies of humans, and before trade and organized trade and things like that, I mean, either your people either made out on what they had or they didn't. Because again, there was no vast trade and all that going on. It's not like today where we trade with everybody all the time. Well, you didn't do that back when you had a village because you didn't know if you could trust other people, especially primitive humans.
So, I wonder if some of the giants because I also heard that they would have double row teeth. That the skeletons that they're finding, they have double row teeth. Yeah. They found a lot of them under mounds that they have, they say they're all over the U.S. Yeah. And I always find it odd that we never see any like Native American Indian skeletons. Like, doesn't seem, we don't find much of them. Well, Tim is giant, right?
I'm sorry?
Tim is giant, right?
Tim, yeah, he's like 6'8" or so, I think 6'8" or 9. So Tim's a real tall guy. I'm only 6'2". I'd be dwarf under him.
7 feet or something.
No, he's like high 6s, I think it is.
He looks very young.
Yep, he's a little older than I am.
He looks like he's 40. Yeah, he looks like he's like in his 40s.
I think he's in his early
40s.
mid-50s, I
But like,
think.
so in your national park near you, like, what one is it near you? Did you find out? Remember?
Well, the closest one to me in terms of national park would be Garden of the Gods. It's not exactly a forest; it's more of a rock formation thing, and it really is something to see. As far as the national forests are concerned, I mean they're all over. I'm not that super familiar with them all, to be honest.
Mhm.
But I mean, I'll put it this way: if I were to turn around right now and open this curtain, I'm looking right at Pikes Peak, directly. It's like right
Oh,
there.
really?
Yeah,
Oh, that's nice. Yeah,
yeah.
that's a
Oh,
nice
it's a
place you've got there.
beautiful, beautiful place. Yeah. I mean, when I was moving out here, um, long story, but I mean, I'd rented an apartment and it was ready to go. And I already given the deposit and all that. And then 3 days before I'm moving from Iowa to Colorado, 3 days before, they call me up and they say, "We're sorry, Mr. Brock, but the last tenant trashed the place. We're going to have to completely remodel it, and it's going to be at least 2 weeks, which means a month, at least, which means that apartment is gone." So I let my fingers do the walking, and I found this place, and it's small and all that, but it's cheap, it's clean, and the neighbors fear me.
And it's got a nice view though, right?
Oh yeah, again, I mean, I just opened up the curtain and there's Pikes Peak. It's
I mean,
beautiful.
who
Everything.
wouldn't fear you? You're freaking walking around with bullets around your neck and fucking guns holstered.
What is it?
And
Yeah, I'm always packing.
swatting people on the back of the head with a big rubber dildo.
Hey, listen, hey, they asked for that. It wasn't me. I didn't want to have to do it.
I couldn't believe that you had that at the ready.
Like I say, it's just a prop. This is my
I
my
know,
studio
but it
piece.
was just like, at any show like that you could have it at the ready and be like accepted for. Bobbles is one of them, I would say. Because yeah, but I'm trying the poor Dimebag. He's trying to get on the panel and he really he can't. And Secular says he got the vaccine because his employer paid him $100 to get it.
He just wants the cash. He don't give a shit.
I know. Would you get? No, you said no. You're not getting it, right? No, me neither. Yeah, changing
I'll
the DNA. That's what was telling people, and people were going, "No, it doesn't." I'm like, "Yes, it does." And then finally, my friend today it was saying, "Oh, I've got an appointment for tomorrow at 2 o'clock to get my vaccine." I'm like, "Are you stupid? They've already pulled off, Johnson and Johnson, Pfizer. You know, I mean." So what are you gonna get the last one they got left and fucking next that'll be
Mhm. Yeah,
you know
I've been saying since the beginning, I'm not interested in the vaccine. I want the virus. Okay, I think I can hack it. All right, and I'm pretty
well we
sure that
already had it.
exactly. It's going to go through everybody. This is going to be a global thing. Let's not kid ourselves. If
It's
you're a
a
human being
cold.
alive, you're going to get it. It's going to go through you. And
It's
I
like
think
a cold.
yeah, exactly. And I think that my immune system can create a better antibody than what they can create in a lab. I'm sorry.
It's just like if they say if you've got neuropathy or something and they're like, be real careful because it could get worse if whatever if you have some kind of a disease and they say um don't do this because then this could develop. So
Mhm.
when most of those people that are dying are like 95 or 90, and they're pretty old, like, okay, so they probably are already got on, like, even me. Say I got COVID and, it took me over, but because of the cancer with my immunity, okay? They'd
Mhm.
call that a COVID death,
Yeah, yeah.
you know?
If you fall out of a
Yeah,
plane and squish on the ground and and your body tests positive for COVID-19 antibodies, you died of COVID-19. The fall had nothing to do with it. It's bullshit.
right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's when he goes, Bob, I should make an apology video. Maybe they'll just talk to each other when they're not drinking. When they're not drinking,
I
because I
can't.
think she
I don't
was
know what that's going to
drinking.
be.
I think, and I cannot to get the I will do all I can to not get the vaccine. Well, that's the thing. I mean, they're making it like you can't even
Mhm.
travel. You
Right.
know,
They're
if
trying to.
you don't get it. Yeah.
The only thing that's preventing them from actually being mandatory about us getting the vaccine is the Constitution. Let's not kid ourselves. I mean, if not for that, then it'd be like, oh, you want food? You show us your vaccination scar or card or whatever the hell it could be. The fact
Mm,
that we have a choice is because of the Constitution. Thank God.
right. Yeah. Well, but I mean, there is like ways that if they ever put martial law into effect or something like that, where they could, and okay, I'm scheduled for Tuesday. I'm gonna cancel my shot. He says, I'm gonna cancel it now. I would.
I
I'm
just
not
don't think that there's
canceling
been enough trials on that in any of those vaccines, no matter who makes it. I just don't feel comfortable because a vaccine usually takes years of development, things like that, and
it.
something that they basically came up with through a goddamn drive-through window. I'm not exactly sure I trust that in my body. I'm sorry.
Right, exactly. And from what I heard, it changes your mRNA to, you know, to be able to fight off COVID-19 in the future or something. That was like,
Yeah, I'll just take my chances with Mother Nature, and I'm not a sick person. I never have been. The times that I've gotten sick, where everybody got sick, so I'm not concerned about it. I mean, if I get it, I get it. If I make it, I don't. If I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't. I'll be honest with you, I am so ashamed. I'm so ashamed of the way that the American people have handled this whole thing. And I mean, it
well,
just,
I am of that too, but let me say, son, like, I was thinking about something that you just said because you said you're not a sick person. So, you're not worried about. Now, I'm never a sick person either, and I still don't really feel sick, right? But here I am, like, now they're like, oh, the surgery. Then, I mean, the surgery worked to get that out, but then there's this now,
mhm,
and you gotta go for a second opinion because we might have to do this and stuff. So, uh, now suddenly I'm a sick person that doesn't really feel sick, right?
mhm,
And um, it's just with this disability thing going on. I even my friend who's in the room, Dimebag, his mother, um, she had brain cancer, and it's exactly what they told me. What they told her is that you can't get now. I had breast cancer for her. She had brain cancer, and you can't get disability unless both of you have, both of those things, both of us, and I'm sure they probably say it to other people, have stage 4 and are terminal.
mhm,
Isn't that crazy?
mhm,
Stage 4 and are terminal. So that's the government handling that. I mean, and so even, with it's a total different situation of, the public Americans, how they're handling COVID. I get what you're saying. But on
mhm,
both sides, I'm just like thinking about mankind, how people are handling things, you know? Because the person who they have the drug addiction, alcoholism, depression, they get right on disability.
oh,
They can get
sure.
right on.
You got a
Yep.
runny. If you live in Kentucky and you have a terminal runny nose, you're 100% disabled. It's always been like that. Hell, I got my dad's relatives. I don't think any of them
Mm.
have ever worked. I think they're all on. Well, how they put it is they got the disability. Well, by God,
Yeah.
how much they got the disability over there? I'm gonna tell you what. And that's
Dimebag said his mother had only lived 2 months after she got it. So here's something she paid into her whole life.
mhm,
And they wanted her to, and that's what they said to me. They said, and that, well, even though you can't work your old job, you can work a new job. And it's
mhm,
like, how possibly could, like, where would anybody hire anyway? Because their insurance would have to cover the cancer, or maybe it wouldn't cover it as a pre existing condition, and I'd be screwed, right? I
mhm.
mean,
when I
there's
was
so
work,
many, issues with telling somebody with cancer that has
mhm,
worked their whole life since they were 15 that, sorry, we were taking it out. We know that. We had you feeling like it was a security blanket, but it's not, you know, you get GFY.
when I
Yeah,
was work when I was working at Disney, there was a woman that I don't know if I didn't know her. I don't know if she had breast cancer or she definitely had some kind of cancer, and she had this giant like scar down her she wore open dresses, and you could see this big scar. I guess it was breast cancer, but it had taken lung and all of that. And this woman came back to work, and she made everybody else uncomfortable because she was wheezing and coughing, and she was obviously not well enough to be at work. That because of
Mm-hmm.
the ways the laws and everything work, and her employer and everything, they made her return to work. And it's
Yeah.
like, look, she's on death's door. And I mean, why would you want to put her into an office, number one, to stress her anymore? And number two, and I hate to put it this way, but to make everyone else kind of feel uncomfortable in the office, because it did, and this
Right.
person should have been at home. And I think that when we talk about disability, we need to look at those people, not the fucking hillbillies that don't want to work just because they're on meth or whatever in Kentucky. And
Right. Well,
that's,
everywhere. I'm talking
yeah,
even where I live, the state
well,
I live.
sure.
If
Yeah,
you're an
exactly.
alcoholic, you're depressed, or you're on drugs, they get it right like that. Even Dimebag, he has a disability that's a real, valid disability, and he had to leave his job before he hit the 30-year mark. He'd been there like 24, 25 years, and yeah, they made him leave.
Mm,
They offered him like something that he was like a lineman.
mhm.
Yeah, which I guess that's physical, right? A
Yeah,
lineman. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And so
Those
he
guys are.
only got a percentage of his pension. So, without, and he fought like, I think he said 4 or 5 years for the disability, and then finally had to give 6,500 to an attorney to
Mhm.
get it, which is
Oh
like,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, and that's the common story that you hear.
Mhm.
So what's the racket that they're running? We all hear, oh, the first time you apply, it's going to be automatically denied.
Yeah, I've
So,
heard that too.
that's,
Hmm.
that's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And again, everything has to be taken at a case by case basis and all that. And, it depends on what state you live in. Again, if you're in Kentucky, no problem. I mean, you'll be disabled if you just say you're disabled.
Yeah, but
But
it's a government, it's like a whole state program. That's a state program disability. So all the same law rules apply. So it's the same in every. So even though you're thinking Kentucky is bad, consider that every other state is just as bad.
it's amazing. I mean, these people are
Yep.
healthy as hell and they're getting a check. I mean, it's not like a lot of money or anything, but still, it pisses me off because I mean that's our tax dollars and that could be spent, doing something
Right.
else. Get your ass out and work. I mean, I
Yeah.
just got off having two jobs, folks. I'll tell you what, I'm an engineer all day, and for almost the last year, from 2020, I wanted to do something for the COVID thing. So believe it or not, I took a job as a grocery stocker at night, what they call a night stalker.
Hmm.
And it was the toughest job I've ever had in my life. I lost 30 pounds doing it. I did it for almost a year. And I recently was laid off from my job just like last month for the
From
first
that
time in my
one?
life. No, from my main job. Now I quit I was working 20 hours a day. Okay. I was
Hmm.
getting maybe 4 hours of sleep and not necessarily concurrent. So things were
Yeah.
starting to get too weird. And I'm like, I'm too old for this shit. So I quit that job like right before Christmas time last year. So I go and I've been working the same job I've had for like 7 years. I get laid off, and now the state is bitching about me quitting that job last year. They're like, "Why'd you quit that job last year?" Fucking try working 20 hours a day for a year. Give that a shot. Besides, that was
Yeah.
last year, so I'm going through some crap right now myself. I got money,
Yeah.
so no big deal, but still, that's the point of it.
And here they are, like making, forcing things on us like math and,
Mm-hmm.
like as if they care about our health, but they won't give people with, really debilitating diseases their
Yeah.
disability.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
make them fight because maybe it's because they think that they don't have that much fight in them or something. I don't know. Maybe that's why they do it. Who knows? Maybe it's
Yeah.
that
They're
kind of
hoping they'll just, and then all that money
thing.
that they've given as a taxpayer
Mhm.
will, because they basically know somebody who's not going for like drug addiction or alcoholism, it's probably not, and they're in their 20s, they're probably not somebody who's been working their whole life. But somebody who's, my age and never been on it,
Mhm.
then they know this cancer was popped up and I wasn't expecting it. So yeah, they are
Yeah,
probably hoping I just fucking never. So they're just sitting on my money, or they're just using it for fucking those people.
yeah. Well, now, if you're an illegal immigrant in this country, though, that's a totally different story. And
Oh, you'll
if
get
you
it then.
anything you need, anything you want, here you go. We don't take care of our own fucking people. We're worried about bringing new voters in. I'll be right back.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, dime bag. I don't know. I think like You have to go on, when it says you're in the back room. That's why I don't think it has something to do with your browser and then you click the middle one. It's the camera. It's only camera. The middle button. And see, it's telling me that you have. I feel like it's the camera and the mic that you have off because you feel like that it says camera, so you think you might have to do that. But I feel like that's what it is. Where'd work go? Yeah, I was yapping up there. I'm so sorry. I'm scheduled for Tuesday. Gonna cancel a shot. That really does get the help. Oh, your mother got the vaccine and she's so sick. Oh my God. I know, right? Our government system is it is so different to us. They're nice to you guys there, Ace. The government, I feel they probably are, right? Probably. See that in big. Just going through the chat while you were gone. You're still trying to get on the panel and you see Dimebag, just click the link and the middle
Hello,
button.
Hello, Mr. Rourke. How are you?
And then I click the link and my microphone camera is X'd out and it won't let me change the settings. Really?
It sounds to me like it's not recognizing the microphone. I mean, or not the microphone or the camera. It's one of the two. But have him reinstall. Maybe was it like a web? Oh, he's on a phone. I've never actually used it. I think I've only used it from Android one time.
Yeah, I use Android. I'll make sure you hit allow me, or because it doesn't give me the option to allow him onto the stream. Yeah, which has happened before. It happened before with Ace too, when she first went. Oh, look.
Uh-oh, here's my girl.
You have a laptop? Yeah, maybe.
How you doing, honey?
She said, drop the link. Maybe we'll have a little Australian koala bear come up.
Hello, Blave. How are you?
Oh, I didn't see a Blavy. Put the link up. Where's a Blavy? Oh, hi, Blavy. Nice to see you. I'm just about to drop the link. I'm slow at it. There we go. Yeah, damn it. I just done wrong. Hold on. Fat fingers, I guess, right? Come on, work.
They make little machines for it, like the gym.
At the gym? Oh my God, it's not working for me. Hold on a minute. Let me try it again.
What time is it in Australia right now, Ace?
12:04 p.m. There we go. Okay. Can do it on phone. It works on phone as I use my phone.
Yeah, I've done it. You can.
Yeah, I do it. Blobby, good morning. Just going through here. I was hoping to do it on my phone. Do it on my phone. Kind of sounds dirty. Sorry. My mind can reject her. Yeah, she said 12:04 p.m. They're lucky, but it's going into winter there for them.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Cold. But it was cold here today.
There's a YouTube channel called How Ridiculous out of Perth. I love those guys. I want to go. I want to come to Australia just to see this tower that they drop stuff off of. How crazy is that? But it's called How Ridiculous, and yeah, they're awesome.
What do you mean they drop stuff off of?
Well, they do all kinds of they drop giant swords, giant fists, big rocks, an airplane, cars off this. I think I can't remember how many meter tower, but it's huge, big, tall ass tower. And I mean, they're entertaining. They're entertaining guys. I mean, they're definitely worth watching. They do a video like every Friday, I think.
And they just drop stuff.
Well, they do all kinds of
how
other
good
stuff.
is that show? She must like it.
Oh yeah, it's
Are
how
they
good?
funny too,
How
though?
good? Oh yeah, they're really entertaining. They're very professional, very polite, very excuse me, very entertaining. And yeah, I can't. I mean, that's like the one channel I look forward to, like every Friday when they're going to drop their video. I'm like, okay, let's see the voice from Australia.
And what's it called again?
It's called How Ridiculous.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check it out and look at it. Yeah, everybody was saying like, well, that guy, prudently told me about the story the guy was telling that was on your channel. Is that the love? What was his last
Lovelace,
name? Oh
Terry
yeah,
Lovelace. Hmm?
yeah. That he was saying that they actually took him up there and that there was people that were there.
Yeah.
Like he said, there was a lot of people. What was he saying? Just tell me what he's saying because I did like pop in and out, but I didn't hear all that.
Basically, what he was saying is that when he and his friend were brought aboard the ship, everybody was stripped naked and they were handed their clothes like they were holding them like on their chest, and they couldn't move. He could move his eyes, but that's it. Everything else was like totally paralyzed. But he said off in another room of the ship or off down the way from the ship, there was another group of people, a larger group of people, and they were all naked and some of them were crying, but they were still holding their clothes like this. And for whatever reason, these aliens decided to kick Terry and his friend out of put them back where they found them. And then they took off with presumably with these other people, these other humans still on board.
Wow.
So Terry was saying that, one of the big things that he has, the takeaways that he has from this whole experience is that what happened to those folks, And it's interesting that you would mention that because it's not the first time that we've had mass abductions. Now, don't I mean it's not a common thing, but I wouldn't exactly call it rare either. We've got all kinds of group stories where people were abducted in mass 10, 20, 30, and then they would be returned to their homes wearing somebody else's nightgown and shit like that.
Really?
Yeah, and
Well, there
they're
was one story about the guy going missing, and then he was like 3,000 miles away, and like I don't know that they the exact amount of time they said, but this channel I don't know if it. I think I fell asleep before they talked about him, but and other people who had hi spaceman, other people that had if anybody wants to come in, I know Dimeback's been trying, but if
no
anybody wants to come
Ablave. I
in.
don't get to talk to Ablave.
Ablavi can come in. Yeah, she can come in if she wants to. I thought you guys got along all right, you and Ablavi.
I heard I survived the burning blade, is what I heard. I mean, I
Really?
love that. Yeah, what they told me.
Who's that? Who said that? I thought you did well.
Thank you.
Spaceman did okay. He just talked over her, like he just kept talking. But now he loves to go up on the piano. Hi, Jose. How are you? Yeah, I mean, and there was a few people that, because I've been watching this one channel and that have gone missing and then been come back, been found like in a month.
Sure.
And, the people say it just was like an odd feeling. All of a sudden it got foggy and, they felt like something was not right. And most of them can't remember.
Yeah, it's something that's happening, and see, I think that that's probably one of the reasons that not only the United States government but other governments in the world are reluctant to even talk about the subject of UFOs and alien encounters because once that door gets opened, okay, then how are we going to explain alien abduction? And we've seen people have a shit fit panic over the pandemic. We've seen what that looks like. Now imagine you take those same people that freaked out over that and tell them that, oh, by the way, these little aliens can come and grab you out of your house, take you right through the walls anytime they want, stick something up your ass. I mean,
Well,
that's
look at
really
War of
going to
the
mess with.
Worlds.
Yeah, that's really going to mess with those people, and I think that that's one of the reasons that they're trying to give it to us. They're trying to spoon feed us. I think disclosure is what's happening, folks.
Oh, remember during War of the Worlds, that radio show broadcast?
Sure,
Yeah,
freak
yeah.
people out, big time, deaths, all kinds of
People
crazy
were
shit.
killing themselves.
Yeah,
Yeah. And
yeah.
this is what I think that happened on the same exact night that they were doing the crystal night in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the same night. So while everybody's radio is tuned to that and nobody will go out and nobody will change the radio station, this is going on over there in Germany. That's what I think. That was like a kind of, you know. That's why sometimes America has some dirty little secrets about that whole thing. Because they
Well,
actually were like hosting the Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden. And then, yeah.
the Germans are a unique people because they're kind of like all in it together, sort of a deal. They're a lot more unified than we are, probably ever will be. If you know anything about Germany, know the people and all that. I used to date a German girl years ago, and they're like almost a little bit too much. Well, actually, it is too much for my taste. I mean, how they're like almost group. I wouldn't say group think, but you know, let's call it that. I mean, there's a reason that they were all very easily to able to be turned into the Nazi party. I'll put it that way.
Right, exactly.
So.
And I mean, I'm not trying to be, mean to
Right.
anybody who's got German descent in them or anything, but I find it hard to believe that they couldn't know, they didn't know what was going on,
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody had their hands dirty on that deal. I mean, come on, let's be realistic about shit.
Even America, absolutely, yeah. Even yeah. So Spaceman says we don't probe people up the ass. We are not looking for turds. They probably.
Yeah, I might be looking for a wife though. Then what? You know all about it.
They probably, I think people when they said, I think we probably made it probing up the ass, but probing could be, just with needles probing into your skin.
Actually, probing is a thing. That it is. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but it actually is a thing. The gentleman that wrote the book Communion, let me pull that up. I can't think of his name right now because I'm a little bit high, but.
High?
Communion. Yeah, I know, right? Probably really hard to imagine a religious person.
Can you guys see the link when I drop it? Maybe they're not. You guys can see it, right?
The guy's name is Whitley Strieber, and he began to have missing time, strange things happening to him or whatever. He lived in a cabin kind of out in the woods with his wife. He goes to a doctor. He's having some GI problems, some digestional issues. Goes to a doctor. Doctor, does a rectal exam on him and says, well, you've been raped. And this Strieber guy's like, I've never been raped before. And that's how he determined that he was actually having, after regression therapy and stuff, that he'd been having, visitations with aliens because of his rectum, his ass.
Really?
Yeah. True story. It's in the book Communion.
I know a joke about that. I wish I could remember. Yeah, I know. You got it. Okay. There she goes. There she is. Oh, there's Spaceman. Actually, I thought it was going to be Ace, but it's Space. But she'll come up. Hello, Spaceman. Mic check for her.
Yeah, I had to turn my mic on. I forgot to plug it in before I hooked in.
Here, boy.
Hey,
how you doing, Spaceman?
Yeah, good. I got a video on my on the channel about called Ice Giants, and when I actually downloaded that video, the guy had said that they because they were just flying across Iceland to some place, and they come across this thing melting out of the ice, and it's almost like a flying castle. This ship, it's just such a strange design, something like you'd see, like on Star Trek, the not Star Trek, but their enemy, the Klingons, yeah, sort of that kind of style of ship,
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, when they first landed there, because they were taken off in the chopper a couple of times, they flew across to the end of it. It's a massive ship. It's, like bits sticking up out of the snow all over the place. But they you had to get in the chopper to go and fly up on the hillside to go and look at the other parts of it. But anyway, when they were doing that and coming back, they sort of melted the loose snow off top of the ice, that was, on ground level sort of thing. But anyway, they could see if there was something under the ice, frozen, like bodies or something,
Mm-hmm.
So they got a post hole drill and dug a hole down through the ice, and they hit the top of this thing, so they pulled drill out, and they actually pulled a chunk of hair out off the top of the skull of this thing, you know. And it was actually when
Mhm.
they looked down the hole, they were just showing you just a portion of the skull that they'd ripped the hair out of. Yeah, and this hole was 8 inches round, right? So you're only looking at this portion of this skull of this thing, you know. And they said, we don't know what the hell this is, but we're going to dig it out, and we'll get back to you in a week, and we'll show you what it was. Well, they actually did that, and I had that video. I've got it on a disc somewhere, but it wouldn't read, and I got it polished, and it seemed to make it worse, you know. But I actually, but anyway, what they showed you like a week later, they dug out six alien bodies right out of this ice that were 30 feet tall,
Hmm.
right? And they were like so they were giants of people, but the funny thing I found strange was they were wearing friggin' battle armor, hardened bronze battle armor,
Hmm.
right?
Really?
And
Interesting.
but they were flying this craft around, you know, and they like it really sort of had me stumped, you know. But they had these battle axes, you know, these double-edged axes that were 7 foot wide, 3 feet high, and they had handles on them that were 8 feet long with a 10-inch round handle. And that's how big the handles were on these things, you know, like,
Wow.
yeah, they were massive. And and when you hear about the Indian stories, you know, like India and Pakistan, you know, their stories about the past, they reckon that the giants were created by the Anunnaki to wipe out humanity because we were playing up, and so they created the giants. And in the Sumerian stories, they talk about it
Yeah, they
too.
talk
About
about it. Yeah, they talk about the
yeah,
giants. Yeah,
yeah, and
and when I was doing research when I did that show, Giants or whatever, remember, and we were talking about, they were mentioning that some skeletons have been found that are like 30 feet. And I
oh
was
yeah,
thinking myself that I feel like if there ever was, like maybe giants here, right? Maybe they
yeah,
were what we refer to as like a god, but maybe it was
mm,
just because they were so big, like an Arnold, like a big guy, back then, and that the certain traits and stuff did carry across, as they started to, more population came, and so they kind of got thinned out, just like the blue people,
Mhm.
because instead of
well,
the
they actually,
yeah,
well, so what they reckon the Indians said was that some of them actually started liking humanity, realized that what they were doing, that their creator was well, they felt the creator was being evil, you know, so they decided to help humanity and stuck up for us. And that's the fallen angels that people talk about, you know, that ended up sleeping with the earth
right,
women
because
and
yeah, I was
got
reading
them
something
pregnant
like
and all
that.
this.
Well, imagine it this way. Let's talk about primitive Earth. Let's talk about primitive people back when everybody was a tribe. Okay,
All right.
and let's say you got a certain tribe that is all one kind of people. Let's say they're giants, or let's say they're Asian, or let's say whatever they are.
Yeah.
But they're like a subgroup of humans. Okay, and something happens, whether they're attacked or natural or whatever the hell happens, but they're killed off. Okay, back
Hmm.
then you could kill off an entire subspecies of people. It could be done. All right, and then there's
Right.
just
Yeah.
no more of them.
Well,
Now, but there's so many people now. Let's say if you were to go out and try to eliminate, I don't, and I'm just saying this, just spitball, but if you wanted to go out for whatever reason and try to eliminate every Asian person, no, there's just no possible way. There's just too many of them. But back then, everybody was so
Yeah,
small and
population. Yeah,
compartmentalized, it could have happened.
no, well, they talk
right.
about how they release plagues and everything to get rid of humanity, you know, like, but it still didn't
Now,
get, well, did it get rid of us all and we got reseeded, or, you know, like, who knows? But the thing was, in the Indians' beliefs, they said that the giants thought they could defeat these gods, or the creators, because they had their technology, they understood their technology, so they decided to fight with us, you know. Well, it turned out that the creators had hit them with some sound weapon, and it actually turned them all to stone. Right now, there's another archaeologist that was leaking a story a while back who said that he was being paid to look for the Ark of the Covenant, and he believed he knew where it was. And anyway, they were excavating the area and weren't actually doing any good. But he said he got a feeling to go to a different place, in the area. So him and this Arab dude was walking along this cliff face towards this other place where they were going to dig, and he ended up falling through the ground. One of his legs, broke through the surface, and he pulled his leg out, and they made the hole a bit bigger, and they shone torches down and looked in there, and it was just this big rectangular room, with this statue in the middle of the floor of this, like a god sitting on a throne. But that's all they could see. But they wanted to get down in there because they wanted to see if there was any secret passages anywhere that led them to other places. So they got down in this room, and they couldn't find any other place, and it didn't lead anywhere else. But they were shining their torches around. One of them had noticed the light was shining through the statue, and they thought, what the hell? What's that made of? So they went up and they
Probably like a
cleaned
hologram or something.
No, they cleaned the dust off it, and they said what it looked like was a person was sitting on a stone throne and got turned into glass. And he said this giant actually looked like like he was alive once, and he got turned into glass, and you could see all the veins and all the organs inside his body and everything. Like everything was there, but he'd been his DNA had been changed into glass. So yeah, so it's just funny, that we find out all these things, and then it sort of relates to other stories, So
That's funny. I wonder, like, now with Tommy saying about, aliens coming and changing our DNA, like, over certain times, I wonder if, like, we think they're changing our DNA in us, but maybe that's when they change it and we become like a cat or a dog or some other species or a tree, like they're like, you're no good. We're going to change your DNA to be the DNA of a tree, you know? Maybe that's what that might mean. Not that they add something to it, but they just
I
change
believe
it
we just get
completely.
absorbed our energy. They talk about
I think that's what Tommy thinks too, yeah.
yeah,
Didn't you
we're
say that about
reabsorbed
like the
into
energy?
the energy of the universe, and the energy is used to create another life. Somewhere, whether it's
Well,
humanoid or tree or whatever.
energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be
Mm,
transferred, and
yeah.
we are electrical creatures. That's how we are electrical. So what happens to all that energy once we stop living? I mean, it's something I don't know. I don't know if there's an afterlife or anything, but there is some residual energy, and maybe that's ghosts, maybe that's Santa Claus. I mean, who knows? But
Mm.
that's a
Well,
fact.
the Anunnaki said we turn into light or a plasma, and they reckon we had to master the astral plane so we
But
could steer it into the heavens. Like when we die.
to go
That
to go back to the glass, the guy on the throne in glass, it's interesting that you'd say that because there are several examples of like crystal skulls that are made out of crystal on this
Yeah.
planet.
I
Problem,
got to put my hands around one.
yeah. Oh,
Nice.
cool. Problem is, we
Yeah.
don't have the technology to this day to create a crystal skull. Not to
Oh
this
yeah,
day, we
yeah.
can't do
This is
that. So,
definitely well. This one that this bloke brought to Australia, he took it around all the Aboriginal camps,
mhm.
and it was the one that's got the actual jaw, the separate jawbone that can be
Really?
moved.
Really,
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
interesting.
and
And they're
it's
not
got all the
made, so they definitely have been like proven that you couldn't make them.
well,
they can
they got fractures through it everywhere. Like if you were to try and cut this or chip it at it or anything, it'd just shatter apart.
even
That's
with a
what they were
laser,
saying.
can't
How
be
in the
done.
hell did they do this? But the
Hmm.
funny thing was he had it on this those the spinning little plates that you get that you can put your food on. They spin around.
Hmm.
That he had a little platform like that he had the skull on, so you could spin it around and look at it without touching it. And he said to people, that some people feel energy come off it, and if he
Hmm.
gave everyone an opportunity to get in a line and put your hands around it to see if you could feel anything.
Cool.
And no one else seemed to say anything that they felt, but when I did it, my eyes, no shit, I thought someone was, it couldn't have been anyone shaking the table, but I checked anyway. Like, but when I put my hands around it, my eyes just flooded like crazy, like at a vibration that like I could still see what was there, but it was like really superimposed on itself or something. Like I really felt that I should have tried more. Like I would have loved to have been able to spend some time with it, to try and find out what it was trying to tell me, because I really believe that it was trying to communicate in some way, and I've been told I've got a really good ability to astral travel, like
Now, but if they can make other things out of crystal, how come they can't make a crystal skull? Is it a different type of crystal?
It's the contours and everything about it. I mean, it is a perfect skull. It's not like, I mean, it even has dense dimples of the whole 9 yards. I mean, if you hold it next to a regular skull, it's strikingly similar. And even with
Bub
laser,
says she has one. I mean, not Bub. She's calling me Bub. That's what I do. Ace says, not Bub. Ace says she has one.
yeah, these are a little bit more detailed. If you can go out and Google them and look them up, when you check these things out, I mean, there's some.
Who's got one? I say.
Ace said she does.
Oh, yeah.
I had a rock skull. I had one that was made out of quartz, I think, or something one time, but not like these things. These things
made
are
out
like
of quartz. Yeah, she said it's made out of quartz.
But
these
how
are
big?
elegant.
How big is your one, Ace? Is it like an ancient one that was found in ruins somewhere, or is it just someone that's replicated it?
In Fresno, California, star distance. When they
It's
realized
not
I
to
was
say you
watching
couldn't
them,
make one. It's just that this one had fractures all through it. So, like, if you were to try and do work on it, it would definitely chip out somewhere. So yeah.
That's interesting. How many are there supposed to be in the world of crystal
I
skulls?
think about 7 of them or something.
Yeah, there's a small number. Let me find out.
I think there's a couple of them that glow as well.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah. And there's stories about, like, if you get them all together, like, but that was probably
something's gonna happen. Yeah,
13 crystal skulls, myths and mysteries.
That's what she said. 13. Yeah.
The 13 crystal skulls. Who made them and why? Intriguing, mysterious, and eerie.
In the room.
They are real works of art. The crystal skulls have been of great interest to archaeologists and anthropologists who are curious about their existence and purpose.
Did you guys read Jose's comment? Said he's seen 3 bright lights in Fresno, California, star distance, and when they realized I was watching them, they left at light speed, and I could see a trail of light.
Jose, I'll tell you, we've over at UFOManNetwork.com. There, I'll drop the link, but we've got a website over there, and this goes for anyone else too, folks. If you ever have any sightings, you have stories, you want to share things that you want to help us for us to help you explain whatever, you can go ahead and hit the link over there. It's the report a sighting link on our website, and I'll drop the link, and we'll get back to you, and we'll listen to your story, because that's what we do. I mean, we're professional UFO.
I mean, but he can. If he wants to come up on the panel, he can tell it here too,
Sure,
but he can
absolutely.
Because you've got like way more in your chat room. You could play it. You could play it anywhere. But I'll drop the link, Jose, if you do want to tell the story. But also, I want to say, Tommy, did you get my message on your video? That night of your live stream, but you probably got it after, huh?
I'm not sure. What was
it? It was like I wanted to drop my link, but I didn't want to. But that's why I asked you to.
Oh no! You can always, if you want to come in and drop your link, go ahead. The only thing
I wanted to drop my link and then leave. Oh, I dropped Spaceman instead of. I wanted.
Are you talking like a link to your channel?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime you want to, just go for it.
Yeah, I'm talking about a link to my channel. Right now, I was trying to drop the link to come up if he wanted to tell his UFO story.
I had this UFO come down. Like I was out the backyard one night, and
he's already on to another story. Spaceman, he's so funny.
I saw this star that was like bright, really. it was changing colours, like going from green to yellow, blue, purple, and it was sort of like doing it all at once, like it was all over the shot, and anyway, it was really pretty to look at, and so I was staring at it, but then next minute it started to move and it was going across the sky, but I could tell that it was getting closer because it was right out up high in space or something, like a fair way away when I first saw it. But then it started to get, as it was going across the sky, it was like it was coming in on a angle into our atmosphere or some shit, But the thing was, maybe it was a lot closer than I realised, but it did a big sweeping bend and come flying past me, right? Like not real fast either. It just cruised along past me, like not much higher than maybe 300 feet up in the air or something, and it come up past me, cruised past me, and then did a small U-turn and then went straight back along the path it came in on, and then shot off up into the space again and just took off, kept going, and bloody hell, it was pretty to look at though. I didn't
I
see
saw
no
this,
shape.
yeah.
I didn't
I've
see
seen
no
stuff
shape
before.
or anything, just this light,
Mhm.
There
Oh,
was
they're here. They're here, folks. No question about it. They've been here for a long time.
Definitely. I've had them follow
Okay.
me. The boat I was working on a trawler. I've had one follow us along on the trawler while we were fishing, and it came up. I saw it. I was out the back of the boat having a leak, and I could see this sky blue glow, like a round glow down at the bottom of the ocean, and it was around about 10 foot round when I was looking at it. And at first I thought, is that like phosphorus or something, like it was in the water, but you could see the phosphorus around the back of the boat. It was green, and I thought, well, yeah, phosphorus green. It's not blue. Like, what the hell is that? And it must be traveling along with us because it's
Spaceman makes me
keeping.
forget what I want to say. I want
Oh,
to
so,
make like a comment, and then you're
sorry.
so funny. You're so funny. I totally forgot. Oh, I think though, like it would behoove Spaceman. You missed a good show, that UFO Man, and the UFO Man channel with Tim and Tommy. That they had
I don't,
with
I don't know. I don't know
that
if
you
I'm
missed.
welcome. I don't know
You
if
know
I'm
what?
welcome. I don't know if I'm welcome on his
Of
channel.
course you are. Of course
The
you're. Well, I'm speaking for you, Tommy. You're welcome. I mean, he's welcome, right, Spaceman?
As far as I know, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
yeah. He does. Tommy doesn't know anything. I mean, he knows about the V person, but he had his own individual experience. So,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Well,
you know what I
I know
mean.
UFO man as now, but sort of when that V had trouble with me, like UFO man had
Yeah.
backed him up a bit, So I was a bit disappointed because I went there because of UFO man, to support the
My
bloke.
UFO man. Yeah, I know that was
Yeah,
awful what he did to him. I thought.
mm,
What Vern did to him. He thinks that Tim did something to him, but he didn't.
mm,
But no, he didn't. But um, anyway, he had a really good show about this guy. Now I wonder if they let those guys go back because they're in the military. That Lovelace guy.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, he'd been in the military. That's when I guess they were on leave. Is when he was abducted. He and another friend were abducted, and to listen to the man's tale. I mean, he's one of the storytellers that could put you right in the story with him. And I mean, he's been telling the same story forever. He's never changed the story. I mean, he's and again, you saw what they were recovering from his body as far as implants and things like that. I mean, what the hell
Yeah, she
was that
said
square
that.
thing with wires on it? If I found something like that in my body, I'd be a little freaked out. Okay?
that'd be a worry.
Yeah.
But let me ask you, remember the movie Manchurian Candidate? And I mean like the newer one. I didn't see the older one, but the newer one.
Yeah.
And it was all about they were in Desert Storm and that our own people, did something to them and planted something and that they could, say two words to them over the phone and then they were hypnotized and they would go and be a lethal killer, and some of them did actually end up dead themselves, because the cops don't, but they had no clue and it was always like, military vet suffering from PTSD, which we see a lot of now.
I'm,
So,
I'm pretty
I
sure
mean,
my mother's been under government control like that because she can just freak out, completely lose her shit, and then 15 minutes later forget that it happened.
really? Was she in the military?
No,
Oh, you're just kidding around. You are a fucking bad son. Bad son.
I know, right?
Yeah, telepathy.
You're funny.
Joe's Guzman, is it?
Jose Guzman. Yeah, he said that was in mid-year 2000. Then something else crazy happened. Just at a park, I was not on drugs. I met a medicine man and a shaman, and they were explaining body moving and mannerisms, how you can communicate. Huh.
Well, telepathy is supposed to be the key.
Listen, folks, I hate to do this, but I've got an early day tomorrow, so I am going to go. Tracy, honey, as always, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Spaceman, sir, nice to see you.
Thank you so much for stopping in.
Ace and
I always
everybody else on the
appreciate it
channel.
when you're here.
Thank you. Jose, Ace, everybody else. Of course, Ablave, since she doesn't want to talk to me, I guess I'll just have to go.
I know she don't want to come up on the.
Did I tell you that story, Tommy, about the incident where I had the
starting a story
where I got hit by the sound weapon at my computer, and then 5 days later I got some sort of visitation through my window?
No, but I'd love to hear it, sir. But I tell you, I really got to go because I got a real early morning.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you next
time. Yeah, absolutely. All right, folks. Adios. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay. Bye. See you.
See you later. Bye, Tommy.
Bye, Tommy. Dimebag, and it's not letting me let you in, Dimebag. It's still just giving me, he's not okay. He's trying to get in, and it's not letting him. Have a good night. Thanks for being here, Spaceman. Everyone up there. Oh, you're leaving, Jose?
Oh, is he going too?
I don't know if he is or not. I don't know if he thinks we are. Yeah, but Dimebag is only giving me 3 choices. It's not saying. Oh, Spaceman. Remember when you were having a trouble? You were having a trouble. You were having trouble with. Oh, good. Good, Jose. You were having trouble with getting in the stream, and it wasn't letting me. It's still not. Are you sure you're not clicking the middle thing?
Who, me?
You know, remember? Spaceman. Remember when you were trying to get in the panel when you first were doing it, and it was not letting you, not giving me the choice to click to allow you in the stream.
I'm not sure. I don't think I had that problem. I had a problem with the microphone. Headphones weren't detecting. No, I had to go into the settings and detect.
That's what you had to do. I think that's what he has to do.
Yeah, you just click on that little wheel in the middle and make sure you're picking your correct devices.
Tell him what
it could
to do.
Could be his browser too. Like it may, if he's got ad blockers and things like that, he may have something blocking him there. Like
they keep saying to him, allow the microphone to work and then refresh.
Yes, say yes. But
so what are you gonna do?
And if he gets in and still can't talk, that little where it's got camera mic with the wheel at the bottom of the screen.
Look, I got the 2 Aussies in here. Oh my God! Hello.
If he can't speak, just click on that little cog in the middle of the icons at the bottom of the screen there, and then go into audio and make sure that you got your headset selected or a USB device or whatever.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey.
Good morning. How you going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. You sound like an Aussie.
That's Ace
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh, good on you, Ace.
It's Ace. How are you?
Yeah, good. It's about time you got on there to chat.
I did. I had a chat last week.
Oh, cool.
You came in before, yeah. She's coming.
Hey, thumbs up,
I've
everyone.
been up a couple of times.
Oh my God, I love this. The 2 Aussies. Look at you guys. So I think Spaceman was shocked when he heard the Australian accent. Yeah, that's so funny.
That's good.
I love that.
What
was the weather like today?
Today is absolutely beautiful here.
It rained this morning, but it's sunny now. So I'm sweating.
He says it keeps saying his browser needs adjusting. Does anybody know what that means?
Yeah, maybe. What browser? What browser are you using? Should use Firefox.
Firefox?
Yeah, it's the best
I
browser.
used Google, I think I went into.
Yeah, Google's just a search page, but I mean the browser itself, it'll be
Oh,
either
it was Google browser, I think it was. Could it be?
there's Chrome. Chrome can be
That's
a
it.
pain in the ass. Yeah, Chrome
Yeah,
Yeah,
Chrome can
Chrome
be
I
a
think is the
pain.
one, right?
yeah.
Yeah, you're better off
I think that's the
downloading
one on.
Firefox and using Firefox.
Yeah, they
It's
give
Yeah,
you three
Chrome I think.
options. Three options to use. So I just clicked the bottom one.
oh, is
I
he on
think
a
it was
phone?
the one that you said. Yeah, yeah. The
Oh, he got his
browser one.
laptop though, I think too, but I use a phone.
You're better off trying Firefox more than Chrome. Chrome's got
I don't
a
think
bit of
really.
ad blocking and stuff, like it's a bit
Right.
more security and whatever, I guess.
Chrome does or Firefox does?
Chrome.
So you're
Yeah.
better
Firefox
off using Chrome than Firefox. You
That's
said you're better
actually
off
what
using.
nah. Chrome can be real problematic on some, especially if you're on a phone. Like it
For me,
doesn't
it
even.
was.
Some people's phones don't even operate it.
Oh wow.
It's
Okay.
yeah. So you're better off.
Oh, I can hear the magpies.
Yeah, I got plenty of them.
Oh, do you feed them?
Yeah, I had to because the bloody. I was coming home every day, and like there'd be like 6 or so dead magpies in the street every day, and
Oh.
and no one was picking them up, and all the kids in the street were asking, like, why is there so many
Oh.
dead magpies, and dead birds, And I said, oh, I don't know, and they were bringing them to at my door when they were dying and that, and I
Oh,
asked me if I could
bless.
save them, and anyway, so I started feeding them, and they stopped dying, and I thought, oh, they must have been starving, the poor buggers. So anyway, I was kept feeding them, and then a neighbour across the road comes over, and he says to me, "Oh, what are you feeding the birds?" And and me and this guy had been mates for 18 years, right, beforehand. And the bastard, he found out what I was feeding him. He said, "Oh yeah,
Hey, Ace,
I
Ace, wait, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Ace, try muting your speaker when
I know.
when
I
you're
just
not
said it.
talking.
Hang on.
Okay, that's good. And then just
yes."
when you go, yeah, go ahead, Spaceman.
Yeah, so then he comes over and says, "Oh, I feed him too, in the backyard. I give him dry dog biscuits soaked in water." And I said to him, "Oh, I didn't even think you like birds, Mick. He had this bird. He's got this bird fountain in the front of his yard. He's never had running ever, in the whole time he's been there." And he said, "Oh yeah, it needs resealing. I'm going to do it on the weekend. I'll fire it up then, which he did do, but." He anyway, but he was basically just finding out. He reckons they hadn't been eating his food, it was just getting left there. And he said, "Oh, I know why now, because they got something better to eat." Well, not long after that, the birds all started dying again. I hadn't clued on at that stage. I was just thinking, "Oh shit, maybe this feeding them mince isn't a good idea." And I
Yeah,
looked into it, and it was, like I was feeding them Heart Smart mince, good stuff. And anyway, I was thinking it was something I was doing wrong, but then I seen some birds coming up from the back of his house onto the peak of his roof, and I could tell they had something round in their mouth. And I thought, oh, he must be feeding them again. Well, they went to fly back across my side of the road, and they ended up dropping whatever they had in their mouth, and then come crashing down onto my nature strip and flapping around and died. And so I thought, what the hell did they have in their mouth? So I went over there to have a look, and because it dropped onto his nature strip, and there's these 3 balls of mince that had been laced with poison. He was
oh my
baiting the
God, that's
bastards,
horrible.
yeah. So I went in the backyard. He killed 30 birds first up, and then I went into his backyard and I caught him with the bloody spray bottle. And I told him that I'd found these baits out the front, And I hadn't caught him with the bottle that day, but I told him someone was baiting the birds, and he's like, "Oh, you reckon? Surely not." And I said, "Yeah, mate, someone's baiting." And I said, and showed him the mince, and I said, "It's smells like," because I knew I'd smelt the smell before, and I
The
thought
smell.
I didn't know what it
Ooh,
was.
that smell. Remember that
but
that time?
he was a
Hey,
prick,
keep
mate.
talking for a minute. I'll be right back. Keep talking. I'll be right back. Okay?
Yeah. So yeah, no worries.
Just keep talking. You guys know that. Poor Aussie
So
guy.
us
Or
Aussies, mate,
you
we don't
guys.
talk. So anyway, yeah. So he ends up. I thought it was Roundup. I said, oh, maybe it's Roundup. And he goes, no, it's not Roundup. I've got Roundup. I'll give you a smell of it. And I sort of smelled it. I said, no, it's not that. Anyway, I was at work, and then this guy's doing the white ant spray, and then I realised, shit, that's it. That's the smell. And I went home, and that afternoon I went to walk in his backyard to tell him what it was, and he goes, white ants? No, sure, no, I've got some of that. I'll give you a smell of that, And he goes to look for it. Well, he had the stuff out in his front. He was working on some metal object, welding and cutting shit. Anyway, he had this project he was working on out the front of his shed, and he said, "Oh, I'll find it for you." And he's looking around for it, and then next minute, I see this white bottle on top of the job he was working on, and I'd seen him spraying this shit on the lawn before. He reckons he uses it to kill the ants' nest. Well, I thought, what's he doing with that? I picked it up and smelt it, and it was the friggin' white ant spray. And I said, "Is this what you're looking for?" Oh, yeah, he says, "Where'd you find that?" And I said, "On this job here." I said, "What have you been using it for, Mick?" And he's like, I spray the ants and that. And I said, "Yeah, but you haven't been doing any lawn mowing today, mate." I said, "What have you been using it for?" I said, "You better not be the one frigging baiting these birds, mate." And warn him, that if I find any more dead ones, I'm reporting him, And I told him that I said, if I had known you were spraying that shit around, mate, I would have reported you long ago, because he used to do it on the nature strip out front and everything. And white ant spray is like a really deadly poison, stays around for 10 years. It's actually class C4 poison, and it's meant to be underground in tubing and shit, anyway, so he knew he was busted then, so he stopped poisoning him. But then the bastard, me and this young girl were out the front of his house, and we hear this crack, like a gunfire going off, and we were actually standing at his driveway looking at these two young magpies on his aerial singing away to each other, a couple of young lovers sort of thing. And next minute, bang, and feathers flew, and he'd fucking shot one dead, and the other one got wounded. And I just flipped then, because we didn't see him physically shoot it. We just heard the gunfire from his backyard, because he had his gates open and shit, and we could hear the sound echo down the driveway. I accused him again of shooting him. And he's, what were you talking about? Comes wheeling out with his wheelie bin, and trying to deny it. Anyway, as I said, I was supposed to have been his friend, and he knew I was feeding him, spending a lot of money trying to care for him, and then he's doing that shit. And so anyway, I told him off about that. I said, one more dead bird, Mick, that's it. I'm calling the cops on you, man. I don't give a shit anymore. I don't want to know you. And I was working on something out front of my house one afternoon, and I could hear these, what I thought was a slug gun going off. I thought, you sleazy prick, I bet you he's out the back there now using a slug gun to kill him, But I sort of forgot about it, because I only heard it time to time, because he only done this sort of shit when his wife wasn't home. And I ended up, a couple of kids come in one afternoon telling me there was a bird dying out in the front gutter. So I go out the front there. It was already dead, but it had a slug gun shot in its guts, and got shot in the guts and died in my gutter. Got away from him, but I knew then. I realised also, that's when I realised that shit, there was all these magpies that had damaged wings and stuff that had blood on them, and that I thought they were attacking each other or something, over territory. And anyway, but it was him all along. He was shooting these birds in his backyard and wounding them and that. And then we ended up having all these wounded magpies, with busted wings and legs. And anyway, so I went over there and told him off again, because I realised then it was him shooting them with the slug gun. So I went over there and said, next time, mate, I hear that slug gun, I'm blocking your driveway and getting the cops here straight away. You're going to get done, arsehole. I'm sick and tired of you. I've got a thing going on at the moment. They're investigating him and that. So they did a letter drop asking people for information in our street, but unfortunately, this happened about 2 years back. So a lot of the people that were here at the time have moved
I'm back.
away. How you going?
Still won't freaking let me let him in.
So
It's still showing that. It's not showing his avatar back there. It's showing a camera. It's showing what it shows the camera with the line through it.
he can disable the camera easy enough. Just go into that cog in the middle of the bottom of the screen when you've
You mean
brought
the
up.
paint, like a little like line that has?
Yeah,
Yeah, I told him that already, but I think he's clicking the one on the other side too. I think
it's
he's
got.
clicking the third one too that says camera. But you just want to click the middle one, not the other
You
one.
can disable the camera altogether if you want. You don't have to have the cam, just the mic, unless you want to put your face up there.
Try not
Yeah.
disabling the camera and just turn it over and let it look at black or something. Oh, you're outside, right? Let it look at the outside. Why don't you do a Bigfoot hunt?
The video streaming though might be a bit much for you, and he's got to have a good connection.
Yeah, you could video stream. Why don't you just leave your camera on and face it the other way, and then you'll be able to hear us, and we'll read the chat, and then go through the woods and see if you can find Bigfoot.
Yeah. So I just finished what I was saying, but so I've reprinted all the letters that I got, dropped in our street, and I'm going to drop them in the court next to us because there was people up there as well that were going through the same shit, and they all still live there in those homes. So I'm going to do a letter drop there along with a letter with what I've experienced because. Yeah, this shit went on for 2 years, and that whole time he's been
A letter
calling.
drop where? At UFO Man?
No, at the court next door to these other people because I want to get as much evidence on this prick as I can because for the 2 years since he started,
Oh, you're talking about that guy with the
yeah,
magpie?
yeah, and when I stopped him from being able to kill him, he started calling the council and dobbing me in for
I
feeding.
know. You should have fucking
feeding it.
done that immediately.
Him and
I could tell when you were telling the
yeah.
story that that's where it was going to go.
Well, I
that
didn't want to
call them
cause
on
him
you.
any grief with his wife and shit. Like I have a hard time.
Yeah, but isn't your mother's like, you said your mother has that, but you said it's far and there's no good Wi-Fi, right? You can't buy something without
Well,
that?
no, I might be able to actually, but I found out I can get Wi-Fi out there through the same company I'm with, so I might be able to transfer
Oh, you
it,
did?
get high
That's good.
speed Wi-Fi.
Because
Yeah,
does she have a lot of land? Like, you could always tell the magpies that are there now
5
where you're going to
acres.
be
Yeah,
driving. Where you're
yeah,
going to be moving to.
yeah.
And then, huh?
She's got 5 acres, but a lot of them. Like I haven't made them too friendly. You know what I mean? They are friendly. I can sort of hand feed them if I wanted to, but I don't want to sort of try and capture them. But I guess I would like to capture the ones that are wounded, that can't fly anywhere. But anyway, like the lady who's investigating it said, like at least he won't be game enough to poison or kill him anymore because he knows he's being watched. So hopefully that's the case. But I'm going to write a letter to everyone and put it in like a letter and then put it in everyone's letterbox to ask if anyone sees anything to give me a call, so that I can report him because he will be the one doing it. But so
Do you really
he
want to stay there though, where you are?
Nah, I'd like to just for the birds so I can keep it.
Yeah, but you could tell you didn't let me finish what I was saying. You could,
take them with me.
Yeah. Not like physically, but just talk to them and tell them and fucking even bring them there now. Like, take a drive and have them follow you.
Since I've been looking after
telepathy,
them,
you believe in that?
Yeah. But since I've been looking after them, they've all had babies and stuff. The numbers have come back up, So I just got to make sure that he understands that people are watching him, so he's not game to try it again,
Right.
But he and I will come and check on shit, to make sure things are going okay. I'll slip past some nights and maybe drop a bit of food in for them, keep them happy, But I love them. They're beautiful birds. I got good memories from them. With my grandparents and that when we used to camp down the beach and stuff like that. I used to wake up with them singing things like that. It sort of reminds me of some good times, you know. So yeah, I was really pissed that he did that when he knew I cared about him so much, and then it was sitting in the backyard poisoning him. You know, I wish it was like the good old days when you'd just go over there and flog him, give him a punch in the head, and tell him, you know.
Can't do that.
No, not
Not
these days.
anymore.
I wanted to. I went over there and I was tempted, but he tried to sort of. I was trying to egg him on to start with me, you know, because I can't sort of start a fight, any fights, because I've been told if I end up in court again for assault that I'll go to jail. So I've had to beat up a couple of lads in the past, you know, and I didn't get in trouble for it, but yeah, they gave me a warning on the last one. I'm not a violent person normally, yeah, but yeah, when you got people saying they're going to do shit to your family and that, you just can't, you know. I couldn't let it go. He just kept on and got worse and worse with the things he was saying. So I thought, fuck you, you're not going to keep that shit up.
Look at the other guy, the V guy, the shit he was saying.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe last night. I gotta say, I was a little pissed off that, you know, not pissed off. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say hurt. I'm gonna say hurt that, you know, Virginia Woolf, who I've known for 3 years, was actually in that room saying, you know, that they missed that person who has been, you know who I mean, right, Bruce? And everybody else, like,
yeah,
that V person, and he was part of the family and stuff. I mean, like, are you for real?
Wow,
Like,
fucking hell. She must have been part of the family to say that.
that was the guy that was on the piano. Yeah, Wolf was.
Oh,
Yeah.
last night. You
Yeah.
mean?
And you didn't even
no.
say, look at what he did to Survivor Girl. And I was putting it in the chat and everything.
Yeah, I did.
Jason,
Bloody hope I
you
did.
were on the freaking piano.
Yeah, I did. I said to him what he did to you and me was unacceptable. Yeah, there's no apology. Even if he did try to apologise, we couldn't accept it as sincere because he's just not. We just don't trust him. You know, there's no apology he could give that would be acceptable enough for us to go and be on his channel again.
Oh, no way.
No way. You know.
He always says that, you know, he's freaking.
I'd just rather have nothing to do with.
He's really going crazy. I don't know if anybody's watching.
I'd be too embarrassed to even be associated with the prick.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah,
And
I don't know if anybody's watching. He's probably watching right now, I'm telling you.
I couldn't give a shit. Good luck to him, you know? Suck shit, wanker.
Yeah, he was like, I mean, you could see, like, even his friends were, he had this guy on there that wasn't, you know, the other two guys that were on the panel weren't bad. I mean, I know Q, he's a nice person, and the other guy didn't seem too bad either, but
Q.
he actually was very nice at trying to,
Is Q the pommy dude?
Liverpool?
Q, yeah, was he that old fella that always drunk all the time on his channel?
No, I never noticed him drunk. I just...
Old bloke. He's from England.
Yeah, he's from Liverpool.
Mm. Yeah, me and him had an argument. Like that was the night I got kicked because Q kept on raving on the same. He wanted to tell. He wanted to tell a story, and he kept on getting so far along in the story, and then just pause and forget what he was saying. And
Q?
So, yeah, Q, and I'm waiting to sort of.
Fucking a lot of times. Let me just tell you, Vern would fuck with that audio when people were on, you know, and people would be talking away and they're muted. They don't even know.
Oh, you know? He got, because I kept interrupting, you know, because I thought he'd finish and I go to talk and then he'd say, oh, hang on, I haven't finished, you know. He hadn't finished, and I said, well, come on then, you know, and then he'd start from the beginning again, get to that same point and stop again. So I'd go to talk, and then he'd go, oh, hang on, I haven't finished, you know, and he kept doing this for about 2 hours. And in the end, I just thought, fuck this, you know. And that's what Vern reckoned he kicked me off for, because I kept on interrupting and stuff, you know. And I thought, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
I heard it was because you talked too much.
Oh, he was drunk as shit. Yeah, well, yeah.
That's true. Really.
It wouldn't be hard to look like I talked too much on his channel because friggin' no one else talked.
I
They
know,
was
I know. You already
it
said
was
that. We already
boring
heard.
as shit on there sometimes. I just
All
wondered
right,
what
okay, okay, okay. Simmer down, simmer down.
the
All
screw him.
right. All I'm saying
Don't want to
is,
plug him.
that his friends were, like concerned because he was freaking, like putting devices on the poles outside of his house, and he was
uh,
talking about every person, all his neighbors, saying this one's this one's that, this one's this, and then he'd start looking at whatever he's using now. I don't know what he's using. I think it's a phone, and he'd start looking at it, and then like freaking out, and it was like really, wow, he just is. And his friend was really trying to choose nice words and say the right thing, but he was like, you know, yeah,
I was
I
always
guess.
polite on his channel. I never tried to upset or interrupt anyone, but
I watched the playback. I didn't watch it live. I didn't even know he had started doing lives again until someone told me. But yeah,
wouldn't have a
and he
clue.
had some people there and stuff. He didn't seem to be doing all that bad. He had some people there. Yes, Spaceman and his stories, right? Bobby, I know. That's a lot of
You like my
stories.
stories of Blobby?
Oh my God.
I
Tell
like
me not.
it.
No, she does. She said she likes you. Everybody
It's
said they
all
liked
good.
you over there, which is nice.
Yes,
Because you and I really went through a really hard time. A really hard
I
time.
ignored him though. I mean, I didn't give a crap what he said about me.
I
I was
know,
a bit,
because
I
but you
was,
were in another country. But I mean, for me, he literally went to every um,
I was, I was
live
more.
stream like everywhere I went for 3 years. Like
Oh
the
yeah.
chosen one. That's why he's in this community, because this is
Well, he
where.
even downloaded one of my videos and then played it in slow motion to make me sound like I was stupid, sort of thing.
Oh yeah, I think
What a
I remember
wanker.
that. Mm-hmm.
So desperate. I
Yeah.
thought, he
And he made
hasn't got
that
a,
video going, die, Seaward, die, die,
he hasn't
Seaward,
got,
die. He was saying it yeah, he was
mm,
saying it over and over again,
oh yeah, he's a
screaming
filthy
with my
prick.
picture behind him. Yeah.
I couldn't believe he didn't get booted off YouTube altogether.
Oh, at this point, I can't believe it because he was talking about the president of Google, and he
Oh,
had
he's talking
kind of
about
like,
killing the Queen and all sorts of shit.
oh my God, I know,
Oh
doing
yeah,
something
he
with the
was talking
wash up
about
and the
paying someone
judges.
to bop the Queen off and all this sort of crap, and then me
Hmm.
and everyone
I saw
else.
him one time soliciting himself out for, to kill people, or I don't know what
That's
he was
a
doing. No, I think he was not. No, he wasn't soliciting himself out. He was asking
he's
for. Hey,
mental.
through the veil, how are you? Would you like to come up? I'll drop the link. Now, Ablavi, she's new here, but not new to us. Like we see her at other places. I don't know if you like, the paranormal stuff. She's a psychic medium. She's really cool. Very
Oh,
nice. Her
cool,
channel's
cool.
great.
Yeah,
I'm gonna drop the link for Through the Veil, Nicole. Remember she was on here before, Spaceman?
through the veil.
Yeah, Through the Veil
Yeah,
Paranormal.
yeah.
Yep. And Ace was here last time. She was here. Yeah. But I am gonna drop the link just in case you're feeling like talking. I won't interview you. You could just talk.
What happened to Ace? She was up here before. What happened to her?
Her microphone always messes up on hers. I don't know why.
Mm.
It's got like a crackling noise. Like maybe at some point something happened
Bad
to it.
connection. Yeah, she's got bad
Yeah,
internet.
something. Oh, good, good. All right. I have some paranormal. I'm gonna drop your link too. I'm gonna wait till you're up there, and then I'll drop your link so that way you can be. I don't want to miss you knocking at the door. Bobby, if you'd like to come up, if you have any questions, to talk to through the video. She's nice, very nice. I wish Willow was here because
Do you do
I don't know
astral
if Bobby is
traveling
still here, huh?
through the veil?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That you might have gotten water in it. That's what I think, definitely. And
If you haven't got 4 bars on your phone, if you're on the phone, you'll get crackling and stuff like that because it can't keep the stream smooth, because it can't upload and download quick enough.
really? Oh, you mean like if you're in another country?
No,
doing
no.
it?
If your connection to the tower is not strong enough, you'll end up getting breakdowns. In the like in the stream.
Hi, Vale. How are you?
Huh.
I just subscribed to your channel through the Veil.
Oh,
So I
thank
can
you.
check out some of your videos.
Yeah, she's got
So
some
do you
good.
do you do astral traveling or anything like that?
No, I just talk to the spirits, try to help people with their spirits, their houses, things like that.
Yeah, I actually used to go to those sort of things. Get there.
Oh, really? She did?
Yeah.
I was just really interested in the stuff that you were saying that night, because I never thought, even, I never thought of seeing people that other people don't see, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Try to put myself
You
in your
haven't been
shoes
wearing a
just for a
mask, have
moment.
you? Paranormal.
Huh?
Paranormal. You haven't been wearing a mask through this pandemic, I hope. You haven't been.
Or you can call her Vale.
Vale, Nicole, it don't matter.
Yeah.
I just, because they don't do anything to protect you. They're actually doing you harm wearing them. Yeah,
Do you
they're
think?
bad for you. Oh, hell yeah. It's the same as altitude sickness. You're restricting your oxygen by 20%.
Mm-hmm.
There was
What do you
some.
think about that, Vale? Have you?
Well, I wear them I wear them in the store and on investigations, stuff like that,
Yes,
where it's
exactly.
mandatory.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I didn't even wear them when it was mandatory. Yeah, no one said boo about it. Yeah, they're only.
You're such a rebel.
Yeah, but
You're such a rebel,
just trying to
man.
get,
Really.
They're just trying to get people to submit. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Sometimes it's good to submit. Depends on where you are.
We're meant to breathe viruses in every day to update
Yeah,
our
I know that, to build our
virus
immunity
database.
system.
So
I know. You're such a
Yeah,
controversial
but
dude.
kind of like with my daughter, she has no immune system. She has CAPS and Asherson syndrome. So, I had to put a cautionary there too with her. If it is what it is.
yeah,
Right.
but you're not going to stop
You
it
just
by
don't
wearing a
know,
mask.
I'm not going to
It's
get the vaccine, that's for sure.
hell no.
Oh no.
You know what
No.
the blood clots are coming from with that vaccine, right? Because they're putting a gene modifier into your system. What they're doing, they're actually bypassed all your natural immune system, right?
There too with her.
Hey, am I here?
Yes, Dimebag, turn down your other device though, because we can hear it.
Mute your other
I'm not
page.
going to get the vaccine, that's for sure. Yeah, your other device or whatever you're looking at, wherever you're playing the stream. Check it out.
The other page is
the system.
How's that?
What they're doing, they're actually
No, turn it off completely, Dimebag. The
your
other one.
YouTube
Hey, am I
page.
here?
Just mute the
Turn
speaker.
down your other device though, because we can hear it.
I got my phone unplugged.
Oh my God.
No.
Turn your
The-
laptop or whatever
the
it's
web
playing
page-
on.
The web page you were on when you were watching us,
The
right?
other pages for the system.
How's that?
What they're doing, they're actually.
No, we can still hear it. Put your headphones in then if you
When
want.
you clicked on the link to go into SteamYard, you opened up an extra page. Yeah, that's gone now. All right, cool.
Yeah. Did he
Still
mute
there?
himself?
I don't know.
Is he still here?
I don't know. He probably muted himself.
I know. Dimebag, are you here?
It's the original page that you were on before you joined SteamYard. That page needs to be muted.
Yeah, so I don't know if he's muted himself or what. I don't know. What were you guys saying about the Vale? Weren't you saying something about the vaccine?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, about the. Well, so what they're doing, right? When they put that vaccine in here, what the doctors are saying is going on with all these blood clots is because that gene therapy is allowing antibodies to be created
I'm here
in
now.
all different parts of your body.
Oh my God.
The
I get it. You know what? I'm gonna. Hey, Dimebag.
What the doctors are saying is going on with all these blood clots because that gene therapy.
Am I messing up?
Dimebag.
Am I messing up?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
it's
your
playing
other.
the whole stream. Turn your YouTube off. Turn the
Yeah,
YouTube off. Not
yeah,
the, not, you know,
not SteamYard, just the YouTube page. You just need to
yeah,
mute
just the
that.
YouTube page. Because the StreamYard is on a different thing, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's you end up having two feeds then. So you got ours, the one you're on in SteamYard, plus the YouTube web page open that's also repeating everything. So
Okay.
yeah, so if you shut
True.
that. So anyway, yeah,
So
so what they're
anyway,
doing is
as I was saying, he says, geez, oh, Pete, I thought we were going to talk about ghosts.
no, I was just going to tell you why you shouldn't get that vaccine, right? Is because it's starting. They're creating antibodies in your bloodstream that are um, going in places in your body, like in your brain, in the veins of your lungs, and all this sort
Hmm.
of stuff, where they shouldn't be. Your body, your immune system don't work like that. You know, your
I
body
know they're supposed to add
it,
things to it, to
you
the
breathe
MRI.
germs into your mouth and then it keeps it there and it takes code from the viruses and then updates its own defenses
I
and then if
know.
it
I
gets
want to hear
down
about. I want. Hey, Spaceman, wait. I want to hear about Paranormal's like latest adventure.
oh okay, don't
Yeah,
get the
let's give
vaccine.
Paranormal a chance, Spaceman. You're always the star of the show.
No, I just wanted it's important though, you know,
Well, it
why
is
that's why
important, and we said it
people get
earlier. We
blood
say it
clots in the
all the
brain.
time. Remember, we were talking about it. We will tell you about it, Vale. Just don't get it. She knows.
Oh,
Fair enough.
okay. I was just listening.
Yeah. I just want to, like, I don't know, like, sometimes Spaceman, like, tells us the same. They're all for it's for our, better for us. Like, he's helping us out, but, you know, like, he's like our good advisor about doing
Right.
things,
Well, I
but,
research a lot of stuff, so yeah.
right.
But
Yeah, he's a good
Everybody,
advisor.
yeah,
Ace said
that's
that
everybody
her
what
mother
survives.
is so sick from the vaccine.
yeah.
I just want to,
If
like,
you
I don't know.
survive
Sometimes, oh my God, how come Chris can't figure it out? They better for us, like, helping us out, but Chris, like, he's like our good
hey,
advice.
double, you know how you open when on the phone,
Oh my God.
A lot of stuff.
on your phone, you can bring up a page.
Uh,
You know,
Chris, Steinbag, 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 Steinbag.
you know, uh, you know how you open up the page on your phone where you can show all the applications that are open.
Oh, he
Press,
muted
press
himself.
that button on your phone that allows you to see what pages are open and close the YouTube channel one and just leave SteamYard open. That'll solve your problem.
Oh,
You know how on your phone you got a button you can press, it shows all the different apps that are open. Yeah.
Cruz Guzman, are you Jose? Like, repeat as echo? Oh my God,
If you survive
Steinbag.
the first shot, mate, don't get the second one. I'm telling you
I know.
you're lucky, and you will. I tell you, even having the first one, you're going to have health issues, man, because that's what they're saying. It's starting to create. They're creating immune cells in parts of your body they shouldn't be, and then it goes and so when it kills off germs and that, like in your brain, blood vessels in your brain, you end up having dead cells and tissue or whatever toxifying inside your brain, and it can't get rid of it. It's not meant to be there. And it can't get rid of it, and it ends up clogging up your vessels in your brain and causing all these issues. People are having like strokes and twitches and all the other crap, and that's what's really going on. And they know this shit. They knew this shit before they even started giving it out. Like 2 years back, they studied this in animals and found the same results. And they killed all the animals, mate. And they're doing it now to humans. Believe me. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of deaths. And that.
Vale,
Yeah.
have you gone to any, lately in the last couple of days or weeks? I know you had recently posted a video.
Yeah,
something.
there's one coming out tomorrow. I went to Moonville Tunnel and Bethel Cemetery.
And what was the cemetery?
Bethel.
Bethel?
Oh, thank God I thought you said pet cemetery.
I've been
Have you
trying
ever
to
been
find
to
a
a
pet
pet
cemetery.
cemetery? You
So
have
keep
been?
away from that place.
No,
Have
I'd
you been
like
to
to
a pet
find one.
cemetery?
No, I'd like to find one.
I wonder if there is one in Maine. I'm sure people have them in their yards and stuff, you know. But
Yeah.
I've had some pretty freaky seances.
sounds.
Seances, where you got the Ouija board and all that,
I heard
and
Ouija boards are bad.
oh yeah, well, we had a Ouija board from from the 50s sort of thing, a wooden one. It was all carved and everything, and we found it in amongst. It belonged to someone's, my mate's mum's great grandparents, and we found it in amongst her stuff. We got it out and decided to have a try of it, and shit, some weird shit happened, like things falling over, the table shaking like crazy, and no one was touching it either. Like we all thought, oh, who's shaking the table, because we were all just putting one finger on this bloody glass in the middle of the Ouija board, just our little pinky sort of thing, and the whole table shook that hard that the candles fell over, the bottle of beer that were on the table fell over and everything, and we all moved away from the table, and everyone took their hands off the glass except for me and this other bloke on the opposite side. And we were watching our fingers leaving the glass, like it was shaking that much. It was moving away from both our fingers, and we're looking under the table, seeing who's shaking it, but no one was touching the table at all, man. And anyway, I said, pictures came off the wall and things like that. Well, I ended up, the candles went out because they sort of had wax melted inside where the wick was. And when the table shook, it made the candles drown out. So I grabbed the candle and I thought, oh, well, I'll cut the bloody excess off the top so the melted wax can drain out. And anyway, while I'm cutting the candle, I said, I reckon it's bullshit. Yeah. And as I said, bullshit, the candle just broke in half and chopped the top of my finger off, the tip of my finger. I thought, holy shit. Oh, no, that's it. I'm not doing this anymore. But,
Do you think that Ouija boards are bad, Bill?
Well, so are guns. You gotta know how to use them, but I won't get near one.
No.
Yeah.
Have you ever used one?
When my mate's mum found us using it, she freaked, and went off tap and grabbed it and took it to another relative's house to store it away. She didn't want us to ever touch it again. She reckoned when she was a young girl and that she used to see her grandparents and that doing these Ouija things, having a seance and that. And she said she's seen them on chairs floating in the air, going in circles around this Ouija board, floating in the air. I thought, holy crap, but I've heard other people talk about that as well. But whether it's a story or not, I don't know. But certainly shit happened to us while we were doing it. And it was answering our questions as well. Like we were asking questions and that, and the glass would slide all these different letters and spell out shit, And some of the people who asked the question said, "Oh, how'd you know that? Who is this?" Like they wanted to know more, sort of thing. But it started getting a bit
weird,
aggressive. Yeah.
Oh,
So everyone.
Did you ever try one, Vale?
I can't touch one.
You did what?
I can't touch
one.
You can't touch one, no? Yeah.
Nope.
Why did you have like a physical thing or something?
No, but there's just too much energy in the board and what comes through the board. And, I have a lot of energy in me to begin with. Yeah, I mean, you know how I am. So,
yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to say that. Oh, so go on. Sorry, I didn't know.
No, I just get, I pick up all the emotions on the board. I have almost like an empath reaction to a board. It's horrible. I won't touch one.
You said when you see all those people, like when you're out and you see, people that are souls, I guess you would say, or spirits, that is very oppressive to you. Is that your phone or is that somebody's phone making that noise?
Not my phone. Huh?
Spaceman, are you doing something over there?
No, not me.
It's not you?
Paranormal.
Maybe it's me.
Paranormal playing for what do you call rosemary beads.
Oh, she's got rose. No, she doesn't have rosary.
No, I don't know. I was just saying.
No. Now, so this is in Ohio where you did your latest. It's the tunnel and
Oh yeah,
the
yeah.
cemetery. Did you
Daryl,
EVPs and stuff in the cemetery? Did you have any, like good experience?
Daryl was saying he tried from his laptop, but Daryl,
Hold
what
on a
have
minute. I want her to answer my question. Hold on.
sorry,
Alright,
go on.
We had a lot of open air EVPs. We wasn't running Necro or SB11 or anything like that. We did run the Necro and SB11 in the tunnels, but we did get
mhm.
some EVPs, some nice open air EVPs. I mean,
I don't know what that noise is. Can anybody else hear it?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can
I
hear
know
it, Jason?
yeah, I can hear it.
might be
Like
something over here.
something shuffling.
Something shuffling.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's definitely coming from yours, Paranormal. I see your mic. Your mic's lighting up when the sound's
Oh, when it
coming
goes.
through.
Oh, I didn't
Oh,
notice that.
I was over here making
Hmm.
coffee. I didn't know I was being noisy, but
Oh, maybe it's
Yeah,
so
that's what it is. You're ripping
Yeah, that's
open
what it
packets
is.
or
It's
something.
picking up the sound. Yeah, it's okay. Don't go ahead then. Keep making your coffee. I just did it. I wanted to make sure that the audio wasn't messed up. That's all. Um,
uh,
yeah, it's secular. It's Through the Veil Paranormal. I dropped her link, didn't I? I
Yeah.
went over there and picked it up, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Drop
That's
it.
how I got to her website or
Well, let me
webpage.
drop it again anyway for secular. Hold on. Yep, she's got some really good stuff in there. Now, have you done any live streams since?
no, I usually do those on Wednesdays. So we're gonna start doing them on Tuesdays and Thursdays for the whole new member thing. I don't know how that's gonna work. I'm all new to that, but yeah, my normal live for everybody is on Wednesday. We do pair shares and share channels and stories and stuff like that.
Yeah, you used to do them from that basement, which that was great. I loved that.
Yeah,
It
my
was like
haunted
having
house.
a ghost hunt right in your house.
Yeah, I could probably do that here, but I mean it's not my house. But they do have spirits here.
Really? They
Yeah.
aren't they ghost hunters too?
Huh?
They're not ghost hunters too. I thought you had some friends that way that are ghost hunters as well.
Yeah, I live with Destination Afterlife, Ripley and Ops
Right?
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So they
And then
probably be in. Yeah.
yeah.
They
Whereabouts
we
you
have
probably be
live?
good for that.
Where you live in Paranormal?
right now in Ohio.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And are you gonna so when you went to you were talking about the open air EVPs and the necromancer? Is that what it's called? Not necro. What's it called?
The necrophonic. We call it the necro. It's a voice bank ghost box thing. It's not real reliable unless you know what you're listening for. Don't listen to the banks, really.
Don't listen to the what?
The voice banks. You know, they got a voice bank is pretty much copies of particles of words, and
Yeah.
they can really throw you off. But I use it as a backup.
Do you
Right.
reckon?
See, I always thought that one sounds like pretty good, but that's probably why, because it's got that bank in it, right? So
Yeah.
what should you listen for? Like the background noises, like the whispers or something?
There's an upper and lower, and it's almost like an open air EVP. But
Mhm.
you ever seen like those needle things you stick your hand on and it shows your hand on the other side?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what a voice bank does. When a spirit speaks a word, it goes in there and it kind of depicts what that sound is.
Okay. Like
Yeah, so
interprets it?
yeah, so it can be wrong, but
Oh, I see what you're
sometimes,
saying.
yeah, if you listen above or below, you know, the tones of that voice bank, a lot of times if you know what you're listening for, you'll catch full sentences.
Okay, so that's what you mean. So you can listen to the words, but you're just, know that they might be the wrong word.
Yeah, make sure. I always make sure that they are correct to the area or the questions that you're asking. I mean, if you say,
Right.
"Is your name Dave?" and you hear "pink," that's no.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
So did you have any ghostly happenings in the tunnel?
not really. It was kind of how paranormal is. Sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad days, and
Right.
I mean we got
Well,
a few EVPs, but nothing really.
what was the story behind that tunnel, by the way?
Well, there is a abandoned town out there, and the only way to get from the town to the next town was for the people of that town to walk the railroad. So a lot of them, the children and even people living there, got hit by the trains. So they say it's haunted, and I think there's a few people maybe committed suicide to jump off a bridge out there or something. But
Hmm. Yeah, I think we have one of those up our way too that, has like a legend to it as well. So, but
mhm,
I think I'd be too scared to go in there. So I already say that to you anyway. You know me. I'm a chicken.
yeah,
I
I
love
did
the
see no
paranormal. I love the scary movies, but if I was really like somewhere, I think I'd be paralyzed with fear.
I
I'd
have
be of no use.
take you with us a couple of times, you'll be all right.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd be like, I wouldn't get out of the car. I'll just wait in the car, but then I'd be scared in the car. So
It's like
have all the lights on, radio blaring, ruin your ghost hunt. Not on purpose. It'd just be
it's
fear.
like an urban exploring in the dark. Uh, and the only reason we go in the dark is because the noise level is down mostly at nighttime. But
Right, because you said that even at the daytime, that's better to you can see them better.
yeah, I mean I see them 24/7, so
Right.
they don't
We used
bother
to
me
see a
anymore.
Ouija board when I was young, me and my mother, and it kept saying omen, omen, right? And and I was little, real little. And what had happened during the day was that I wanted to build a fort in the backyard, and my mother kept saying, "No, no, you're gonna," I didn't even know this when she said this, but she said, "You kids are gonna smoke cigarettes in there." But we weren't really like smoking cigarettes. We were at that point in our life where we were stealing little cigarette clips from, the ashtray, and then, but I didn't even know that she had noticed. So,
Oh, bed shook.
she said, "I'll make a fort for you on the side porch, the back porch." She hung like sheets up. She made a really cool little, thing. So, I was all we were looking forward to being in it in the morning. So, anyway, that night, me and my mother did this Ouija board, and uh, she kept, it kept coming out like, messy, like omen, omen, and spelled out her father's name, which was William, which I didn't even know him, but she did. So she could have been pushing it, but maybe.
Yeah.
But this is really what ended up happening is where the twist is. So it starts spelling out fire, right? So, of course, as a little kid, I'm thinking, she's trying to scare me or whatever, because she'd been saying it that day. Well, in the
Mhm.
morning, I wake up real early to go play out in the thing. And of course, me and my two little friends, we did split this little tiny tip of a cigarette, but we had put it out. And half an hour later, the, uh, the, the upstairs neighbor on the second floor, it was a three-family house. She's yelling out her window to us, going, "You kids, stop smoking in there! I know what you're doing." And our hearts went in our throats, because we were like, "Wow, we're outside. It was a tiny thing. It was like half hour or 45 minutes ago. Should have, she shouldn't be able. She's upstairs, she shouldn't be able to smell that." It was the house was on fire. That's what she
Oh
was
wow.
smelling. Yeah, some little boys that were pyromaniacs. It also burnt down their grandmother's house had
Oh,
moved into the neighborhood. That's why, because they had to move. And they went down the back steps. They weren't playing with us, but they had gone down the back steps and set my dollhouse on fire that was next to the furnace.
oh,
And if I hadn't woken up early to go and play in that side thing, I was on the couch because my sister was visiting and she had slept in my room and I had slept on the couch and we had the forced hot air. And so the flames were coming up from behind that couch and that whole couch, burned. But it was
oh.
just really weird. I thought,
Yeah. That, that's
hmm
that's strange.
yeah,
Yeah, I've
because it,
I've never messed with one. I mean, like I said, I tried, but yeah, I can't mess with them.
right. It's like so weird, like when you think about it, those two little boys, they were like Damien from the Omen.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's spelling out Omen probably because they were like, "You've got Damien coming over tomorrow."
Or they're giving you an omen.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Spaceman.
Yeah.
How about you? Have you seen any ghosts where you live?
Only up Point Vernon, that one I was telling you about when we were all like, hooning around the streets. We had a cemetery that was sort of along this road, and we used to hoon around the streets as kids, you know, because we had nothing to do. There was no shops or anything open here, and anyway, I was sort of the youngest of the crowd, and I was following them along, and we're going up this road, and one side's the cemetery, and the other side's just all housing, but anyway, you know, you get that feeling someone's staring at you, and so I had that feeling, you know, and I looked over towards the cemetery, and here's this friggin' figure of a human, you know, like a humanoid shape, but it didn't have any feet or arms. It was just the torso, the shoulders sort of were there, but and the head and that was there as well, but no feet or arms that I could see. But anyway, I saw it, and the funny thing is, it was a sky blue color, the same as the UFO. It used to follow us underwater out at sea. That same color, you know. But anyway, I thought I was seeing things, you know, and I rubbed my eyes, you know, and I looked back again, and no, it's still there, you know, and I thought, shit, you know. And I rub them again and look again, and yeah, it's still there. And it's cruising along the street, along on the other side of the road, following us, keeping parallel with us as we were walking along. And so I called my brother back. You know, he was with the other guys up front. And called my brother, and I said to him, can you see that?" And he looked across the road, and straight away he just said, "What is it?" And then everyone else must have heard us talk. And when I called him back, they were paying attention. So they also said, "What the hell is that?" Yeah, and I said, "Oh, I don't know. It's been following us along since the corner, back at the corner there." And
Right.
so everyone scattered. You know, they all ran up the road like crazy. You know, panicking and shit. I wasn't scared though, because I knew it wasn't sort of going to attack us or anything, because I knew it was following us since the corner. You know, so I just kept walking, and anyway, it stayed with me. It didn't sort of go off with the others. It just kept level with me, and I walked to the other end of the street, and you know they were all
My
so
dog.
so they're all there with sticks and crap, you know, like, and they were going to run in and attack it, you know. So they raced across the road with all their sticks and knives or whatever, and I don't know why. It's a freaking ghost or something. Anyway, I mean, what the hell are you going to do if it beat thin air, you know? But anyway, they ran across the road, and they got to about like 2 feet from this thing, and it just disappeared instantly, just vanished. You
Can you
know,
guys
so
see on? Can you guys see Mr. Rourke's avatar? He drew a picture,
oh,
chained up with
I thought
SG
that
tattooed on his butt.
I thought that was your title that you were going to have on your live stream today,
That's so funny. I know.
because I
Well,
clicked on it.
he'll come on. Yeah, he'll. I will. I'll put it on the
I'm
thumbnail
glad.
again. 'Cause it's so funny when he sent me that picture with
Oh,
the
right.
stare.
I was going to
He drew
say,
it. Yeah.
have you been posing for artwork? Have you, Trace?
Me? Oh, you thought that was me, and I tattooed
Yeah.
my own name on my own butt?
Yeah, I thought you had that as your advertisement for your next live stream, and
Oh my
I
god!
was
I
going to
did. I
say
had it for the thumbnail. I'm gonna change. I'll
you had
change
some
it.
artist do your portrait.
Now, so you know how Spaceman, you and me and Tommy and you were talking about energy being, I've heard sometimes, a lot of times that even like compared to UFOs, sometimes that they'll compare them to an orb, kind of, but of course bigger looking.
Yeah.
And yeah, like it's something like a blue ball in the sky or something. And a lot of them were at that Skinwalker Ranch. And the interesting thing about Nicole is the things where that I was watching this, documentary, and when they'll show those things in the sky, they look like the ones that are smaller that are out. Like Nicole always has them around her. If you ever watch one of her live streams, she attracts a lot of
Right.
energy. Yeah,
Mhm.
with a
Hey,
lot of the
Ace.
orbs.
How do you
I
mean,
don't want
Ace?
to. I don't want to
Go
weird up
ahead.
your live stream, but all right. There's somebody in chat, or there's somebody up here that knows a Royce. Uh, he don't want you to lose that jacket. He won't leave me alone unless I tell you whoever it is.
What's the name?
Royce.
Royce? Like
Mhm.
Royce?
Right.
Did you
Okay.
guys hear that? There's somebody in the chat room. 'Cause I don't know anybody named Royce. Do you, Spaceman? Or did you know
No,
someone named Royce?
no, not at all. I don't see anyone up there either named Royce.
No, but she's saying somebody in the chat room that somebody named Royce, she feels like is saying to somebody that's like here, she's feeling it that is saying don't lose that jacket or go ahead,
Yeah, yeah,
Bill.
yeah. He was saying, I know you see them over there, so I don't know who he's talking about. That's why I said that. And yeah, he don't want you to lose that jacket. So
So if anybody's got a jacket from somebody that has passed away and their name is Royce, or could sound
Oh,
like, right? Then he
yeah,
says don't lose
it's
that jacket.
no, not me.
So in case anybody's listening. Sometimes I don't
anyway.
know my Pink, did you hear that? Did you know anybody named Royce that gave you a jacket? Or gave somebody that you know? Maybe could it be their husband even? Or would you have seen for somebody else? Oh, you know what? There's a Rourke in here. But that's a screen name.
Yeah, I
But
thought he
that's
said his
somebody,
name
the
was
person
Royce.
is named Royce, right?
Yeah, yeah,
It could be someone watching in the chat too, though. Like it
Yeah,
might be
that's
someone
not
just
talking.
just
Exactly.
watching. So
Could be somebody that's in the not
you
talking.
might have just freaked someone out.
Yeah, you
yeah,
know that, Bill? You know how people just, they watch it because it says there's 11, but that's not how many is talking,
Mm,
right.
So, yeah. So it could be
Y'all
someone who
y'all
doesn't.
got the message.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Arita.
Yeah,
Mr. Rourke says, Arita. Remember the other night when he was in here and we kept apologizing for him? Don't worry, Bill. He's just,
Running the
That
bathroom or
was so
something.
funny. He was funny that night. Yeah, that'd be weird, right? If there was somebody here that is like just watching and they just heard that and wow,
Yeah.
I
that's
usually don't
weird.
try to mention it, but he was like hounding me, so I'm like, all right, I'll just
Really?
whatever.
Could you
Shame.
see him or just hear him? Like, would you be
I
like,
I just hear him.
yeah? Do you always just hear him or do they like physically? Well, I remember you talking about that guy in the grocery store and you saw him and he talked. So,
Yeah, yeah. Usually, I mean, if they're in my presence, I can hear them and see them. But like this, I just hear somebody.
right. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I wish it was somebody I knew. Jealous of whoever that message came through for, you know? Because I'm
Yeah,
always like I think everybody always wants to hear from somebody that they miss.
Mm. Hey Ace, you
Mhm.
were asking about your avatar before. How do you change your avatar? Just on the on the browser, just right click on the avatar on your browser because you know how you sign into your phone or whatever. You should have a icon on your browser showing your name. Just right click on it and then say pick avatar or change or whatever or edit. Yeah, and then you can just upload any picture you want as an avatar.
So how is Jack's doing, Bill? I've seen him for a little while.
uh, okay, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. That's good. That's good. How's the weather in Ohio?
Been raining. Supposed to be raining
Yeah, it's
for the
been
next
raining
4 days.
here too.
Yeah,
Here too. Yeah.
so,
It's been
so
cold
tired of it.
too.
Yeah, I thought
Uh,
summer or spring was supposed to be here. I think it like skipped and went right back to winter.
I know. That's
Oh, in your
freezing.
video. Oh, she's talking
What
about the
space
video.
now?
I thought she was talking about her avatar, but she's talking about the thumbnail on her video. But that
Oh,
you change that in the set edit. You got to edit the video, and then you can pick a thumbnail in the settings. If you go down through the page, you'll see there it'll have choose thumbnail,
yeah.
and you can
So
pick a picture. Mm.
I was wondering, like, do you think that all those orbs are those people's, the electrical energy, the soul of somebody that doesn't, how they say you can't kill electrical energy. It's always
Yeah, spirit.
alive in someone. Like I'm wondering if the orbs around, if Dale feels that those orbs are people's electrical energy.
Could they be the little ones? Could be your pets. Could
No,
be,
she's not surrounded by orbs of pets.
yeah, I mean, there could be pets. The spirit
Could
could be
be.
pets as well.
Could
It
be.
could
You're
be,
right.
bigger ones
Yep.
could
I
be
did.
people, smaller ones, your pets.
I did see chickens at Bobby Mackey's.
I know you said that.
There
Like
you
the dead
go.
chickens that they've had in the restaurant. Every animal, you're like, oh, there is a cow there. He's looking at me
Picking
like,
out a chicken.
why? Why?
Picking out a chicken, picking out your chicken. Your next minute you're hearing gobble gobble gobble.
Yeah, I know. On Thanksgiving, the turkey is
Oh,
standing next to its own, next to your roasted turkey, and the turkey's standing right next to it.
Gobble gobble
I would
gobble.
never eat again.
I know, right?
Uh,
Uh,
terrible.
I said, so she goes, so, oh, had you already watched this? Like, have you already told her slowly, or is this new? So I need you to tell me slowly, as and want to learn by watching, but not on
But not
how
how to.
to. I
Well, if you
need you to.
go to your video, go to the video you want to change yours. I mean, if you've already uploaded it, but when you're uploading, even in the settings there, if you scroll down through it as you're going, it'll once the video's uploaded, it'll by default pick a scene from the video by default. But you can actually go in there and click on the plus symbol and then add your own image. So it can be any other image if you want on your computer, and then you select that as your icon, for the video, basically. Yeah, but you got to
Dimebag,
go. You got to
Dimebag.
go
You know
in.
anybody named Royce that gave you a jacket that's passed away? I don't know if he was here when you asked that question.
It's the settings in YouTube, Ace.
No, but he said he wanted to try. I dropped the link for him, but I'm wondering if because I know that his parents passed away, and I'm wondering now that I just saw him in here because it says 12 now, so I wonder if he wasn't here when he said that. I don't know what his parents' names were, but I don't know where he is.
I wonder, if possessions, like as I said, with the Egyptians, how they were mummifying themselves to try and keep their existence on Earth present. Is that why? Because like as they believe that I mean, well, the Anunnaki, they believed in the astral travel thing, and you had to master it. They all through their history, they were mummifying themselves as well. Like they were trying to, because they were really in tune with astral traveling and paranormal. I don't know if you've ever tried it, but it's not hard to actually get into the astral plane, but mastering it, is the key. Like it's really all about focus, and being able to keep focus. Once you wander off or have random thoughts, you'll just lose it altogether. You've got to be able to keep your focus. So, but if you want to try it, just find a quiet place where there's no noises to distract you, and put something in place that makes a noise that you can focus on. And like when I was taught to do it, she said to use either your breathing or you could use a clock. But if you do breathing, it'll freak you out because you'll start to hear all your body functions. And when you're in the astral plane, when you're actually in there, your body slows down to a point that even a doctor can't tell if you're alive anymore. Okay, so they even warned me about if you're doing astral traveling, to make sure you got someone that knows what you're doing with you, so that you don't get carted off as a dead person and put in a freezer somewhere, because
What'd you say? Put her in the fridge?
yeah, well, they'll put you in the
Put
morgue
her in a fridge somewhere.
if they come, if they come and investigate, because if someone found your body while you're in the astral plane, they'd think you were dead. And even though you're not blue or anything or rigor mortis or anything, your body, they can't detect the heartbeat or anything, So, and that's how slow your body goes. So, and I know that because I did the breathing one myself and it freaked me out. And that's sort of what stopped me from doing it after that because I smoke cigarettes and I think, shit, there's no way I could live on that amount of oxygen, like it's so slow. Like, but,
Right.
and I think that's why these stories about these people living until 900 years old and stuff, if you think about it, like if you were to spend most of your time as a shaman in these meditation states all the time, and you're in the astral plane and slowing down all your body functions, you would live longer. You know what I mean? Because your body's not aging as quickly anymore. So I believe that's how they got to live for longer periods of time was by doing that. Spending most of their time in that
Mm-hmm.
astral plane. But then you got to come out of it every once in a while, of course, to eat and
Of
stuff
course,
like that.
yeah. Um,
But
Jose Guzman, I want to welcome Jose.
Jose,
Yeah, hi,
Jose,
how you doing?
Good. How are you?
you
Do you
All
have
right,
any
all right.
scary stories to tell us?
Well, the one I told you about in the chat,
Go ahead, then.
it was
Tell
like
us.
it was like about 2002, and
Mm-hmm.
we were out. There was a river by the house, or like a small creek, and what happens is the coyotes go and they drink water there. And we were out. There's cornfields and a lot of cows in Fresno or in Riverdale, and we were out, and I was looking up at the stars, right? And we were hunting for coyotes though, and I seen them moving, and I was like, those are kind of weird. And my cousin goes, "Oh no, they're probably satellites." And I go, "They're moving kind of like faster than I think a satellite would move." So then they came into like a pyramid shape, like three dots. And when they came into that kind of symbol, they noticed they like froze because they noticed I was looking at them, and then they spinned around in a circle. You know how you get a glow stick and spin a glow stick
mm.
and it makes a
I've,
Yep.
solid circle?
yeah,
Right.
It
I've got
did
a
that.
friend. Yeah, I've got a
Really?
friend that got photos of that stuff. Exactly that same thing happening, and they just
And then
made they made
Yeah.
these patterns in the sky. They were
Wait.
going that
See if he's
fast.
done with his story. Wait a minute. He said, and then hold on.
Okay, yeah.
and then after they did that circle though, and when you spin a glow stick, it makes a solid circle. So it made a solid circle. They all stopped like right away, instantly, and then they
Yeah.
all shot off in different directions at light speed, and you could see
Oh,
the trail of the light,
Yeah.
like because it was moving so fast, you could see the burn of the light.
Were they
right. Like.
red? Were they red and all that, like red and bluey colors, sort of thing? Like,
They were red and kind of
yeah,
yellow,
yeah,
yeah, like
yeah,
a
red.
fireball almost.
Yeah, yeah. That's what my friend captured on film. I'll try and get her
Yeah,
Is
photos, and
Dale still
I'll
there?
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
here.
one of my
Somehow I
Oh,
lost
okay.
my
Okay.
avatar.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Do you
oh
believe? Do you like have any thoughts um on unidentified flying objects, Dale?
Other than I think I seen one when I was younger, but other than that, I haven't.
So what happened? Can you tell us?
I just remember seeing a lot of lights, a lot of wind, and my brother, who is 5 years older than me, he kind of like jumped on top of me and we like laid down in the field.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I can really remember about it. It was just really weird.
Well, I
yeah.
was watching that.
Sometimes
Go ahead, Spaceman. Yeah.
sometimes people get abducted. Like when you see UFOs, sometimes you've been abducted and you don't even realize it. You know,
Yeah,
the
that's
only
what
way.
that guy on that UFO man channel was saying.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you only know it because the time difference. Yeah, like you might notice it if you're out camping and it happens to you or something, you won't notice it because it might only be 4 hours or 5 hours or something and it's still dark, so you haven't realized that you've been gone for 5 hours. And that's what happened to me when I got that flash of light, and then next minute it was 6.5 hours later.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Dale, you know who UFO man is, right?
Him?
You
Yeah.
know Tim, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
he had a guy on his channel. I don't know if you watched it. It was his last name was I think Lovelace actually. No, was it Lovelace? I'm not sure. It was one of those strange names. But anyway, he was telling a story like that. I mean, even my friend Prudently, and Prudently believes it, then it must be true. So but there was a couple of people there, and he was part of he was camping with somebody, but they were in the military, but they were camping, and they got abducted, and I guess I mean, he had this really, I guess it's a real fascinating story. Like there was people there, and he remembers seeing people there, lots of people, and which would kind of explain, those missings that people. Oh, Jesus Christ! My dog, if you move his blanket, I didn't know he was under it, and I moved it. Oh my God!
Okay, he's growling at
Scared
you.
the crap out of me. Oh, I like that one. I like that avatar. That's a nice
Yeah,
one. Yeah,
without
yeah.
mask.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, very pretty.
But he said, like that some of them were crying and stuff, and then when they let him and the other one come back, but he went to the doctors for some reason. I forgot to ask why. If anybody saw that video, oh, you saw that, Pink? Yeah, like what exactly made him go to the doctors? That they had X-rayed him, and there was some kind of a device inside of him with wires and everything. And
I
he had
missed that one.
he had a
What
real interesting
what are
story.
you saying? Ace is saying something about having something put at her feet, with zeros and ones all over it. That's computer code. That's computer code. So
Yeah.
if it
He
had
said, well, I
symbols
had
and that,
01 etc. page of it at my feet and covered
yeah.
hitters. What does that mean?
There was another bloke a while back that got a similar thing. He was in a like they in a dream or astral travel or whatever, and he was writing stuff down while he was in the astral plane or whatever. He didn't realize it until he'd come out of it, but he'd written down all these zeros and ones, and what it turned out, it was like code. Like it might have been 5 zeros and then a couple of ones and a 3
Oh.
zeros, and it was like Morse code.
Did
So
you know that,
like,
Ace? That it's binary code, like Pink said?
yeah,
Did you
it's
know that? But did Ace know that? Like,
no, I
so
don't
he said
think
they were
so.
putting it down at her feet.
Yeah,
The
but
numbers.
it could be Morse code because if there's no symbols in between, like this guy didn't have symbols in it. Computer code has like different symbol, like lettering in between, to make it repeat or do other features. But with the zeros and ones, like it's read more like a Morse code. So with more SOS, it's three fast beeps and then 2 slow ones, 3 fast ones, right? And that's SOS. So if you look at the zeros and then count them and then look at the lettering in Morse code, what the letter would be for that 3 beeps, or you might get an actual wording out of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah.
Pink sounds like she knew what it was.
Say again.
Pink sounded like maybe she might know. Like if maybe Ace is just like putting it in like simple way, but it might have been a little more different than that.
Yeah, her mate said the same thing. Yeah, you got a message of some sort sent to you.
Me?
No, Ace.
Oh,
she was getting something sent to her.
Oh, in a dream, yeah. That's
I had
interesting.
I got high on some Thai Buddha one time, right?
On some what?
Thai Buddha, right, which has opium in it, right, and it makes you hallucinate, like hallucinogenic sort of trips, sort of thing, So I was outside, and it was late in the afternoon, and I was laying on the grass and just enjoying all the psychedelic sort of stuff. But what I was seeing, right, like I'm looking at the bright blue sky, thinking how nice it looked, and then all of a sudden I could see all these like hexagon balls everywhere, and they were like hexagon. They had all these flat sides on them, but they were a ball, and they had multiple sides. So like it probably had like 15 sides or something, but anyway, they were all different colors, and they were everywhere in the sky, just cruising around all over the place. And one had come flying like at high speed, just come flying straight in front of my face and stop, show me a letter, and then roll off again, and then another one would come in and do the same thing and show me another letter, you know. And it was trying to tell me something, but I couldn't keep it all together to try and work out the words, you know what I mean? Because I was just spun out by what was going on, you know. And I really wish I had some way of writing it all down, you know, what it was saying, you know, because it was just so rapid.
Jose, I have a question for Jose. You're still here, right, Jose?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you know anybody that passed away named Royce that might have given you a jacket or something? Or do you have anybody that passed away that gave you a jacket? Or do you have, maybe they didn't give it to you, maybe you just have it. Maybe, you know?
No, my mom passed away, but that was in 2010. And then I think I told you about my little brother that passed away in December.
Yes, you did. Yeah, that's another reason why I was thinking maybe, you know, Jose. But you don't have his jacket or anything, do you?
No, he gave me a pair of shorts and he gave me some boxers just before he died. And I was upset. I was upset because the boxers were his.
Yeah, jacket. Yeah. Oh, well, you were upset because the boxers were what?
They were his.
Him.
Yeah, they belonged to him. But he's all
hand-me-downs.
Vale said that she was getting a feeling about that somebody named Royce was very insistent that they wanted to tell somebody a message that might be in the chat if they
Keep the jacket.
if you know anybody named Royce that passed away, to not lose that jacket.
I'd be ripping it apart if I had it, because there might be money or something hidden inside
Oh,
it.
jeez, I know, right? I didn't think that. Yeah.
Why do I have to keep the jacket? What's in here? Is it gold thread?
You never know.
Well, she said it right here. Do you know anybody? Do you have a jacket from somebody that passed away, Ace? I mean, I know her sister passed away. I'm trying to think of maybe, but I didn't know anybody named Royce. But I'm just thinking, could it be something to do with the jacket or something to do with? But that was definitely their name.
Yeah, after I said it, they haven't bothered me, so I don't know.
Ah, okay. Oh, they haven't come back. Oh, that's interesting, huh? Wow.
Did I tell you that he came to visit me?
That
Who?
your
Your
brother?
grandfather?
Yeah, after he died.
No, you didn't tell us. Please, you tell.
Yeah, he wasn't like physically here, right? But I was depressed and I was crying and I was in the dark, right? And then I was kind of like talking to God, and then like he popped up, and he wasn't like physically here. That's crazy, But he told me, because we have different opinions on religion and God and stuff like that. We're same religion, but we have different opinions,
Yeah.
And whatchamacallit, beliefs, and he told me, because I wanted to try to do things his way. He told me, don't do them my way, do them how you want to do them, and it's gonna be okay. And he told me that he wasn't gonna come back anymore. And
had he been back before?
No, just that time. Just that time.
You, maybe,
I had talked to him.
Other people.
I had talked to him several times at his memorial site where he passed away, but but he never talked back, And this time he I actually heard him, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. And it kind of spooked me, but I felt a little comfort too,
Yeah, that's cool.
It's what you needed.
Yeah. But
the final goodbye,
Yeah. And I had been staying with his kids lately, and I just moved in with my sister though. That's why I kind of didn't really want to get online, because I'm trying to keep it down because my niece is asleep. But I told you about the story with the shaman on the text. Did you see that?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. So you were talking about they taught you about your body and stuff like that, or something. I don't know. You were saying something. I can't remember the other word now.
So it is before, about 5 years ago, maybe going on 6. I tried to commit suicide, but before that, I had went to Grape Day Park in Escondido, in San Diego, California.
Yeah.
And I was sitting at the park, and I was with a friend named Steve or something like that. And a medicine man and a shaman came up to me, and they started talking to me, and they were starting to discuss about body movements and mannerisms, how you can read somebody's body language and understand what they're going through without them speaking, right?
Oh,
But
yeah.
then they started telling me about telepathy and stuff like that, and I was kind of like I didn't really want to believe them, you know.
Yeah.
And then some like strange things started happening, and they were trying to show me that they could communicate, and I couldn't really hear it at first, and then I started hearing it, so I got creeped out. So I was fine though, right? I wasn't on any substance or alcohol or anything like that, and I got in my car and I drove off. Well, a few days before that, I had found a gun, and I had checked the chamber, and there was a bullet in it. So I took out the clip and I checked the chamber, and that day that I had talked to them, I was driving away, and the police decided to stop me. Well, I thought they were stopping me because of the gun I had found and turned in, right? Because my fingerprints were on it. I had somebody else turn it in. And what ended up happening was they pit maneuvered me, but before they pit maneuvered me, I heard all these crazy things like telepathical things in my head, telling me just to have faith and to go to Mexico, right? And it was weird because I crashed into a car, but my car didn't physically crash into it. It like went into it and then came right back out. My car flipped on the freeway because they did hit me. They pit maneuvered me, and it flipped on the freeway. They told me to get out. They pulled out their rifles because they have, I think they're like mini 14s or something like that.
Wow, there's a lot of
They
guns
had,
where you live, right? Wow.
yeah. And then what ended up happening is they took me to the hospital. They checked my blood and I was fine. They checked for alcohol, so I was fine. So they released me, and like that means that all that was true. You know, like it really happened. It wasn't like a nervous breakdown or nothing like that, but it was kind of spooky.
Right.
I had a couple of girls that I knew that they could read your mind word for word, not a problem, eh? And they were that in tune, like, but they had to stare at you, like, you know, you knew that they just looked at you blankly, you know, but they just stared at you, and then what they were doing was actually reading your memories, yeah, like. They were crazy, you know. I even tried tricking them by thinking all these different random words, and they just repeated every one of them, and I thought, holy shit, you know.
What do you
And
think about what there's, both of them are saying, like, about astral projection and things
oh
like
hell
that?
yeah,
And
yeah,
what do
definitely.
you?
You know,
No, no,
that's
not you, Space Man. I was asking Vale. We know what
uh,
you think. We know you believe
all
it.
right.
Vale, what
Oh,
do you think?
oh yeah. I mean, I understand fully what they're talking about. I mean, my grandmother is Cherokee. I mean, she grew up shaman. I mean, grandpa was a shaman, so I know about the astral projection and keeping your body
Mm,
calm and all that. I mean, yeah.
yeah.
Have you ever tried it?
Yeah. Well, my blood pressure stays low for a reason.
Right,
To get
right.
in there though, like everyone's done it, whether you think so or not. Like dreams are an astral travel, but not in control. You know, they're just
Do you dream a lot, Vale, or is that the only time that you can rest, like your mind can get a rest from
My
messages?
mind is never at rest. Yeah, I think I had one astral projection thing one time. I never could explain what happened, and no one has been able to tell me. Um,
Hmm.
Whenever I finally did, come back into my body, it was like instant panic attack. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I felt like my heart wasn't mine. I felt like my whole body wasn't mine. It was weird. And after that, I just freak out.
yeah. If you
Right.
wanna like when you if you want to do it to practice to getting in there and understanding when you're in there, like I was saying, like if you find a quiet place and then put a clock next to you and listen to it going tick tock, you know, and just keep focus on that. Like don't think of anything else but that clock. Yeah, just keep listening, and eventually that clock will be inside your head ticking,
He's
right?
gonna
Like it'll
kill
be
us all.
clear as a
He's gonna
bell.
kill us all.
No, you'll just hear it. You like you've become part of the clock. You know what I mean? Like that's the point. When you hear it that loud and clear in your head, that's the point where you can go off and do other things in your, like fly around the
But
world
it
or
is like
think.
dreaming because it is like you fall asleep and maybe you're
Well,
just
you haven't
experiencing
fallen
your own
asleep yet.
dreams in your
You will
head.
yeah, you will fall asleep if you don't keep focus. But if you keep focus at that point and think of a person, but you've got to be able to see their face, like visualize it, and then you will see that person. You'll see what they're doing in real time. Like these girls used to come out on Friday night with me, and they'd possess my body, and not that they would have control of it, but they could see and feel and hear everything I did, and then they would question me about things when I saw them next, like, oh, who was that guy? And, what was he saying? And they knew everything, and I thought, what the hell are you asking me for? You know everything already, like,
Mhm.
oh, but what was the guy doing behind that door, and things like this. And I'm thinking, holy shit, but,
Vale, when you had your experience where you I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt Space Cam, but you
all
know
right,
that
all
I
right,
have
come on. Oh, yeah,
to.
sure.
But that's our little pact we have that I can just
I
interrupt him
know,
because sometimes
I
he
know I
forgets.
talk. I know I
Yeah,
talk a lot.
yeah, sometimes he forgets, so I just talk sometimes. Um, but anyway, I'm just telling Dimebag. I'll talk you through on the phone for that, and then for tomorrow's live stream you can come up. And then Vale is having a live stream. You said Wednesday?
Wednesday, yeah.
Wednesday, what time do you have them?
8 p.m. Central, Eastern time. Yeah.
Okay, 8 p.m. Okay. And is that you're downloading a video or you're doing a live stream?
Live.
And you're downloading the video tomorrow, so you'll be probably talking about it on the live stream and stuff.
No, Wednesday we're doing a pair share. It's urban legends, and I usually pick out a channel that I've been watching recently and just kind of show some of their videos and share everybody out.
Ah. Oh, did you say terror or scare?
Yeah, tear everybody up is what I thought. cheer, cheer everybody up. She meant. Oh, she did
Oh,
say.
Share.
share? What does that mean?
Share.
cheer,
Oh,
make them
share.
happy. Yeah,
Share. Oh,
Cheer,
okay.
not
Now,
share,
can you do that? Can you? Because I didn't think. Do
not
you mean that you
share.
share their videos in the link, or you play them on the screen?
I play them on the screen as long as I have them in my chat and I have their permission to play their videos.
Okay. Now, can you do that with StreamYard, or no? You have to have the laptop.
No, I can do StreamYard.
It's pretty hard
Okay.
when you're using phones to do these things. It makes it harder.
I'm
'Cause
sorry,
you,
I didn't hear Vale's answer. I was looking at Ace's answer because she thinks that not tell you to do it over the phone, Ace, but tell Diamond Arrow. Is that what I? Yeah. Okay. All right, Vale. Now, now, do you have to on live stream or StreamYard? Can you do it? You have to have a laptop and then you face the camera towards it or something.
No, there is a share screen button, and you just hit
There
share
is?
screen, and it shows your YouTube channel, and then I just click on that video, and it plays over my StreamYard.
yeah, it's got it on the bottom of ours as well. It's got share.
But it's not
But
on. Do you have to have a laptop for that, or can you do it from your phone?
I have no idea. I don't use cell phone.
so you're doing the live stream from your phone though, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's probably where it makes it harder for us to upload or stream a video to you.
Oh,
Because it's
does the
running.
person whose video it is have to be on the
Yeah.
panel and then they do it? Vale?
Well, you're in control. So anything that I try to play or stream, it will have to go back to you and then stream from you.
Oh, is that right,
basically.
Vale?
It sort of links.
Hold on, Vale. Is that right? Is it on my it couldn't come from you guys share screen. It would have to be me who's in control of that.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
no,
like he said.
Oh, okay.
We can do it, but it depends
Like
on
you said.
the speed of the connections and stuff. And because you're using your phone, you might only have a limited graphics capabilities, and data streaming speeds, so
Maybe I'll read into it more. Maybe I can do it on my phone and I just don't know,
You have down the bottom and the share icon, don't you?
No, it says Mike, Cam, more, and N. But the more is just like it says layout, which just brings me to oh, I don't know, maybe that means
Yeah, because I've got share video file or share
maybe that
screen
does.
at the bottom. So I
Survivor
can,
Group.
Yep.
Have you heard of the collider that smashes the atoms that's trying to create black matter or
yeah,
recreate life, how God made life or whatever?
yeah,
I
the God
haven't heard of
particle.
that, but Spaceman probably has.
Yeah, the God particle they were looking
Vale,
for.
have you heard of that?
What they're truly trying to do, though, is they know of an existence of a world-ending explosion like there's some of these other races talk about, planet-destroying missiles and things like that. That's what they're looking for. They're trying to improve on the nuclear bomb. That's really what they're up to. They're not looking for any God particle or anything like that. They're looking for a way to make the Big Bang bigger.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
Wouldn't that
kind of think that quantum physics is kind of looking for that God particle.
nah.
Yeah.
wouldn't that kill us though?
Yeah, well, maybe, because you got to remember these people are doing shit off world as well. They're not just here doing shit on Earth. They've got anti-gravity. They've got space, space travel. They're sharing information with other races, other planets, people from other worlds. So, there is intergalactic wars going on as well. So there are a lot of stuff we don't get told about, because, like they say, it'd freak most people out on this planet. Like we were talking about earlier, how everyone freaked out over a virus, and how gullible people are. If they found out that there was wars going on and, Earth's in danger if we don't get our shit
Let me
together or
ask you guys a
whatever.
question, right? To
Yeah.
Jose and and Spaceman, but now it's about Vale's particular like her interest, I guess what I should say. I'm sure she's interested in a lot of things, but I don't know the right word I want to say. But say like, how he's saying, there's things that they don't want us to know and everything, but some things that we couldn't, I don't know, it was me and I had Vale's ability to see, like, you remember the movie The Sixth Sense? And the kid like could see ghosts like everywhere. There was some ghost that wanted to tell a message. And when I was telling to her, I go about just about how she lived next to a cemetery, and that would freak me out. And she mentioned something about the people in the cemetery, and I'm thinking to myself, I would just be freaked out the because of the cemetery being next to my house. You know, I didn't even like it didn't occur to me about the fact that she would probably see people there, and I'm just wondering like how either one of you would like if you could put yourselves in her shoes, like how you would feel, deal with that, like how you think you would anyway. I
Like
think it's
me,
fascinating myself.
I wouldn't be happy about it because depending on the situation, if the individual was in a bad car accident or brutally murdered or something, like you're gonna feel for them. You're gonna have all that empathy and sympathy and stuff like that. So you're not gonna be able to like be normal. You're gonna be always stressed and depressed because you're gonna have that kind of mood. Like if you're in a bar having a good time, you're happy. But if you're in like some hospital where kids that have cancer are dying, you're gonna always be sad and down and out, and if you take all that in, it's unhealthy for you. So I feel like she's at danger, and it could be unhealthy for her. I mean,
Is
maybe
that
she
now
handles it
Vale?
well.
But Vale, like I want like her to answer individually so that because I don't want her to have to, like try to remember each one's response.
Yeah.
Is that how you do see them? Like say somebody's been in a car accident or had a brutal, death. Is that how they come back, or do they come back as they used to be?
I see how they used to be. I don't see the gore and all that because that's what happens to the body. Okay, what I see is the inner body. I mean, your soul, your spirit, whatever you want to call it. Okay, that don't get damaged. So I see the person.
Have any of you seen those videos that have been captured on street cams and whatnot? Where there was one I saw where these couple of black fellas are riding along, Africans or whatever, riding along on a motorbike, and they didn't have no helmets or anything like that on, and they were cruising along, and a car cut them off, and they ended up running into a lamppost, and both of them got killed. But there was people like people come to investigate the bodies on the ground and stuff and realize they were dead, and like tried to block anyone else from coming in, like the police or whoever that were nearby, and they tried to block off the people and stuff like that. But one of the guys, you see his spirit sort of rise up out of the body off the ground, and he stands up and he's looking around like, what the hell just happened? And he didn't realize, I don't think he realized he was dead yet. He's looking around like thinking, shit, and then next minute, when the copper come up to block everyone off to stop them coming into the scene, he basically walked straight through this guy's spirit, and the guy's spirit like went, what the hell? Like he realized this copper just walked through him. And then he turned around and he saw his dead body on the ground, and then he just faded into dust and just disappeared.
Was this a reenactment, or did somebody film it?
No, this was captured on a live street cam, and people
Really?
said,
Oh,
shit.
that's interesting. A live street cam. Oh, really? Where is that video?
It was on
You know?
YouTube. I'll try and find it for you.
Try and find it, and then tell me where. You could post it in the private chat, couldn't he? And then I could get to it or something.
Yeah, I will. I'll put a link to it. Hang on.
Yeah. Well, I don't think your links don't show up because you're not a mod. I should mod you, but then I feel like I should just mod everyone, right? Text. So anyway, so Jose, when he asked you, he says that it makes you feel. Now, do you find that being depressed, or depression or sadness is an issue for you, being able to see spirits, or how do you handle it?
Me?
Yes, Bill. Jose, yeah. Jose, I know I did say it wrong. I'm sorry, but Jose had said that he thinks that's how he would feel like. But I'm just asking, is that an issue?
Well, I've been seeing them and feeling them and talking to them since I was 5. So over the years, I've learned what are my true emotions. So, I've kind of got a handle on it. I mean, I've seen a lot of, newer people, that are just getting into their feelings and knowing what they can do that are overwhelmed. And yeah, it can be an issue, but for me, I don't have one.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But it does drain your energy then, right? Did you say that before?
Yeah.
A lot of ghosts.
So how would you feel if you had that kind of ability to, all of a sudden, like you're seeing, maybe you were in an accident, and then after the accident, you are seeing people that are standing next to someone, and they don't see them, but you do. They're spirits.
Well, I like scary stuff, so it wouldn't bother me unless it was sort of they could physically interact with me and cause me harm. Then I might be a bit concerned, but I'd be curious.
Right.
Some of them can.
Yeah, I feel that they can be physically interactive, because if they can move stuff, then that means that they can.
Yeah, well, when I've seen things, with other friends and that, like they've frozen, like they can't move, but I don't sort of get that sort of scared, where I can't react or say something, or do something.
Have you ever seen any? Oh, well, you did say that you did with that Ouija board, that you saw stuff move. Yeah, and how about you, Vale? Have you seen, have you had a lot of times when stuff has moved or anything?
I've seen a few things move, but in all reality, it takes so much energy for them to do the smallest of things because they do use up their energy. that's why they use our batteries and stuff on investigations. That's why they use the puck to cause energy so they can manifest and do more things. So if they're doing, the smallest of things, I mean, they're trying to get your attention for a reason.
Yeah.
Right. So just anything, yeah. Now, what's the most interesting EVP that you ever got? The one that sticks
What's
out
the
in your mind.
EVP?
EVP. You explain it, Bill.
It's called electric voice phenomenon,
Oh, okay.
which is a
And
spirit.
it's the spirit's voice, like caught on.
hmm
How do they pick that up? What is it? Do you know, Bill?
It's just like with our voice. I mean, all right, whenever you speak and you're watching, like, I'm not sure really the technical terms of the meter, whenever you speak and it sound waves.
Yeah.
Okay. So whenever a voice is being spoken and that sound wave is caught by an antenna or by our ears or anything like that, then that's where you get electrical voice phenomenon. So it's causing a reverb back to you of what they're saying.
Is it true that it comes through on white noise, like those white noise machines, like sometimes even radio static?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the static on the old TVs. You know, when you've got no picture and it's just the static on the screen. I'm sure I've heard things through that sometimes too.
Yeah, I watched a scary movie one time called White Noise with Michael Keaton, and it was pretty good. And the guy was like a specialist in that kind of thing. Texas Bunny said she went to see her mother's friend that lived an hour away in the country, half highway, half dirt roads, and she was with her mother, cousin, aunt, and me, which is her. Um, and we were on the dirt road, and a flying saucer was on top of us, lights rotating for about 15 minutes, and the radio and car turned off. Oh, shit. I said to her, did she want to come up on the panel and tell us about it? Well, you can, if you want, like I dropped the link, scroll up, and then you get up there, and then you'll be behind backstage. If you don't want to be on camera, you click the middle button. You'll see it'll turn pink, and there'll be a line through the camera. And then
You got to do that right away.
yeah, you do it right away. I know. Sometimes, sometimes I switch the camera on by accident. And I'm like,
I know, me too.
like Spaceman. I look like Spaceman right now. Bald from the chemo.
So,
Go ahead.
so, that's kind of strange. I mean, it's kind of cool that she had a similar thing as me, Texas Bunny.
Yeah.
What happened was, in 1983, I was 5 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
And me and my mom, we were driving to Tehachapi prison to visit my dad. And it's like a rural area, like desert, you know. And they have they have the 4 seasons or whatever there. Like it snows and there's heat and all that.
Yeah.
But what was happening is we were driving to the prison, and it was the middle of the night, and all of a sudden these lights came from the sky, right? And it was like almost like a ball, but it was an object, and there was like lights around it. And what happened was it dropped down on top of us, and the vehicle completely stopped.
Really?
And we looked up, and I was in the back seat of the car, and my mom got scared, and she told me, stay down, and then I stayed down. The object left, and when the object left, the car started back up and everything, right? She tried it again, and it started back up, and we were driving. She seen a highway patrol or something, and she stopped them. And I guess she discussed what happened to him, and he said that there was no helicopter supposed to be flying in the area or nothing, because I guess the prison, they're not allowed to.
Right.
It's like a no fly zone or something. And she goes, all right. So then we kept going, but nothing ever came of it because that was in 1983.
Right. That's when it would have been like interesting for you to have checked the time, because like Texas Bunny Ghana. She said my cousin and me jumped in the front crying. My aunt started driving fast, And when we hit the highway, she was speeding, and the highway patrol stopped us. Isn't that weird? You both see highway patrol. That's fucking weird.
Yeah, that's
And
crazy because I hadn't even seen that part yet,
yeah,
and
that's
that's
weird. Isn't that weird?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's like the
yeah.
same exact story. She's talking about like how scared her and her sister, Uh, she's Pink says, "Did you lose any time, Texas?" And Texas said the highway patrol guy said he asked what's wrong, and we told him. He just looked funny and said, "Go on home." We were all crying, and he says, "I'm sure he has seen them if he's out there a lot." And that's the thing, like when they say the checking their time and everything, because you don't know that you've been abducted unless you look at the time, and 3 hours might have gone by. But your whole life, you're just thinking you just saw a flying saucer, when really, if you would have checked the time, you might have not just seen it, especially if it's like that. And what's so weird is like you both see a highway patrol like right after and start talking. Like your stories were just about like totally similar,
Yeah,
you
that's
know?
insane. That's nuts. Yeah,
That
but
is very.
I also had a different experience too. If you want to hear about it.
Mm-hmm,
Okay, so just before SpaceX got exposed and they started talking about it,
mm-hmm,
so I was in a rehab program in San Diego, and
okay.
we were outside and we were all having a smoke break talking with a bunch of the guys, and I think I have it on YouTube. I posted it up a long time ago, but not under this name. But I looked up at the sky, and it was the same time that Venus was supposed to line with all the with the moon and the sun and all that.
Yeah.
And what ended up happening is I'm looking up in the sky, and all of a sudden I see this ball of light. And they said it was SpaceX, but not that night, right? They lied about it in the beginning. And I seen a tail. I seen a tail like a comet tail, but I seen the ball of light, and I seen little mini lights floating around, like you know how an atom design looks.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
seen a little circles going around in different directions like an atom, but it was flying, and then all of a sudden the glow just slowed down, and it stayed like a burn of light stayed in the sky. But a flare burns different. A rocket, an afterburner burns different. This was strange. And
Yeah.
they ended up saying that it was a SpaceX, and they started doing all these launches back to back to back, and it just became normal. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely hiding shit, eh? You know,
Your grandmother would leave a bowl of fruit and corn for the UFOs, or is it for Bigfoot? Is that what you said, Vale?
Yeah, they're for Bigfoot. She
Oh,
was
for
Cherokee.
Bigfoot. I was like, I had scrolled down. I was at the bottom of the chat. So I just saw that, and he was talking about UFOs. So I thought you were talking about UFOs. That really Bigfoot, right? Yeah, I
Yeah,
know. That's like we could cover every
she used to
topic
call them the
tonight.
guardians of the forest. So, the Cherokee, they believe in a Bigfoot. So they would,
Yeah,
keep the
I
offering, and they
did
would
watch
give
a
corn
show
and
like
stuff.
that where the Indians were saying that.
But yeah,
Had
thank
she
you for
seen
having
one?
me up here. I'm gonna try to get to bed before I wake up these kids.
Oh, I was just wondering if she ever saw one. Has she ever seen one?
She said she did. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, she probably wouldn't lie though, right?
Yeah, she wouldn't lie to me.
And especially if she was leaving them fruit and corn. I mean,
Hmm.
was it ever gone? Was it gone?
Yeah, of course. I
Wow.
don't know. Animals would eat anything. I have yet to see one, but I don't know.
Yeah, the what?
I have yet to see one.
Right.
Vale.
Well, we go everywhere. Go ahead. What, Jose?
I just wanted to tell her I really enjoyed her story, and when it happened when she was young, like that makes it more believable. You know what I mean? And the fact
Mhm.
that her brother he tried to cover her and take care of her, like he put his body over hers. That's awesome. You know?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was real
yeah.
little.
What? Where was it? Like was it at nighttime? Like late in like.
Yeah, it was nighttime, and we were supposed to been playing in the yard. But as kids, we don't sneak across the road, and we were playing in the corn. And we were there on the edge of the cornfield, just right across the road from the house. And I just remember the lights and the colors and the wind. And I remember him, just jumping on top of me. There's a ditch between the road and the field, and that's all I remember.
That is so strange. See, and you wouldn't have thought to look at the time either back then. You know?
No,
No,
Yeah, to see if
no,
the time, like you lost like an hour, even any amount of time, like it probably maybe could have been longer than what you actually thought it was. You know?
Yeah.
yeah. And
Yeah.
I was like,
When I had
And you
my
were what?
machine,
I was probably like 7, maybe.
Right.
Survivor
Right.
Girl.
Yep.
It's interesting because when I see my sighting of the three lights, there was a cornfield right next to us, and then the little stream and dairies. That's
Yeah.
strange.
I
Yeah.
wonder if Bigfoot sometimes, you know how they say there, sometimes people speculate that they're like from another dimension or something, and that maybe they have that's why, like you related to the corn and like people going missing when they're saying, like, and, maybe it's all kind of related, all that cryptid stuff and
I,
paranormal
th-
stuff.
I think there's a lot of portholes. Like they have porthole technology where they can just step through and come
Yeah.
into our dimension, or maybe even coming from other worlds or planets, even, like
Was that the same
Stargate.
house, Vale, where your grandmother said she saw Bigfoot?
No, 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 no.
Oh, because I was gonna say that would make it so, you know, weirder. Like maybe that is, that would make such a correlation to the porn and the Bigfoot, but you
Yeah,
know,
my grandmother who was seeing the Bigfoot, she lived on the Indian reservation in North Carolina, and where I saw the UFO, we were in the northern part of Illinois, so quite a difference.
right, right. There was a TV show called Bigfoot Odyssey where they were talking to some Indians that were on a reservation. It could have even been where you're talking about, and they also had like their whole, thoughts on Bigfoot and how he was just there to, it wasn't like about how we think of him, you know? Not that we think of him a different way, but some people like they want to find him and stuff and, bother him, whatever. I'm not saying I want to do that. I'm just saying they had a different respect for him.
Hmm.
You know
Yeah.
what? I think Spaceman mentioned something right now that kind of like made me think. But also the Indians, like they were really in touch with like shapeshifters and stuff like that.
Hmm.
But when he was talking about the portals, it
Yep.
reminded me of that Navy ship that supposedly they were trying to
Phil-
make it become camouflage,
Yeah,
but it
Philadelphia.
disappeared.
Philadelphia
Yeah, the
experiment.
Philadelphia experiment. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah,
Really?
yeah,
I
Do you
didn't
that.
know
know
about
about
that?
that.
Yeah, oh shit, yeah. I actually got to see when I first, because I've been on the internet since it started. There was a guy who actually, his grandfather filmed the actual event, and he had it embedded in a web page because he did just put it on a video on his web page, but the government kept hacking his website and crashing his computer. But he had a backup of it, so he made a website again and then embedded it into the web page itself, which was a bit of a bummer. I couldn't download it then, but he showed the live recording of it happening and the countdown to them switching it on and everything, and the whole ship disappeared. Like the wake in the water wasn't there anymore. It just flicked on like a fluoro light, and then when the light went, it was gone. So was the ship. And then about 7 seconds or so later, the light flashed again, and then the ship returned, and you could see the break in the water where the ship wasn't there, and then it reappeared. But when it reappeared, you could hardly see the ship because it was just glowing red hot and steam coming off it everywhere, and people screaming and shit, and that's
Right.
basically where the video had stopped, But yeah, there's been a lot of stories about that. Like there was a
Yeah.
guy, and it fits in with today, like with all the shit they're doing today with the human race, trying to upgrade us and, put electronic chips in us and, trying to dumb down society. Oh, this is it. I found it. Cool.
Right.
I found that video about the
Dale,
nut.
I just want to say, like, don't feel bad if you drop out. I know, like, we get in these conversations, because you've been on loads of panels, so like, if don't feel, like I read you, but if you're interested and you're staying, that's even better, But whatever you want to do, just I don't want to tell you to don't feel
That's
bad if
that's
you
the
have
link to
something
that
that you
video I
have
was
to do.
telling you about, where the guy's
He
ghost comes
goes
up
on
and
and Bill. Isn't that funny? He picks up right as I was saying. It's
I,
funny.
I just put the post, the link in there for that ghost that stands up.
Yeah. See, but you're
Uh,
not a mod, so it won't come up like that. That's what I'm
uh,
saying. I don't know if
Like the
Ace
viewers won't
or
be able to look at it.
I put it in the
huh?
chat.
What's the name
The
of
viewers
it?
won't be able to look at it.
I put
Hi,
it in
Jack
the
Daniels drinker.
so doesn't that link come up in the chat?
It does. Well, just tell me the name of it,
Okay,
Spaceman, and
okay.
I'll look for it.
Yeah, okay, I gotta go.
Oh, see, Texas Bunny said she truly believes. Night Vale. Good night, Vale.
I gotta go through them again and find it. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
called-
I know Spaceman. He's a yapper, but we love him. No, sir. What is
It's
that? A
called
dog?
it's called Top 15 Ghost Sightings Caught on CCTV.
Top.
Top
Thank you, Vale. We enjoyed having you. It's always great to see you. I love having you in here. Thank you so much.
Who's going?
Through the veil.
Oh, bye.
I want to read down through the chat because we missed a
That's
bunch right here.
I put
Okay,
the
and
name.
then tell us the name. Okay, but I want to get up here.
I put the name of it in the chat there.
Oh, good. All right, and then I'm gonna look for it, and I'll drop the link. Okay, so where are we? So we got
The top 15
Okay,
ghost
so wait.
sightings.
So we already. I gotta get up to Texas Bunny. She saw a UFO. She told us the story. And I'm going home. Our aunt started the car. Texas, that was so scary. And she said, "I'm 65, and I was in the sixth grade." So she's always remembered for all that long. And then through the veil, it says it's almost 3 a.m. here. I should get off here so I don't wake the kids. And Texas said, my God, those birds are so loud. My aunt is very proper and no bullshit. So if she saw this, then it's true. That's what I say about prudently. Pink said, has anyone seen Bigfoot? So you guys remember that question. Texas Bunny said, I'm so sorry. Oh, no, Texas Bunny is Ace. Ace says, I'm sorry that happened to you. I believe you 100%. We all do. Yep. And she said, I promise there are UFOs. And through the veil said, I've never seen them, but my grandma would leave them full of fruit and corn. And no, Pink, I haven't had time to look it up. My aunt is in her 90s now. We have never discussed it. You never discussed it, Texas? Is she still here? I hope so. And that's interesting, huh? That they've never discussed it. Wow, how come, Texas? So I still have to do some homework. Oh, about Bigfoot. Oh, you never looked him up, Ace? Isn't that amazing, Jose and Spaceman? Ace, but she knows about the she said the name in here the other night. The
Sasquatch?
survivor. Yeah, but it was a different name for Sasquatch in Australia. Yowies. There it is. Right.
Yeah, we call them yowies.
Yep, Ace, you're so lucky to have yowies like Bigfoot. We have badgers. That's all it is. They're badgers. That's what Bigfoot is.
No, she has badgers. She said
I know.
she has badgers.
Oh, she's in Wales. Oh,
Yeah. She said they're lucky to have wowies like Bigfoot and that they have badgers.
Well, I think I'd rather have badgers, right?
That
Great.
video I posted, it's got the story in there, but I don't know if it shows the full live footage. The one I saw actually showed them crashing and all that, and then the body coming up out of the dead body on the ground, and the ghost, I mean. And then
I wish we could figure out how to make it show on the stream. Texas Bunny says, me and my blind friends lost 2 hours and it was only 30 miles from home and came to scared like evil stuff. So what happened there, Texas? Was he, you know what? She could probably be answering my questions here right now. It was nice. But so wait a minute. So she said, she's got some great stories. Why can't you come up here, Texas? Have you guys been reading what she's writing in the chat?
I don't see
on the.
the chat. I only see it when you put it
No,
up
it's been
because
all the way.
Oh, see, that's
I'm
why I like to
online.
put it up for people who don't have two devices. So yeah, good.
Yeah,
Um,
my,
yeah, I want to know how that happened. Like, was that another experience, or what? Were you with somebody that was blind when that happened? And then, that would be horrible to not get believed. It would be. Um, Now, yeah, the Philadelphia experiment. I definitely want to talk more about that because that I never heard of. And Texas Bunny, Texas Bunny. Wow, that's a whole new level. I want to know what
Can I
happened.
can I say something before we move on?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I have a friend. His name's Ruben Duran, right? And
Yep.
he introduced me to his fiance, but they ended up not getting married. But he introduced me to his fiance, and her uncle worked at Area 51.
Really? Did he
Yeah,
ever talk about it, or he probably couldn't talk
and
about it, right?
well, that's what he had told us. He told us that the day he retires, right, he would tell us, you know. So
Yep.
he finally retired. They never got married, but he finally retired. And when he retired, he said he couldn't tell us after all because the only thing he could tell us is that a lot of the things that we can think about are true, and that he can't discuss it because they woke him up in the middle of the night and told him that they'd kill him.
What woke him up? Was it people, or was it something
Yeah,
strange?
people, the secret, like the secret society that protects Area 51 or
yeah,
whatever.
Men in
Right,
Black.
They
right,
went and woke him up in the night, and they told him, "We're just showing you that we can kill you. We're not
Yeah,
going to, but keep your mouth shut."
yeah, they watch
uh-huh.
them, eh? They put shit in your body to track you, and they know they can read. I'm sure they can read your memories and shit, man. Um, they got technologies that we're not aware of. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and we're starting to hear about them now with all this nanobot technology and stuff. These implants and stuff they want to put inside us. And they interact with the phone and upload information. Yeah, look up smart dust. It's a nanoparticle they spray through the atmosphere, and when you walk on it, it creates energy and sends a signal through all the other ones that are on the ground until it reaches a phone tower and uploads it to the system and tells them where everybody on Earth's walking and everything. So yeah, they're inside us. They're all over the planet. So yeah, there's a lot of technologies we're not, people we're not aware of that they're using to monitor
Right,
us.
right. So let me find. So then Texas Bunny said that they got home and sat down, and this is after they thought their last time. But I don't know if it was a different experience, like if something else had happened and I
Mm.
missed something. So we got home and sat down, and there was a terrifying loud growl from an animal, twice evil. Twice evil, we ran and went to my house, and there was evil feelings. And
Mm.
Paranormal said it was great. And then Spaceman said what the videos is on top 15 ghost sightings caught on CCTV. I don't think I've ever watched something like that, but I will.
It'll blow your
I,
mind some of the things people catch on
I will.
camera.
Now Texas says scary, scary things happen between Tampa and Bob Borger,
But
Borger, Texas. Not so it's between Pampa and Borger. This Spaceman, do you have another device like that you could look up? Um, Pamper and Borger,
Bortha, Texas.
Borger, like that.
Burger, burger.
That'd have to be a town, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a town in
Yeah, yeah,
Texas.
yeah.
See,
Texas is the
and,
state.
and see if there's any ghost stories and stuff on there. And I really wish that we could get Dimebag Daryl says beer and this live stream goes great. I hope you like it. Do you like it, Dimebag? Um, be good to hear your voice again. And he says, ooh la la. Um, Texas Funny says, no, so no, it wasn't the same event. And then she's answered, oh no, I think she's talking about maybe um not talking to her aunt that's 90 about the car when they were all in the car. She said, I don't know, but I'm going to call her and my cousin and talk about it if she will. That'd be neat to hear
Okay, now I
about it.
remember. Now I remember because she's the one that had the story like mine, and I
Yeah.
had the story like hers, but
Yep.
I was confusing hers with Vale's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and Texas
Yeah,
has a story like yours, and they were in the car, but Vale was like outside of a car, like just with her brother in the field.
yeah, in the field. But that's interesting because both stories were like mine. You know?
Yeah, they were, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of
Um,
creepy.
funny, we were scared, and
Yeah,
she
they got
said, I
a.
have more stories, but one was God. You should come up here, Texas. Why don't you try? I'm gonna drop the link for you. You know, I gotta bring you guys on a ride with me because I have to go to I have to go to CVS and get my
They
prescription.
got a Texas. They got Pyramid Texas Paranormal Research Society. So there must be a lot of activity there for them to start up like a paranormal research society in there. There
Well,
must
is
be a
it
lot of
just a
So,
people.
group? Because we got one of those, but do they have like? Tell us what you got. Tell us what you got, buddy. Hey, Jose. So you live in California, correct?
yeah, Oxnard, California.
Now, is there any She says,
Anything recent?
yeah. Oh, you didn't know there was a paranormal society there, Texas? I asked Barker about you. I was getting, like I hadn't seen you for a while, Texas. It's nice to see you here. That's the link to get on the stream, and if you, yeah, just if you want to get on there, then you say it backstage, and you turn your middle
Which
camera
stream are
on.
you using?
I'm using StreamYard.
Okay, duh, I just clicked on it. Okay, for her, she's got to pay attention though, because if it
Oh,
says through
she
YouTube,
said, can
right?
we do it another night? She's taking her Ambien.
Okay. Because I was gonna say if she's
Definitely.
because it asked her the stream asked her if she wants to do it through YouTube or through Facebook. Normally, I have to do mine through
No,
Facebook,
not
but this time it
Facebook.
just let
No,
me
no,
go through.
no. We do YouTube.
I've tried
Yeah.
that before and it doesn't let me from my other device.
What do you mean? Play a video?
Yeah, no, to get on StreamYard.
Well, you're on it now.
I know, because this phone normally doesn't let me get on it. It makes me go through Facebook to StreamYard, but through Facebook.
Oh, I
Oh
don't know.
shit!
I've never heard anybody having to do that.
And
That's
whenever I do
weird.
it through YouTube, it asks me for a code or a pin or something.
No, don't
But
worry
for
about it.
some,
Texas, no, you won't have that much problem. You just click on the link, and you should be backstage, and then you just, But yes, you could do it another night, and if you want, just what you can do is reach out to me on my comments in my videos on one of my videos, and tell me when you want to do it, and I will, create like a preview thing for it because I'd love to hear the rest of her stories. I definitely would.
I call it a thumbnail.
A thumbnail, that's what I meant. I'll put up a thumbnail for it. That's a good name for it because I call it a preview, and I don't know if that's the right word, but yeah, I think a thumbnail is the right thing to say. But I even put thumbnails on videos that you know, aren't like a live stream, you know,
Yeah,
sometimes.
but
That one for
I love
tonight was, huh?
no nothing. I was listening.
Oh, that one from tonight was my dog. Like when he sleeps with me, he's like
Oh yeah,
totally crashed out in it. Yeah. Yeah, let me
is
know
he a
when you want
German
to do it,
Shepherd?
Texas. No, he's just a little dog. He does look like a little German Shepherd though there, doesn't he?
Yeah, his face has like a little German Shepherd face.
Yeah, did you see him, Spaceman, too? He's so cute. He's like conked out. My
Yeah.
daughter said he looks like he's drunk. Yeah, that's how, like, he's like a little stuffed animal. He's just he's half Pomeranian, half Chihuahua, but he really thinks he is a badass. Like, we pull up to a light and people, if he's like, it's like, oh, just don't talk to him. Don't talk to him, like, but they want to talk to him because he's cute, you know? And then that's when, he looks at him and he's got these little, fangy teeth and shit, and you're like, "Arr," you know?
He's got a
And
pretty cool growl. I heard him
yes,
growl.
isn't he? I really want to hear that God story. She said the God story is incredible. Oh my God, that sounds great.
and I
I'm
have
looking
one of
forward.
those too.
Do you? So the night when you
Yeah,
see that, then you comment too, and then we can all like will know that it will be that story, that night. We'll make it.
the,
I have to go to the
the
store and pick up a prescription now. I can leave this live stream going and go on the drive, but I won't be able to see the chat because I'll be driving. So that means you guys will have to be like, doing some talking. Now we know Spaceman can talk. How about you,
so
Jose?
I had because you mentioned California. So I mean, I'm
Yep.
in California, duh. But made me think of Malibu. And what I recently heard is that there's a like an underwater space base under there for aliens or
Oh,
something like that. And I've
really?
seen how it supposedly looks. It's in like one certain section, but I don't have too much information on that. And then another thing that I thought of since I thought of the underwater aliens is Atlanteans. You know.
Oh, have you ever studied up on that, Spaceman?
Well, there was a whistleblower a while ago who was saying that there's an actual porthole underwater that aliens are coming and going all the time through, right? And it's in that the deepest part of the ocean, that bloody where the earthquake line is or whatever,
I just got to interrupt you 1 minute. Can you two, like, do you guys mind carrying on this conversation while I mute my camera? And will you read the chat to him sometimes if anything, comes up, and
answer
can you do
anything.
that?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
too?
all
Like,
right.
why, Jose, you don't mind staying? I'm sorry, I was going to call you Juan. Sorry. Jose, you don't mind staying? Do you mind?
No, I don't mind staying. I don't mind staying. I'll listen and stuff.
Okay.
And the
Well,
only
I
problem
know
is,
Spaceman sometimes he could talk a lot, so just throw it, interject whenever you want. He understands.
all right. But
I
is
keep
it?
So,
on
Does he
muting
have
because
another
I talk.
device?
Good night,
Does he,
Texas.
hey, do I
does he
have any
have another
what?
device to look at the comments?
Oh, I'm reading the comments. You
Okay,
can
cool.
highlight the comments. I'm on my computer, so I can see it all at once. So, but yeah. So this portal, the guy was saying that these aliens, right, they're coming and going through this portal underwater, but it's so deep down that we've only been able to bring subs down to a certain level and then use drones that drop out of the sub to get down to where they are and actually look at what's going on. So what they did, they ended up getting out on land and they dug a tunnel down towards that area so they could come down under the ocean itself inside the earth itself, and then they burrowed a tunnel straight up to the ocean floor, so they could come out at that point. And they used drones. He said they actually, oh, not drones, I mean AI robots that actually build they sent them. They sent all the materials up in an elevator to the ocean floor, and they built a dome out of transparent aluminium that's 6 foot thick, and they created this dome. These robots, that they use to build it, and now they've got an actual military base that's on the ocean bottom that's under this dome. Next to this portal, and they're watching these aliens coming and going, and they eventually they weren't phased by them being there or anything. They didn't attack them or try to stop them being there. And eventually they ended up making contact with these beings. And apparently they're like, I don't know if you've seen the movie The Abyss, the aliens on there where they're like a transparent, glowing jellyfish type um, humanoid species, well, that's apparently what these creatures are like. And I believe like these sort of stories come from somewhere, you know what I mean? Like a lot of them are actually based on true stories or true information. But anyway, this whistleblower guy was saying that these creatures, they can't walk on land or anything. They've got to be in water because they are like a jellyfish type structure, their body. And he's saying about how they've actually got laboratories with all the equipment, all the scientific equipment we use on land. They've got a laboratory like that underwater where they can actually do studies and science on these aliens, like working with them, sharing technology information and whatnot. And they allow themselves to be studied, and that's what that's going on apparently under this in this dome under the ocean. You know, this military
What
So
the
base.
thing that Jose was talking about?
Yeah,
it's not quite it, but it's something like it. Yeah.
Right.
yeah,
It's strange though, because then that means that they have a language and that they have a willingness to communicate. But I'm wondering
oh
if
yeah,
they're from here originally, or if they are really from another planet. You know, because they could be from just
oh
an
yeah, yeah,
underwater species. You know,
yeah, yeah.
they
Well,
might
I
not
was.
even be alien. I mean,
I hear
they're
a lot
considered
about those
alien.
underwater species.
Yeah, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Well, a lot of they even in the Egyptian story they talk about a water species, you know, that come out of the ocean and shared technologies and shit. So, you know, they've been here a long, long time. But a lot of them did come to Earth for different reasons, and some of them crashed here on Earth and couldn't get away from the Earth and had to stay here. So they
Well,
made
you
it
know
there.
what? I know I'm interrupting you again, Spaceman, because I'm like thinking in my head, I go, but you know what? I just realized that both of you are in a different time zone. So you're good with the time. Like it's not too late for you. So I'm gonna,
Mm.
I'm actually gonna leave the stream and you two are gonna take over. So each, okay? Do you guys mind? And I'm gonna change the title of it to UFOs and paranormal and stuff. So that way, if
Mm.
anybody else is awake at this time,
If
they're
you
looking for
leave,
a live stream, you know, and then
okay,
just, keep your eye on this, and then I'll turn you back on when I'm in the car. But I have to pick up this prescription. Okay? Is that okay with
Yeah,
both
yeah,
of you?
yeah, yeah. Go for it.
Is it okay,
yeah, go
Jose?
for it.
All
Yeah,
right.
it's fine.
Okay. All right. Bye bye, guys. I'll be back. All
Okay,
right.
bye
Oh
bye.
God,
Good.
be
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 good.
safe, be safe.
All
Yeah,
right.
well,
Bye.
oh, I lost track what I was talking about now.
Sorry.
About the underwater species and how because remember I told you about the maybe they're from here, and then you
Oh, yeah,
mentioned
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Egypt
that's
or
right.
something like that.
Yeah, yeah, because see, I got when I was a young fella, they found a movie in the archives in one of the TV stations, which was an actual live recording of the opening of Tutankhamun's tomb, and I did a video about it on my channel if you want to watch it. But
Yeah,
basically,
definitely.
they ended up they were talking when they found the city where Tutankhamun was buried. They brought all that area back down to ground level of the structures, and all the grass started growing everywhere. And they did they uncovered a massive area. It was actually a really big event in their day, you know, and there was like a weekly news report on progress and stuff like that. And they basically uncovered acres and or miles of land, you know, like they brought back down to a different level, you know, because it was this big flat plateau sort of thing. And anyway, the grass started growing back everywhere, and it made all these lines. There was all these lines going out off everywhere that where the grass wasn't growing. And they thought, well, what the hell is that? You know, like is that like a street plan or something? You know, like they couldn't figure it out, so they flew above and showed you from above. It turned out to be these four pictures of insects, and it was burnt into the ground using nuclear radiation 6 meters down. So nothing would ever grow there again, you know. And they couldn't explain it at that stage, but when they actually eventually opened up the servants' tomb, like they're lying today actually about who the king is. They've swapped the bodies over. The servant was the one that was buried in the resin, and the king was actually a normal mummy, and he was found in the servant's tomb. But when they opened up his golden casket, he had the mask on him, and they slid that mask off the mummy and revealed a book that was under his arms, and it was the Diary of Tutankhamun. And in that book, it showed that the Egyptians were in contact with four other worlds in their day, and that the pictures were drawings that they drew, the aliens had drew, so they could spot them from space for when they returned. And the craft that they showed in that book are exactly the same sort of craft we see people reporting today. You
Okay,
know,
okay.
the dish shape with the square top and the portholes in it, the normal dish shape, the dome top, the triangular shaped craft, and one like an upside down bowl with these three round lumps under it. And it sort of makes me wonder, did they ever go? Did they ever leave? Have they always just been here, just hiding inside the planet, you know, or are they even hiding? You know, are the government aware that they're here and they're just working in cahoots with them in secret? You know,
You know,
um,
honestly, that makes a lot of sense. And being back then, right? If they came, right, they
Mm.
used us. They gave somebody power, right? They
Oh
empowered them.
yeah,
I believe the
yeah.
aliens empowered them, an individual, right? And then dealt with that individual in order to keep us humble, and and
Oh,
and
definitely.
and and on check.
Mm.
And I think they've been doing this throughout time. They
Yeah,
probably have been,
I believe
and
in
and
like those images you see of half bull and half man and those sorts of creatures and that. Like, I believe they actually created those things to enslave humanity, like to
yeah,
be our slave masters, sort of thing. And yeah, because of their genetic science and how advanced they were, I really think they actually created those things and they existed in their day, to to put fear in man and to make us behave.
and I believe that they some of them could be coming for help. And even if they do share technology with us, though, they're always going to dumb us down and they're always going to be ahead of us. They're not going
Mm.
to give up anything
Oh
so that
yeah.
we can turn around and harm them. You know?
Yeah. Well, one of the stories, the movie called Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah, I
And
remember that. Yeah.
right, well, that apparently was based on a true story, and apparently there was an old photo from the 50s of these five big white orbs going over the White House, and it was a true photograph, these UFOs cruising across the White House. Well, apparently they made contact with those aliens, or the aliens made contact with us using telepathy. And that's why in the movie they showed all those people, getting images in their head, and then they all got the feeling they had to go to that mountain when they saw it on the news report, because that's the image they were seeing. And
Yeah.
apparently they that's how they communicated with us. They used telepathy, and it turned out that the people in France were more susceptible to telepathy, so they ended up having the meeting in France and chose people out of the public, that were receiving these messages to be the interpreters. And apparently they were told, like, by those aliens that they are the traditional owners of the earth, or this is their true home, and they want to return, right? And they told our government they wanted to return to Earth and bring humanity back into the intergalactic realm and start trading with other planets. And our government told them, no, no, you can't do that. You'll freak everyone out. They'll kill themselves and all sorts of stuff. And which you can believe, because you see how crazy people went with the pandemic bullshit, scared of a virus. So yeah, so
Yeah.
they told them, no, no, you can't show up. You've got to give us time to prepare the human race. So they said, okay, well, we'll give you 60 years to prepare the human race, but then we were returning, and they said that they're going to remove all governments and all militaries from Earth, right? And bring us into this intergalactic realm. So if that's true, I can understand. I believe our government are actually working with their enemies, because our government's all about power and control. They want weapons and shit. So I think our government's taken sides with the badass alien races, trying to prevent these other ones from returning and taking control of our Earth. Right, and I think there is gonna be a space battle between Earth and these people, whether we see it here on Earth or if it all happens out in space. But I think that's because I've seen plasma weapons get shot from the Earth out into space at UFOs that have seen it coming and stopped and changed direction and got the hell out of here. You know, so
Th-
I
Their
yeah. I think
their
that's what.
goal isn't their goal isn't to destroy the Earth, though. It's to save the Earth for themselves.
Well, they wanna bring evolve humanity into the future, sort of thing. But there are alien races that use us like an experimental place and also food source. They want to rule over us like they do on other planets, but we've got too big a population for them to just come here and take it over. And I think that's why our governments are trying to thin out the world so they have enough, such a low population they can enslave us all, you know.
Yeah.
And the scary thing about it all is that the Philadelphia experiment you're talking about earlier, there was
Yeah.
a gentleman, this guy who told a story a while back who said he was on the Philadelphia when they did the experiment. Him and his brother were on the actual front deck of the ship, and they were winding up the anchor ropes, right, when they turned this thing on. And he said what they saw on the ship was this big porthole, like a big wormhole thing open up in front of the ship. And him and his brother looked at it and went, like hell, you know, and they just ran for the side of the ship and dove off the side of the ship to try and get away from it. But he said they didn't even hit the water. They just got sucked into this bloody wormhole with the ship, right? And he said, but they ended up next minute when they ended up in the ocean, found it, you know, sort of in the ocean in some port, way in the future, you know what I mean? Like they didn't end up coming back with the ship when the rest of them did. Lucky for them, you know, because a lot of them got injured, you know, badly, you know. So anyway, but they said he was saying he ended up in the future with his brother, and they ended up separated, but they found one another in that future. But eventually, they teleported again. Like they went to bed one night and woke up in another future, and he's like, he didn't know why or what's happening, but they ended up even further ahead in the future. And he said when he woke up, he was sort of, he was in a like open field, and he said there were cities floating in the sky. And he said there was no people hardly anywhere, any people. He said, but there was these craft that would come down each day, and these people would get out in these blue outfits, and they would farm the land. They had farming and that, and they were farming the land and that, and then in the afternoon it'd come down and pick them up again and take them back to the city. And he said he tried to approach him and talk to him, you know, because he didn't know what the hell was going on. So he went up and tried to talk to these people, but he said they did, even though they seemed normal and everything, they just stopped doing what they're doing and stand up and listen to him talk. But once he stopped talking, they didn't reply. They just went back to work again like nothing had happened. You know, they just stop and listen, but they didn't actually do anything or say anything. They just went back to work. And I think that's because they're being dumbed down and programmed to do just what they're being told to do, and that's it, you know. And that's if
Like
you look at,
drones, like human drones.
yeah, like human androids or something, you know. And I think
Yeah.
you can see that's what the government's trying to work at with all the crap they're doing today, you know. And I'm thinking, yeah, he ends up he after a while of, yeah, because he was eating the food and that was being grown because no one was saying anything to him. They weren't stopping him or anything, so he just helped himself to whatever. But then he thought, oh, since they're not talking to him, he thought, stuff it, I'm just going to get on this shuttle in the afternoon and go up to the city with them and see if there's anyone up there I can speak to up on top there. You know, so he did that. And he ends up in this city, and he said there was all these big crystal things that were sort of suspended in the air that were like these supercomputers, and they seemed to be operating all these different things in the city, you know. Well, he said one day an alarm went off, and one of these things was flashing red and, you know, pulsating red and that, and these guys came in these white outfits that he'd never seen before because everyone wore blue. And he saw these guys in these white outfits, and he thought, oh, shit, you know, someone different, you know. So he approached them to talk to them, and they shit themselves, you know. They went, well, what the hell? You're not meant to be able to speak, you know, like, where the hell are you from, you know? And anyway, he told him the story about what happened to him with the Philadelphia experiment. And they said, oh, you're not meant to be here, you know. So they took him to this, he said they told him, they told him that they were the children of the Illuminati and that they were put in charge of maintaining the human race, and that the human race was being controlled by another alien race, right? And that, so, yeah, I think man, we got double crossed. Like these arseholes that are working with these badasses, they've got double crossed in the future somewhere along the line, and we've just become a slave to this bad race. But anyway, that's what he was
That means
saying.
that means that they're gonna win then, because if it already happened and he got sent to the future, then that means it's inevitable. It's gonna happen unless we
Well,
can change reality.
yeah, well, that's the thing, So, is there multiple realities? Like, can we change it? Because other people have talked about time travel, and that said you can't change time, right? Because like if you had a time machine and you wanted to go back and stop, say, President Kennedy getting shot or something, right? You wouldn't be able to do that. You wouldn't succeed because if you had have succeeded, you wouldn't have known to go back there and do that. You know what I
But
mean? So you
well,
can't you can't
I think
change
what
time.
I think what would happen was, say for instance, me and you, say we went back and did it, right?
Yeah, but
Right?
yeah, or tried to,
We
yeah.
would we would cease to exist
Well, no,
because we
because we
wouldn't
wouldn't
be
have.
able to.
No, because if we did it, we wouldn't have known to go back and do it anyway. You see?
Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, he's
But
saying you can't.
what
That's why you can't change it.
what if there's millions of us right now, like
Mm,
different universe, like different multiverses or whatever,
yeah,
and we're doing the same thing on YouTube, but saying different things instead of what we're saying, and it's just
yeah.
all random.
Well, there could be a possible alternate universe. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's one reality, but yeah, it could be there could be another reality. That's for sure. Crop
And I
circles are
I
created
got a
by
question for you.
Yeah, crop circles are created by aliens. Not all of them. There are some where, but yeah, you got to be a fool to think that some of these crop circles could be created by people. The actual detail and accuracy to it all. And I mean, I don't know if you've ever pushed grass over before, but most of it just stands back up after a while. The crop circles, they don't. The actual stalks have been heated up and bent over and haven't broken. They're actually got a bend in them. So yeah,
I have a
explain that.
question for you.
Yep.
Okay, so I know the size is different, okay, but how come a jet airplane, right, like a fighter pilot jet,
Yep.
flies really fast, right,
Yep.
and our spaceships fly so slow? I mean, I know there's a size difference, but how come it
Spaceships.
doesn't fly at the same rate?
Spaceships, you mean that launch up into space, into
Yeah,
like
yeah,
rockets? Oh, they're
yeah, yeah.
flying, but no, they're going really fast. They may not at the start, of course, but they pick up speed. But they're going faster than any plane by the time they reach space.
Because when I see space launches, it looks like they're going really slow.
Yeah, that's because you're so far back from them. You know,
Oh, okay.
So yeah, if you were closer to it, like
Hello?
you would see it take off
We're here.
slowly, but as it gets more and more away from the Earth, the
Oh,
momentum
he's
picks
still
up, and
talking? I'm sorry, I'm only kidding.
I haven't stopped.
Isn't he fucked up? No, sir. No, he's good though. He's good when you say, "Hey, I gotta go run somewhere." Where you talk. I'm outside, so I'm outside. Let me just turn this thing off, right? And there's like this really weird. Oh my god, that must have been a spider's web. Oh my god, going across my driveway, and I walked into it. What's this?
You all right?
Yeah, yeah, I don't like spider webs, but so I was gonna go
Imagine if
up
it
on
just
my before I leave to the store, I'm gonna go up on my deck so I can show you guys. I'll turn the camera on and face it so you
I
guys
just
can
want to
I
see.
thought
answer. I just want to answer this. The coward strikes back.
Yeah.
Um,
Who is this? Oh, the couch strikes back.
yeah, he's
Oh,
saying
okay.
about how about magnetic fields. Yeah. I understand where you're coming from there, but yeah, with resonance and patterns that they create and things like
Yeah,
that.
you gotta tell Jose
Uh,
what the chat says because you're not
but there's
like. Well, I wanted to
pictures.
know. Did you know that Pink Sam has been inside King Tut's tomb, and that Couch
was
Strikes Back. Are you being here being like
yeah,
mean? Couch Strikes Back, because he's always been nice to me, so I don't know why he
yeah.
would come in and be a little mean. But then
No,
he
no,
said
he's
some
not
time
being
that
mean. He's
isn't.
just
He said,
asking.
"How about magnetic areas of the Earth create
There's film
not
footage of the actual orbs doing it, actually ducking down into the grass, flying through and coming up somewhere else and back down again. And then when they leave, the crop circle just goes shing and
Well,
appears.
no, I mean, if he says magnetic areas in the Earth, I could get on board with that if he means that there's like a hollow, not a hollow Earth, but like how there is like Mel's hole, how it. I'm sorry, now I'm out of breath. Oh,
Well,
how
isn't
Magnetic
the South
fields.
Pole and the North Pole magnetic?
Well, magnetic fields could create. He's talking about like the crop circles being created by magnetic fields, energy fields, and stuff.
like
But
does he mean though? Those things that are all right, like Vale was talking about before. Those things, it's they used to sell them in Spencer's Gifts and shit. It would be like pins, and if you put your hand against it on one side, the other side would come up with those pins in the shape of your
yeah,
hand. So does
he's
he
talking.
mean
Oh
that
yeah, I
something's
remember that.
pulling
I
something
think
down?
no, I think he's talking more about
I'm
cymatics.
not so loud out here.
The patterns that get
Keep
made with
talking, you guys. I'm gonna turn the camera around. I'm out of breath. I don't want to be breathing like this. I'm gonna turn the
I
camera
thought you had.
around, and then you guys can look at my little stupid view.
patterns.
I
Patterns
thought you
could
already
be
had came back from CBS.
I haven't even gone yet because when I got outside, my freaking neighbor was outside near her car, and I didn't see her, and we got scared, and then we were just talking.
Okay, I'm
frequency.
gonna run to
Whatever.
the
I don't know.
bathroom real quick. Okay, I'm gonna
Okay.
run to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah,
Okay.
no worries.
All right. Go ahead, Jose. Spaceman can handle it. Trust.
Yeah,
Okay.
frequencies. I was just saying that the coward strikes back. Frequencies can create patterns, but not designs. Like there's other crop circles that show like circles and lines, and like the spinal column and things like different sort of structural designs, not actual patterns. So not all crop circles could be explained by that. So aliens are real anyway, whether you want to think it or not. They are. We're not the only living creatures in the universe. You'd have to be pretty naive to think that. I think.
So I don't know if he's still in the room though, Spaceman. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna skip. I don't want to pop out and then pop back in, so I'm gonna just go to the drugstore now. So go ahead, keep. I don't
I
know.
thought you were.
You know.
I thought you were on your way.
Oh my God, I know. And then I get stuck outside. So okay. Now I'm like I live high up. That's why. But there's no elevator. We just walk downstairs. But oh, here he is. I think aliens are real. He said. Yeah, good, pal. Because you've always been nice to me.
Going off,
So I know when
go off to the drugstore.
All right, I'm going. Okay, bye. Here, just keep talking.
Bye. Oh, you're crazy. Yeah. So, crop circles are pretty amazing. I think they are trying to tell us something, though. I think they're like some people have seen three-dimensional objects in them. Like structural. I think also one of them was trying to tell us that we're using the wrong type of antenna systems on our wireless devices and stuff. Because scalar wave, like the energy it runs through the universe, through us, through the Earth, it's actually a ball antenna. And one of these crop circles they showed was it was like they were trying to explain to us how you can make.
I couldn't get in there.
Well, even Nikola Tesla,
he couldn't get in where?
In the bathroom. Somebody's in there.
Where are you? What are you in a bar?
I'm at my sister's. No, I'm at my sister's.
Oh, all right. So go ahead, you guys. They're talking about crop circles, and Coward wants to know what would be the purpose.
Okay, I didn't see your view though. What's your view look like?
They're trying to.
Oh, I didn't show it. I said I was going to do it later. I said I don't know. I'm too out of breath. I just want to get to the store. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm in my car now, and I'm gonna drive. So I'm gonna keep this
Okay.
on.
I think these advanced races have a
I'll mute
certain,
every once in a while and put the comments on the screen so Jose can see them. Okay.
just
Okay.
yeah. Just like we have laws governing us, I think once you become intergalactic, like and you're traveling to other planets and stuff, I'd say there'd be a set of rules that apply to what you can and can't do, between other worlds and things like that. There'd have to be a set of rules. And I think one of the rules, like some of these alien races have said, that they can't just appear here because, people will freak out and they will kill themselves and a lot of religious people would believe they were demons and all this sort of stuff, and it would blow the whole easing mankind into the next into the future contact. You know what I mean? I think they're trying to wean us into believing in their existence, and eventually, people will start to accept the fact that there are other species from other worlds. And we're getting to that point. We're getting to
Hey,
there's
let me
less.
just ask. I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt you. Somebody is trying to get in the room 111. I'm just wondering who is that, and if they're here in the room, can you tell me who you are? Like so that I don't let a porn bomber in. Just saying, because it's happened. So just if you
There's
could
some
just
porn
say
bombers
something
out
in the
there.
chat room, so I would know who it is. Because I've never heard of 111,
Hey,
and there's no picture in the avatar.
I've
So
got to, I've got to, I've got to go to the toilet myself, so I'm going to duck off for a
the
second.
toilet.
Oh God.
All right, I'm back soon.
All right, you're gonna come back though, right? Cause fucking, I'm still driving, motherfucker. I got
I
you.
love
But go ahead. I don't want to like make your, stomach ache. Go ahead.
it. Here he left.
Oh, he did. Oh, all right. So
Yeah.
as long as he leaves his avatar up there, he'll be good. So anyway, Jose, how are things going for you? Oh yeah, you're staying with your brother's ex, right? There.
No. What? It changed. It changed. What happened was I was at my sister's and I moved to Fontana, right? And then from Fontana I moved to Arizona,
Mm-hmm.
and then I moved back to my sister's, and then the police came and raided my house. So I had an old warrant. So what happened was I ended up leaving for a couple of days. Can you hear me? I can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I
You
can.
can hear me now?
Yeah.
I must have missed the spot I was going through.
I'm losing you.
Jose.
Yeah,
Jose.
I can hear you now.
Listen, I'm gonna keep you on the. Okay, I'm gonna keep you on.
She's gone. She disappeared.
Okay?
Somebody else is here.
Is he here?
Yeah, and I can hear you. But you disappeared.
Yeah, I know. It's because I'm driving. So I'm gonna mute my microphone, okay? And keep telling me the story about what you were saying about what happened, okay? I don't want to get pulled over, okay?
Okay, perfect. Go. Okay, so then
Okay.
they ended up coming to get me on a warrant, and my brother's rest in peace, his kids' grandparents let me go stay with them, so I stayed with them for a little bit. And just this month my sister wanted me to come and stay with her for a while, and then I was supposed to either move to Upland or Arizona, but I ended up coming here. But that's where I'm at now, so I'm here for a while. But I was helping on the other panel, and something happened, and I haven't got a response from anyone, so I'm kind of worried. But it's all right. I know people get busy, you know. But we're trying to feed the homeless and help the addict, and
Oh, that
it's
was
the
the
aliens.
Surviving Kensington channel?
Yeah, yeah, and I haven't
Yeah.
been able to get a hold of Lego. I've been kind of worried
Oh.
about him because we got
So he
a
didn't
PO
talk. Did
box.
you see him on Bobbles last night? He didn't talk to you on there?
I didn't see him. I went on late after he was gone.
Right, right. Maybe it was,
Yeah,
because she's on for a while. It's like me, actually. We both do marathon live streams, right?
yeah. Yeah, but it's cool. It's cool to come and be able to hang out and chat with different people, whether it's
I
in the
like
chat
it.
room or it's getting up on the panel. You know.
Oh shit! You know what? I went to the fucking wrong CVS. Oh my god! All right, listen. Are you okay to like just keep talking? Cause I need to like mute this and drive to where I gotta
Yeah,
go.
yeah, no, yeah, yeah, I can do it.
But just keep talking. Know that I'm not here. But you know, Spaceman, he left his icon up there, so he might be like
Yeah,
reaching a loaf or something. So just
yeah, yeah, yeah. So he was prairie dogging it.
yeah, right. Oh my god, that's so funny. Prairie dog. Oh my god, that's so
Mm,
gross, but it's
yeah,
funny. Wasn't that on family vacation or something? Yeah.
something like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
funny. All right. So I'm pausing this here for me, but you guys keep talking. Go ahead. All right.
Okay. So let me see. So where do I start? Okay. So what I normally do is I help with addiction and homelessness and help feeding individuals. And some people think about other stuff and they feel differently about helping the addict. Like there's different ways to help an addict, and not all programs and things are helpful. You know, certain individuals need certain help, and that's what I normally do. But tonight I'm here and we're talking about the aliens and the Philadelphia experiment where they tried to camouflage a military ship and it ended up disappearing. I believe that they were trying to like travel through time or move an object from one point to another. Mr. Spaceman was giving his opinion, and I guess he's seen a documentary about how they actually did do it, and some people got stuck in time or something ahead in the future. Um, Vale shared her story about when she was about 7 years old, and her and her brother saw an alien spaceship earlier. Um, Texas had a similar story like mine, traveling with a family member in a vehicle at night, and an alien spaceship coming down and um, stopping the vehicle, or maybe they're actually driving fast. And in my experience, the vehicle stopped, and we ran into a sheriff, and we pulled him over, our highway patrol, and we asked him what it was, and he said that no airplane should have been flying in the area because it was prison grounds, so it's off limit for airplanes and helicopters to fly over, something like that, because then they can drop drugs into the prison. Um, but I've had different experiences, seeing lights in the sky. Um, that's that certain experience where they came down on us. Maybe they did abduct us. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to the time. I should have. And then let's see what else. We talked a
I
little bit
know.
about
Isn't that like really interesting to think that, you know, now looking back, something where you just thought you saw something in the sky that, you know, we didn't take note really of the time. And because we weren't, you know, like because I saw something too. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay. Uh, when I was, you know, me and my friend, we were just, you know, he was a tow truck driver. So sometimes, you know, in my area, so sometimes in between calls, we would just sit out in my parking lot and smoke a bone or something. And, uh, and then one night we were, and I'm looking up because I would always stargaze, you know, because you just never know when you're going to. That's why even when I was outside, I was kind of looking around to see if it was a clearer night. I would have, you know, seen if I could see anything up in the sky, but it was pretty cloudy out here. It was raining. But so I always would look for something in the sky, and I know I was looking all around. It wasn't like I just didn't see it or something. And then it was right there in front of me. It was pretty big, and it was V-shaped, and it had lights on each side of it, and it seemed so close,
Sorry.
but yet it was probably not as, because if it was as close as it looked, it would have been, you know, super close. You know what I mean? And there was no sound either. So, but it looked big. Like you could, you know, pretty much
That's
count the
that's
lights
what I was
on
gonna
it.
say. Maybe it was just really big. You know?
Yeah. And then when, so I noticed it was swinging back and forth like a pendulum. And so I said to my friend, and this is the only thing that makes it, really valid to myself, even though I saw it with my own eyes, was that I had a friend there that was, able to witness it. And I said to him, I go, Walter, I go, what would you say that is? And he looked at it, and because it was swinging just back and forth, it definitely was not a plane. At this point, I knew it wasn't, and that's why I said, what he would say that is. And he looked at it and he goes, "Well, I'd have to say that's a plane." And he went to say plane, and he goes, "I'd have to say that was a plane if it didn't just disappear right before my very eyes." And that's what it did. It disappeared before our eyes. It didn't fly away. It just disappeared. All right, so I'm gonna mute this because I have to try to find the entrance to fucking CVS. Okay.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you had to
Okay.
go
All
up.
right. All
Spaceman
right.
is
I'm
black,
muting
so
it.
we're safe.
And you
You're
did good,
amazing.
Jose. That was nice. You did a little recap of what was going on.
Yeah.
That was nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep
I
on.
reckon, I reckon you're getting visited for sure. Yeah.
So,
I had
Spaceman,
yeah,
I had a
yep,
question.
yeah, mate.
Okay. Not to change the topic, but it's like similar, right? Well, not similar, but
Absolutely.
semi-similar. Okay, so what's your thoughts on the Bible and people living like 1,000 years back then?
I think all Bibles
That
came.
reality or just different time?
I often wonder the events they talk about in the Bible, like the end times and blah blah blah. Have a feeling that a lot of that stuff's already happened, and we're living in the aftermath of that. That's why we don't have anyone that remembers the past and stuff. I think we've been through that catastrophes, and I think it's also an ongoing cycle as well. Because all Bibles come from the Sumerian tablets. The story itself came from the Sumerian tablets, and it wasn't a Bible. It was more like a constitution. It was a guide on how humanity can live amongst other people without killing ourselves. It was a guide. It wasn't meant to be a Bible, but people back then, because they knew it was a guide to control humanity, they sort of made it their mission to mystify it, because people are very superstitious, and especially back then, so, you had to be careful about how you brought these things about, so
Yeah.
I think a lot of them convinced the simpler minded people that there was a superior being talking to them, and, a lot of things got misinterpreted, a while ago, a bloke who was getting abducted since he was 5 years old and taken off world to their planets and taught things, and he explained the Bible. There's actually a book out there. I can't remember what it's called now. A friend borrowed it to me to read, but it was basically the Bible, and then so you'd read a page of the Bible, and then you'd read a page about what was really going on when they wrote that down. And the guy in the burning bush that they talk about, that gave the 10 Commandments, he was actually a spaceman that had a glowing force field around him. And because they didn't know what this glowing force field was that was around him, they just wrote down the man in the burning bush, because they didn't
Okay.
understand that. So things have, if you read the Bible with a scientific mind and think about what they could really be talking about, you can always come up with a scientific answer, like, when he split the rock and made the water come out of the ground and all that, we're doing stuff like that ourselves, drilling holes and bringing water up from the underground streams and stuff, so things when you don't understand the science and that, you see things differently, so, and you would explain it differently. So I think things got interpreted differently by the fact that they didn't understand the science that they were being told, so
So
they just
do you think that their interpretation on the years and ages were different too then? because it was kind of strange because they were living to be 1,000 years old. You know?
Yeah, well. See, the thing is, some of these whistleblowers that talk about when they go off world and things like that, it's something to do with the way our planets circle our sun. Because some of these people have said they've gone to planets, some of these alien planets, and their planet takes like 1,000 years or 100 years, say, to do a full circle of the sun, right, of their sun, and that's only 1 year of age to them. So even the humans that have gone there, that are there working with them and living there, um, others have come back to Earth, to do missions here on Earth, and then they've returned back there. And those people their friends that they left back there, maybe 20 years ago or something, they haven't aged a single bit. But the people that came back to Earth, they did age, and it was explained to them that it's to do with the planet circling the sun to how we age. So some of them do live for thousands of years because it takes like hundreds of years for their planet to go around their sun just the once. You know what I mean? So they live longer automatically because of that. And when even in the Sumerian tablets, they talk about their planets like that. They live a lot longer on their planet. But when they came to Earth, they aged quickly. And when their friends came from their home world and visited them here on Earth, they said, geez, you've aged heaps, since you've been here. So, there's that side of things as well. But they also have science that can extend their life, of course, better medical treatments and ways of slowing down the aging process. And there has been also people here on Earth that have been electrocuted by lightning and stuff like that have actually killed off the aging gene in their body, and from that point on, they haven't aged at all.
That's like almost. I mean, don't get me wrong, I believe it, but it's like almost next to impossible to be able to hit exactly what you need to nail. But that's cool,
Yeah, but they're trying to find that out. Like, how did that happen? But basically, because they got their whole body got totally electrified by a certain frequency, it killed off that particular cell in their body, and now they don't age at all. Yeah. So, and I think that guy.
I'm pretty sure science. I'm pretty sure science could figure that out. I mean, not tomorrow, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, they're working on it. They'll definitely. How you going?
Yeah, we hear you.
So yeah, they were. Stop interrupting. Well, stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. You think you own this channel or something?
I know, right? I want to see who's in the back here.
I just had to get that in there. Yeah.
So, if I was brave enough, I'd go to a cemetery and do a ghost hunt, but I'm all by myself and I wouldn't be brave enough.
We're with you. Go for it. For it.
What would be
the
purpose?
No, I'm not getting outside. Going outside all by myself. Oh, that was weird.
Chicken.
I am chicken.
Did you hear what I said earlier?
No, what'd you say?
I said that'd be crazy if you got abducted while you're doing the live.
Oh my god, I know, right? Could you imagine? People would be saying they just did it for shock value. She got abducted. She was LARPing. She faked that UFO. What's this car in front of me? Weird.
I'm gonna try to use the bathroom and I'm gonna see if it's open yet.
Go ahead. Somebody's still in there. You better bring the air freshener with you.
Yeah. Oh no, they could have been putting their makeup on.
Yeah,
We'll have to wait another hour. Might have to wait another hour or so.
Jason, have you ever been to America, or did I already ask you that?
Yeah, you've asked me before. I said I didn't want to go there because I don't want to be vaccinated.
Well, I didn't mean now. I'm just asking if ever in your life.
No, but even if I was to go to your country like 10 years ago, I'd have to accept a bunch of vaccines to go there.
Oh, right. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go go to the doctor's tomorrow. I got 2 doctor's appointments. They're wicked nice car I'm right now. But I can't. Oh, who's here? What? Oh, this is old. Where did they? How come everybody left from the live stream? Did you scare them all away, Faith Man?
Yeah, I had to go to the toilet and then I had to feed the cats because they kept attacking me.
Oh, you had to go feed the cats? Mm-hmm.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
No, I already did it while I went to the toilet because that straight away they were on my case. So I had to feed them and chuck a few bits of mince out for the magpies out the front and a couple out the back for the kookaburras.
I know. I thought freaking birds were only awake in the morning, and like here I can hear a shitload of birds chirping. It's like, oh, they're all up at night.
No, they come for they come for breakfast and dinner.
Well, yeah, but that's where you are. I'm talking about here. People would always think that the birds freaking slept at night and shit, but I'll tell you what, I don't think they do. Because they're all chirping right now, and it's 3 in the morning here. Or no, 3:40 a.m.
Most of them do, unless they're an owl or something that hunts at night.
No, there's birds chirping right now.
Huh? In the dark.
I know, it is dark, and they're out there enjoying the nightlife. They're running the tweets instead of running the streets.
Running the tweets.
Go ahead, keep talking, because I want to drive, and I know you can talk, so you'll be fine.
Okay, I'm back.
The chat isn't moving. The people in the chat room, they're not talking. I don't know why.
Are you still out in the
They're
car?
still here, though.
I'm in my car still, so yeah, it says there's 7 car, but they're not talking.
You know,
all right, just listen. That's fine.
You know how come they're
I'm
not?
putting me on mute again because I gotta drive. I'll be right here. But
Okay, we'll be waiting. You're breaking up.
Here's a time. Oh, I can't.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait. Here you go.
Do you believe
There's
Bob Lazarus saw 9 different spacecrafts at Groom Lake and Area 51?
Yeah, say again. Sorry, I.
Do you believe that Bob Lazar saw 9 different spacecraft at Groom Lake in Area 51?
Yeah, definitely.
The Coward Strikes Back.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure. He if he was in some sort of scientific physics field or whatever, they wanted him to try and help him assist working the things, But there's so many different types of craft too, and we've got man-made ones as well. I've walked under two man-made UFOs when I was 9 years old. All right, one was built by Victorian Railway, and they were asking the government for funding to build one big enough to carry 200 people, and that was back in 1973, right?
Yeah.
So we've got our own anti-gravity as well. So, yeah, there are the grey aliens. They actually have evolved to the point where their craft are actually controlled with telepathy. They don't use normal conventional controls, and they actually build an organic android to run them.
Oh, wow.
And they're thousands of years old. They have all their history in them as well and all that. But that's so that if they crash the craft, that people can't steal their technology or reverse engineer it and shit,
So, Mr. Spaceman, you're about what, 63 years old?
No, 56.
Oh, okay. I was just guessing because you said 73.
Yeah, back in 73.
So,
yeah.
So man, you got a lot of knowledge and you paid attention, and to be able to see stuff like that's amazing. It's scary too. But...
It's amazing. It's really frustrating though. Like I feel lucky that I got to see so many things, but not being able to show evidence of it, because being so young back then, we didn't have mobile phones and cameras and all that shit, like where you could just pop out and film something, that would have been great, back then. And the story they showed on the opening of Tutankhamun's tomb, that was like when we first got colour TV come to Australia. It was around the time when we got the first colour movie for TV. We had black and white TV before that, but there wasn't a great deal of options to record So we didn't have video machines and crap like that back then either. So, there was no way of recording it. It was just live on TV, and they played it 2 nights in a row, but the second night they cut it all out, all the important stuff. But basically
Yeah.
they showed that, see, today they've swapped the bodies over, for Tutankhamun over for the servant, and claimed that if you watch my video, like, it'll explain it all. I've even drawn a bit of artwork, a few sketches to sort of show you what I saw in the film. But they actually found a jet airplane in his tomb, as well.
Are you serious?
Yeah, a jet airplane, mate. They walked in the doorway and they looked to the left, and that's where all the treasure was, along the wall on the left, and it went around the corner, the back wall a little bit. And then they turned to the right, and there's a jet airplane with its wings taken off, laying up against the fuselage of the plane. And it had the thruster on the back and everything, I didn't know at the time when I watched the film that that's what it was, but I remember the thruster on the back of it and everything. And if you think about it, it's around that time that the Germans figured out the jet engine. So I think that's where they learn it from, and when they,
It's
Go
kind of strange because I had guessed your age and I thought you were about 63 and you ended up being 53. And the Coward Strikes Back, he's 64.
56. Yeah, I'm 56.
Oh,
This
56. my bad.
in July.
Yeah. Oh, in July, coming up pretty soon. Happy birthday. I mean, it's not here yet, but
Yeah.
just in case I don't see you anytime soon.
I hope
yeah.
you come back. Yeah.
But that technology, right? If they had that technology, and we're not really noted of it, but then that means that all those things can be true, like the flying horses and all that stuff. Not like actual real flying horses, but machinery that look like it.
Yeah. I when I got my missing time event, when I had that 6.5 hours missing time, ever since that day I've been getting an image in my head of this engine, like this power source. And I could, if I had the money, I could build it, but it's a bit complex. I'd need a hand to, or some higher tech machinery to help cut it out and to build the components I need. So, but it's basically two spinning plasma fields that are resonating with each other and self-powering each other. But when I think about it, like when I try to think about how it's working and all that, I just seem to get shown all the answers. Like any question I have, it just shows me, and from what I can understand, it's an anti-gravity engine. It's meant to be a power source for that, and I will
how would that work? How would an anti-gravity engine work? Like, does it keep something floating, like magnetic force, or like how does it push up?
Yeah, it's definitely electromagnetic. But with UFOs, right? They the man-made ones that I've seen, basically your top part of your disc is positive charged, and the bottom part's negative charged. And if you look at UFOs closely, you'll always see a gap between the top part of the disc and the bottom part. There's a gap, and that gap's so that they don't earth out on each other and short out the energy source. But it's got to be close enough where the magnetic fields can resonate with each other, but not arc out on each other. And what happens is, that's why they take off, like the older UFOs, they take off slowly off the ground because they're earthed out to the ground. They can only turn on the positive charge side of it on top. And that creates a vacuum in the atmosphere, and it sucks it up off the ground. And once it gets 6 meters off the surface, then they can turn the bottom section on, and that's when it creates the plasma field or energy field around the craft. And then it's like a floating bubble in the atmosphere, and it can just, they just point, it moves towards the positive. And if you look at ships as UFOs as well, they're in segments. They're not just top and bottom. They're actually in segments, like usually 3, maybe more segments, but they'll power up, 2 of the 3 segments as positive on top, and the one of them negative, so that it pulls it towards a direction they want to move in.
That's interesting because I was thinking about it and I was thinking how they thrust as well. Because the magnetic thing will keep it afloat. But how would they? Because they don't have they can't put gas. Because if you put gas runs out. Fuel runs out. So it has to be some kind of like an unlimited power source to be able to blast like that.
Mm. Well, if you like, you don't need like once you create that sort of device and you got your magnetic field, so you can resonate it at a whatever frequency to levitate around in our world. But if you were to tune it in on another planet, the frequency of that planet, you would actually just get pulled straight towards that planet as well, like two
Oh,
magnets,
so then that's
like
why
two.
we've had crashes.
Well, magnetism's faster than light as well.
No,
Right.
I know, but that's why Roswell the crash.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
maybe
Well,
they were too close and it pulled them down, like you said.
well,
You know.
radar screwed them up. The radar,
Oh, our radar.
yeah, because radar's microwave, it's electromagnetic frequencies, and it screwed up the frequency of the ship, and they crashed. They weren't expecting it, because it was new technology we developed at the time, and they got caught up in it and brought them down. But I actually got to see the Roswell crash, live footage of that as well. When I was working in Box Hill Video Shop, an old American bloke showed me the live recording. It was his father's farm it crashed on, and they filmed it
Oh
all
wow.
before. Yeah, they filmed it all before they told the military, and did tests on the materials and everything. Yeah, I got to see it all. The four bodies, they actually found four alien bodies as well, but that was 3 weeks later after the first crash site, and they found the four grey aliens, and two of them were still alive. And they walked
Ha-
up to him. He was standing right above him, filming him while his mate was checking him out. And one of them lifted his arm up to show he was still alive. And he checked out the next one, he was alive, and the other two were dead. But yeah, I got to see all that. And they
So
also,
you said they
yeah,
were grays.
yeah, like the picture I've got on my icon. That's why I have it,
Yeah,
because
yeah. So
that's exactly how they look.
that's crazy. That's amazing.
Mm.
Yeah, that's kind of spooky though. Like honestly, if I seen an alien like that, I'd be scared. You know.
Yeah, I'm still today I often wonder though, like, are they aliens or are they just human clones that the military's creating to fly the craft?
That's true. That could be true. You know.
Because that way they can program them to do their mission or whatever, and if they crash and get caught, they can't give away any secrets because they don't know anything else.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know.
Mm. So I'm still on
Oh,
the fence about whether the greys, but other whistleblowers have said there's many different types of greys, and the greys that have got the pointy head, in the middle of the head where it's pointed a bit, they're greys from other worlds. But the ones that have the flat head, like on my picture, they're humans that have been genetically engineered to become greys in the future, and they're coming back in time because they're growing limbs on their bodies that have got like insect features to them and shit. And they believe it was in our time that this, whatever we did to the atmosphere or whatever we did to genetically engineer us, has caused that incident, and they've come back in this time to try and correct it.
I'm kind of curious because Tower Strikes Back said this: magnetic fields are what they use now for people movers. No friction. What does he mean?
Oh, trains, your magnetic um, trains, that run on a magnetic rail, maglev.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So I had
magnetic
another
fields.
question, Australia. I mean, spaceman.
Yeah, yeah,
So you were born in Australia, right?
yeah.
Okay. And I mean, I guess Australians speak English because you're talking to me, right? They don't
Yeah,
have a
yeah.
different language.
No, no, raw, I suppose.
But I know that there's a lot of like desert land there.
Yeah, yeah. We
So
got an American base in the middle of Australia that they say was actually an underground alien base that they've made a military base on top of to conceal it.
that's what I was gonna ask you because I was figuring since it's got a lot of desert, there's
Yeah,
probably higher sightings, you know?
yeah. It's called Pine Gap.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
And then I was gonna ask you one more other question. Um, I mean, I know you know a lot about aliens and a lot about different topics, which is cool. But have you seen the TV series? They canceled it because there wasn't enough viewers, but it's supposed to be documented off of the real thing. Project Blue Book,
Oh yeah. What a
because
yeah
it mentioned the lights, the spaceships over Washington D.C. You had mentioned earlier,
yeah the
and
pirate.
all of it's documented off of real life events.
Say again. What was that bit?
All of the TV shows from the Blue Book, it's
Yeah.
off of the real Blue Book documentation. You know?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of um evidence that were handed in, that was suppressed and that. But yeah, the Blue Book was a big in. It was basically the military's information that they were gathering on anti gravity and stuff. Crafts, witnesses, sightings, suppressing it. Keeping it all undercover. But yeah,
And you think the Men in Black, not the TV show, not the movie, but the real
yeah.
Men in Black, right? They're not our government, right?
No, they're aliens. But they
Yeah,
work. They
exactly.
work. They work for our government or with our government. But
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
Men in
back.
Black.
What? Guess
Hi.
who's back? Back again.
All right. How'd
I
it go
missed
with you
you. I was kind
guys?
of worried.
Huh?
Yeah, no, we've been going on, yakking away.
I know, right?
Yeah,
He's a good co-host for you, right? He asks you a lot of questions and stuff.
yeah, it's been great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't mind. Bring it on. I love getting questions asked if I can
Yeah.
answer them.
I gotta find my glasses. Oh my god, I can't see the screen. Hold on.
Yeah. So, like I've seen, there's a TV show I used to watch religiously years ago called Towards 2000. And it was actually an invention show, where inventors would get on and show new technologies that were coming out, that they'd developed. And
Oh, okay.
they actually, back in the 80s, they built an AI computer, a living AI computer, by the way, right?
Mhm.
That was mapped from the human brain. This doctor had pulled the human brain apart layer by layer, and he copied the blood vessels, and only in a section that he thought gave us our freedom of thought type of thing or whatever. But I don't know how he figured out what part to pull apart. But he said once you understand how to build these things, they were cheap and easy to produce, right? And basically, he said he pulled the human brain apart layer by layer and then replicated it using this fungus. And this fungus, he said, it only grows in two different parts of the world, somewhere in the Amazon jungle and some other place. But he created this circuit board, copying the blood vessels that he in each layer, and when you have blood vessels, you'll notice like there'll be a blood vessel that leads to like a little globule, which will have other blood vessels running out of it that are some are skinnier, some are thicker. Well, that's the same. It's the same thing as a circuit board, like we have thicker tracks, skinnier tracks, depending on how many amps and how many volts we
Oh,
want to travel
your friend
along.
is here, spaceman.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
It's
screen
Yeah.
test.
Sean. Yeah, Sean. His
Now,
name is.
let me ask you something, Jose.
Hi, Sean.
Do you know this person? Who is Cruz Guzman?
That's me.
I thought you said you didn't have two devices.
I went and got it from my living room because I was charging it when I was in the room. I
Oh,
didn't
so
have it.
now you can. Oh,
So,
that's good.
yeah, so I pulled it
Cool.
in, but it's at 37% already. I don't know why.
Oh,
Because
really?
I had it. Yeah, because I had it on
If
Mhm.
you've
while I
got
was
the
charging it.
if you've got
Yeah,
the
it has.
Wi-Fi on and all that, it'll suck it out pretty quick.
Yeah, so that's why it's at 37% already. Damn, that sucks.
Hmm. And
Yeah,
this is
because
Hey,
Jose
Sean.
Guzman, but he's
Yeah.
Cruz as
Hi.
well.
yeah.
Hi, Sean.
Well, Cruz is my real name too, but that's my middle name.
Oh, now that was kind of strange. Because I've never seen because I've been watching Vale for a little while, and I've never seen her do that before, so that was pretty strange. not strange like in a bad way, strange like in a cool way, that she said she was getting like a message for somebody in the chat room or even on the panel.
Oh, paranormal.
Yeah, paranormal. Yeah, veil through the veil paranormal.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah,
so
that was awesome.
yeah, so anybody who's in the chat room now that maybe wasn't in the chat room before, um, just think like I know that Coward Strikes Backwards, but maybe they were here and weren't talking, but um, she said that she was like hearing somebody talking to her by the name of Royce that had passed on, and that somebody had their jacket that they had given to them or ended up with, inherited kind of. Yeah, I know. I think it was probably someone who was watching too, Pink, that
They may have
they
got they may have got freaked out by it too, like and didn't say anything. You know what I mean? They might
yeah,
have gone, shit, this is too,
especially if it was
like
somebody who was like a who was watching, but
straight.
was somebody who doesn't like me, you know?
No, no,
Yeah,
but
That's terrible.
they
Yeah,
may not
haters.
believe in ghosts and spirit, or maybe they do and they just freaked them out. Oh shit, you're kidding me, like how'd they know that, and some
yeah,
people
that somebody
have.
had a jacket and they were saying, don't lose that jacket."
Yeah, you think, telling someone a bit of information like that would excite them and want them to ask more questions or something,
I
but
would think so too.
sometimes
Hmm.
people would go the opposite way and freak out and want to run away.
Right.
So
They
Survivor,
Yeah.
earlier when I was telling my story, right, about when the police had crashed into me and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
When they, well,
I didn't
that was
hear it.
also
Oh, had
that
wait,
was
but they had
The pit maneuver.
crashed into you, or they had
No, the
um
pit maneuver got
raided.
him.
Did you say raided?
yeah.
No, they,
No, no, that was different. That was when they raided my house. This was
Okay.
6 years ago before I tried to commit suicide. What happened was I was driving on the freeway and I had found a gun, and but
Oh
that
yeah, yeah. You
day
told me that. Yeah,
I
I
was
did hear that. Okay.
I,
And
I
then it
was
was
at the
like you
park with
went
the shaman.
through. You
Yeah,
were what?
like inside the car, I met the shaman and the medicine man. But what happened was they had told me about body movements and mannerisms, right? And
Yeah.
they had showed me some telepathic communication, but I didn't
Yeah.
want to believe it, and I got freaked out and I got scared, right? So I jumped in my car and I left. And then I heard all kinds of like horns and music, and I could hear people talking to me in my head, right? And I was like,
Hmm.
"What the heck? Am I having like a nervous breakdown? What's wrong?" I wasn't under the influence and I wasn't drinking. And what ended up happening is the police were pulling me over, and I'm like, damn, they're gonna kill me, because they had just shot some kid 50 times in Vista, and he was pulling out his cell phone.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I
They
didn't
do.
pull over right away. They pit maneuvered me and I crashed, and then but while all this was happening, um, like I can't say it's God because I don't know what God looks like, but what I believe was God, right? Talked to
Hmm.
me, and I could hear. I don't know if it was souls or spirits or what it was, but it was of
Yeah.
people that were still alive, and they were trying to guide me. And then what I believe was God, he told me just have
mm,
faith. And then that's when I went to the hospital. They put me in the ambulance, took me to the hospital. They checked my blood, they breathalyzed me. They go, "You're clear." And I told them, "But my back hurts a little bit. Can I get something for my back?" And then I think they gave me some medicine for it, but they tried to get me out as fast as they could.
Yeah.
yeah,
You know?
because you've had missing time, I think being watched over, like, because not all contacts, like I've had like contacts, but I've never had anyone talk to me, or try to communicate messages to me, except for that, the cubes flying through the air and things, messages that way. But I've never any actually been. I mean, I was going to tell you about the time when I that sound weapon thing, right? Well, they did something to my head with that. They actually, I think they used a microwave weapon on me, and I think it gave me maybe I might have ended up with brain cancer or something. I was getting a lot of heat, and like a headache wanted to come on, but it never did. And I knew something that whatever that sound weapon did, it did something to me, that wasn't
How long
normal.
ago was that?
Oh, shit, probably about 5 years ago.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
anyway, it was just after watching this Dr. Deagle warning us about. It was 2 years before we ever heard of a smartphone. It was back in the day of the Nokia, before the Nokia flip phone.
Oh, okay, the Nokia flip phone. Okay.
Nokia, yeah. Nokia.
Yeah,
He says Nokia.
yeah. So before the flip phone, right? And
Yeah.
anyway, he was warning us about the weapons they had in these smartphones. And anyway, when he mentioned the scalar wave weapon, that's when I knew it was a Tesla weapon. It's the same scalar wave energy is the same energy it runs through us, and the screens apparently produce it. So anyway, I thought, oh, at the time only Russia used to talk about these things. And this guy was American, so I thought, I wonder who else in the world's mucking around with scalar waves then. And when I typed it in, he'd enter on the keyboard. That's when I got hit by this weapon. But anyway, I stayed away from the computer for about 5 days, and then after that,
Sorry, I'm talking to my dog at the same time.
yeah, you can come over, Sean. Yeah.
My dog?
No, Sean sent me a text. He was saying, could he come over? And I said, yeah, come over, man.
What spaceman got the good hooch?
Yeah.
He's probably trying to call you and fucking get like a message to you, and he's like, you know what? I'll check that live stream.
I'm drinking an IPA right now.
I wish I had a beer, but no. Yeah.
Saying hi,
Mine's
Sam.
It's 7.7%.
What is it, Sierra Nevada?
No, it's called Stone Delicious IPA. It's funny because it's gluten free.
It's what, blue and green? Oh, just like
No, gluten free. Gluten
Oh,
free.
gluten free. I think the blue and green.
You can get a high off wild lettuce. It's wild lettuce. Wild lettuce is milk thistle. It's also known as, but it's the most natural painkiller on earth.
Oh yeah.
You can just eat leaves, and it's better than morphine.
Spaceman.
Anyway, yeah, mate. Yep.
So you know how you were talking about that like a radar or something like sound wave?
Yeah. The scalar waves.
So I know that the U.S. military, they were doing some microwaves or something like that.
Yeah,
where
the
they could point.
DEWs.
Is that what it's called? DDWs?
DEWs, like do. Yeah.
Yeah,
that Cheryl, no bullshit, enforcer or whatever she is. Yeah, she knew all about that shit. The whole thing.
And they could point it at you and zap you, and they could either make you bleed, drop, stop you from movement, or kill you.
We're a biological electric computer. Like, we need. I mean, it's only a matter of tweaking the frequencies to screw you over, And because I'm into electronics, I know exactly what it is they did to me, And what I could hear in my head, not through my ears, it was in my head. I could hear all this static noise, like, and that's called a disruptive frequency, and that's all it is. It is just a random static noise that's put through the radio wave, and it's called disruptive frequencies. And when you beam that at other, or cross it over with other frequencies, it does exactly that. It disrupts it, right? Well, I could tell whatever this sound was in my head, it was like 5 layers of that, like 5 different frequencies of static, all going, and what it did to me, it made all my muscles lock up, and my arms ended up as far back, bent back as far behind my back as possible. My back arched backwards, and I fell back in my computer chair to the point both feet had come off the floor. And I could not move, right? I could tell what was happening around me still. I knew what was going on around me, but I just could not move a muscle. And
that's scary to be paralyzed like that.
Yeah. And they did this to me. They knew exactly where I was sitting watching that video.
Who's they, though? Who do you think they is?
Well, because see, this Dr. Deagle was saying he was employed by American military and was actually employed to weaponize the virus that killed the people in the Black Plague, right? And he's an expert in biology and
that really came from the area around the Black Sea. That's why it was called the Black Sea.
No. When they dug those
I did
bodies
research
up,
on it.
when they dug them bodies up from Iceland and they researched the bodies looking for the virus, they eventually found it, and it turned out to be a bird swine flu cross, a
But it was from
man-made
the area of the
virus.
Black Sea, I'm
It
saying.
was a man-made virus. That's what he said. There's no way that can happen in nature. It's a man-made virus. Someone back then tried to kill
It was something to
humanity.
do with, they thought it had to do with this and that, but what they were talking about was maybe, but there was also something called the kissing disease too, which was kind of similar.
It was lethal because, back then our immune systems were nowhere near as strong as what they are today. So yeah, it killed 1 out of 3 people, I think they said.
Yeah, I know, right? There was a lot of people
A lot of people died from it, and the only people that were immune were the O negative type blood types.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the only reason that we survived it, And but anyway, he was putting a warning out there saying about this virus that they were creating and how lethal it was, and there's no escaping it because they were adding these 7 elements into it that would allow it to enter your body through your skin. So they could just spray it through the air and it would land on your skin and you were infected, like there was no escape. And he quit the project when he realized what they were doing, He said, no way. And they had 5 elements into it by then. So he said for sure they'd have it together by now. They would have got someone else to continue on the work. So, but anyway, so he was giving out information they didn't want out. And I'd watched this thing. It was 7 parts episode and it went for 3.5 hours and I watched every bit of it. And then I went and made the mistake of bringing up Google at the end of it and searching up the topic about scalar waves. And scalar waves are the electrical energy our body runs off. So if you create a device that permits scalar waves and you beam them at a person and manipulate them, you could easily alter their effects, And I know how to build it. I did it by accident when I was playing around making my hydrogen fuel cell. And I know exactly how to do not exactly because this is scalar wave, the one I'm talking about. The one that hit me was microwave. But this scalar wave weapon device I built, no shit, if I was to turn it on while you were in vicinity of it, you would just black out. You wouldn't hear nothing. You wouldn't feel nothing. You'd just black out instantly.
Spaceman.
Right? And that's plasma. Yeah, go on.
So, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So when I was younger, right? You know how we were talking about magnetic stuff and stuff like that, and electricity earlier, and sound waves and all that. Well, I remember we had this. I'm serious, okay? It's kind of strange,
Yeah,
what happened was we had this refrigerator, right? Yeah. And when you would hear the refrigerator running, you could hear of course you hear a machine running, but like if it was like if current was running through it, right? Yeah. And when I would touch it, I would feel the current run through my body. Oh yeah. And it felt healthy. It felt comfortable. Is something wrong with that? Could it have harmed me or anything like that?
Well, it's resonating. It may have stimulated your nervous system or whatever. I mean, I've had poker machines and pinball machines, all sorts of machinery do that, but it's basically it's got a short in it somewhere and it's earthing out on the metal, and you are getting a current running through you, but it wouldn't be the same kind of current, Scalar wave energy is plasma energy, and because I had on the hydrogen fuel cell, the reason it worked, the reason it knocked you out if you went too close to it, was because I had like the other device, like I said, it's all about multiple frequencies, not just one. Like if I was to beam just a frequency of scalar wave at you, I might affect something in your body, but I wouldn't get any noticeable result. You know what I mean? It wouldn't do a great deal to you. But if I
Gosh,
was
well,
to
simmer down.
put
Never ate
static
before.
frequency
Oh my
into it and
God.
make it so it was just not a stable waveform, it was actually a broken up waveform, and I did that with multiple ones of
Yeah.
it. I could affect you in ways that, not even I would know. I'd have to do that to you to see what effects
I'm
it
gonna
did.
cut it right now.
But
The results, yeah.
there's a device that got discovered a while back. A guy, he was a archaeologist, and dug up a lot of
Oh,
artifacts,
I got it. No, I got it.
a lot of artifacts in Egypt, right? And he's pretty
I
famous. And there's a video on my YouTube channel. Hang on, I'll just bring it up and tell you what the name of it is.
Video on his YouTube channel of what now? Ow! Pink Sam, did you say you've been in I know for one thing I want to say, I wonder what, oh my God, why are you so greedy? Okay, wait a minute, Tucker. Hold on, the
Okay.
cats and the dogs. Here, come here, Tucker.
Okay, it's called The
Don't let him
Truth.
scare you away.
It's
Get
on
away from me.
under my videos on my channel called The Truth About
Come
Tutankhamun
here.
Alien Artifacts. They
I want to know
found
where Cheryl is. I want to know where Ben is, and I want to know. We haven't
Ben,
heard from him since
Camera's
we
on.
watched
Your camera's on.
my camera.
Yeah, it's on.
I'm eating ham.
see your doggy.
I can see the German Shepherd.
Oh my God, you can see him, huh?
Yeah,
That's so
dude.
funny.
Yeah, he wants to be a star as well.
So, Spaceman,
Mm.
I was in federal prison in 2003, right?
Yeah.
And I had an individual from San Diego. He was from Encinitas,
And my camera on, you
and
bastard. Get out of here.
and
Go ahead.
he had some mental issues, right? Well, what I believe were mental issues.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was listening to a talk show, and the talk show was talking about tracking devices and stuff like that can be on clothing and like put on your personal self.
Mm-hmm.
So it was talking about how if as long as it didn't have metal like your clothing or whatever, like say it was a sweater or whatever, you
Yeah.
could put it in a microwave and turn it on for 2 or 3 seconds and stop the device from
And
working.
destroy it. No, there's
So what
another
I did,
device. Yeah.
but what
No,
I
you
did, I didn't finish real quick, okay?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
am finished.
yeah. I hope you didn't
What
put
what
your
I,
head in the microwave.
Mhm.
it's fun. That's funny that you said that because that's exactly what I did.
Oh no! Oh shit!
Well, what did you do?
So watch. So he believed he had a device in his ear, right? And on the talk show was saying how you can use the microwaves to kill the device. So I couldn't physically put his head in the microwave because it won't turn on.
Who
Right?
said?
So
Yeah,
Who said?
you gotta hold the button in.
This kid from Encinitas, from San Diego, California, and he believed that the Mexican mafia and the Woods and somebody else was in his brain, right? And they were giving him. They had a little device in his ear. So the talk show said that you could destroy the device with microwaves. So what I did was I got his head, and you know how there's like a fan outlet where everything comes out of, like the back of the microwave.
Yeah.
So
it's
I
just
put
a
his head. I put his head up to that, right? And I turned on the microwave, and I had him sit there for a while, and it didn't work. It didn't stop. It didn't stop him from hearing the voices. So
he may.
the following day.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised, Jose? That it didn't work?
Well, I was just trying to fix him, you know.
Yeah,
and so
You're
guess
trying
what
to
I
fix
did
him.
though?
You're so sweet. I was trying to fix him.
So guess what I did?
What?
No.
If you had to
No,
put him
so-
in there and push the button and turn it on, it would have.
So the next day, right? I was walking the prison yard, and I told him, "Hey, come over here." And I picked up a little rock, but I didn't tell him I picked it up, and it was real small, like a little pebble. And I put my hand to his ear, and I pretended I pulled out the device, and I didn't let him see it. I just let him hear it, and I hit the floor with it, with the little rock, and it jumped out and fell out the outside gate of the prison yard, and he thought he was fixed. So every morning he would wake up and he'd be like, "They put the device in my ear again. Can you fix me?" So every morning I would do the same thing, and he would be normal throughout the day because he believed it was no longer in his ear.
Yeah, it could
Wow.
have been a psychological thing.
That's like in Patch Adams, that movie Patch Adams, and
Yeah.
he
It's like,
was the guy was it was seeing squirrels, like the guy was always scared or something, and Robin Williams was his roommate. So he finally, the roommate's going, "Can you see him? Can you see him?" Was always scared. Oh my God, my dog is going off on his blanket, his girlfriend's blanket. And so uh he was oh my God, I'm so distracted from my dog having sex with his blanket. Anyway, and he's sick too. He's such a little jerk. Um, he's sick, so
There's
he can
gonna be
never bust
baby
a nut.
gravy all over the blanket.
Yeah, it's his little blanket. Well, it is his now, little fucker.
you'll
But
have to
anyway, so
watch it.
Did you hear me though?
what?
The dog's gonna leave baby gravy all over the blanket.
No, he doesn't, because he doesn't bust a nut because he's fixed. Yeah.
Microwave.
That's
I
so
got him.
funny. You're funny.
I got him fixed on Valentine's Day. 'Cause I'm sweet like
You're so mean.
MSPCA is mean. So they, Robin Williams, like acted out a fight with his roommate, and it helped him out with the squirrels. And they were like, they brought the bed up, the mattress, and he's throwing hand grenades at him and stuff. Like made the guy believe that he had defeated this. At least like somebody else saw the squirrels and helped him defeat them, and it helped him. Just like you did with the guy with the rocking.
It's like people that have multiple personalities and stuff. They believe they can hear a voice in their head. People talking to them all the time. Different. It's not the same as that, I guess, because personal. They actually become other people, but schizophrenics and that believe they hear people talking to them all the time.
Well, that schizophrenic that we know lately, he's gone off the rails.
I had a friend that used to.
What are they doing?
They're putting vibrating devices on the poles outside, and then he thinks that they was trying to send like some kind of waves to his mother, some kind of vibration, so that he put these vibrating devices all around, and the poor woman must be going crazy wondering where the fucking sounds are.
It's like when I was younger, we had a.
No, but I'm talking about the V person, spaceman, and not when you were younger. I'm talking about him. That's what he's been doing.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's been putting vibrating devices, and then he was outside on his roof.
What is dildo?
Huh? No, I don't know what it was. Yeah, right, Pink. Pink has seen him.
That's so funny.
Yeah, and they're not like vibrators, like sex vibrators. They're like massagers, and you put them up because he's trying to break the vibrations that Google is trying to send.
He's just trying to draw attention to himself.
And then
space
up on the roof. Go ahead,
spaceman. Okay, so even though that guy's schizophrenic, he's crazy, putting the vibrators on the poles. But back in the days, right? If you had little motors, you could put little motors and have them tap your windows. And what you were doing is, because the federal agents like FBI and stuff like that, they used to listen on with these meters, and what they do is it gets the vibration, like whatever you're saying inside the house.
Yeah,
the vibration, you can listen in on the vibration of the window.
Yeah, they've actually got laser beams, and they just point it at the window, and you turn your window into a microphone.
Yeah.
Oh,
so if you have the little trembler,
I think Pink said, was it Pink who said that she knew somebody that was outside aiming one like at the neighborhood or something? One of those microphones.
Microwaves.
Oh, the microphone thing.
No, she was talking about their high gain mic. They got like a satellite dish behind the microphone pickup, so that it is more sensitive. It can sort of collect sounds from long distance and amplify it back to the mic.
Right. Yeah. Well, he's like Pink says right here. He's on the roof. Imagine his poor neighbor. That's what I'm saying. He was like on his roof, and he was saying, "This neighbor, this guy, he's been out here weed whacking for 2 hours." And he points at another person. He said, "And that lady, she's on the internet. She's part of the cyberbullying gang. And this person, he's this and that." And I'm thinking to myself, "Oh my God, these poor neighbors. I mean, it won't be long before he's like, taking shots at him, like from the bell tower.
When I was a young fella, when
Oh
this is how powerful scalar waves are, right?
my God,
When
Spaceman, did you ever hear what I'm talking about or what?
Yeah, I did, but he's a crazy man. I don't really want to talk about him.
Yeah.
He's
We're
a
just talking
waste
about
of.
people with
Don't
schizophrenia.
don't
Really
don't
about
you don't
him.
want people going there looking, do you? You
Going
don't
there,
want
what?
you don't want people going there to have a look, do you?
No, he didn't say his name.
Yeah,
People
okay.
know who it is. They were
Let's
they
just
were all over fucking. Oh, he
let's
should be
just keep
back
it.
in the family. Oh yeah.
So anyway, like this back in the early days, we had a drought in Australia, and all our animals were dying, and the government was asking other countries for assistance, to feed the animals and that. And anyway, this American fella said, "Oh, um, if you pay my trip over and trip back to America, I'll make it rain. I'll guarantee I'll make it rain within 21 days." And he said that he had this scalar wave device that he could put a pulse into the sky. And he said, doesn't matter how far away the rain clouds are, they could be on the other side of the world. It will take 21 days to travel to Australia and drop its rain. And the government laughed, piss off, didn't believe him. But I'm pretty sure they did, because Australia actually leads the world in scalar wave science. But anyway, so um, they refused to pay, of course. So he was that confident, this fellow. He said, well, I'll pay my trip over. And if I make it rain in 21 days, you pay for the trip over and back again. So he comes over and he sets this device up, and it's only like a
Did
small
it work?
circuit. Yeah. It was this little circuit board sitting on top of a 9 volt, a
I'm
9
trying to make
volt
long story short.
a 9 volt torch battery, right? And it had an aerial coming off, which is about 3 inches long, with this little ball on it. And he was sending this pulse up into the clouds. Well, on the 22nd day, it pissed down and it rained for ages. It broke the drought and saved the day, right? But our government still refused to believe that he created it, because it happened on the 22nd day, not the 21st.
Oh my God. Well, he probably didn't create it.
Hang on, I'm showing
I
you.
find it odd that all the time when someone will go missing in those national forests, that the weather will all of a sudden be really bad and they have to call off the search. I think that's really strange. Like maybe there's something more to do with it. Like that guy that was on UFO Man was talking about how there was people. There was a lot of people, he said, that were on this ship. He said he got abducted. I don't know if you heard that, Jose. But he said he got abducted, him and his friend, and that there was lots of people on the ship where they
Oh yeah,
and
I heard that
yeah,
one. I heard it. Yeah, I think I had just
yeah.
tuned in at the end
It
of
would
it. That's
behoove people
strange.
to see, to see if there was UFO sightings at any other time when people had gone missing and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, see if it was coincidental, like, because it makes you wonder, like, a lot of those people, they never found any trace of them, and then some of them actually ended up walking out of the woods when, like, 17 days later, all by themselves, and they were, like, kind of, they couldn't remember what happened or anything.
So there was two things that I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
One was about what we were just talking about the rain and stuff like that, and then another one was about the rainforest.
Okay.
The one that Spaceman was just talking about was the desert, like about how the guy made it rain with that thing, and it was a
Yeah, it was
day
a
late.
drought.
So
Mm-hmm.
so I know that oh, damn, my other phone just went to 15%. I'm about to put it back on the charger, but I know that there's this thing that you can do, right? And I learned it on like a survival channel, not on YouTube though, back when I was young. And I'm just wondering how drinkable the water is. and if there's anything in the ground, like say radiation or something like that from a fallout or something,
Mm-hmm.
like how we could treat it, because I know what you do is you dig a hole, right, and you put a can in the middle, and then you get like succulent plants and leaves and stuff like that, and you get like a razor or a blade, and you slash them all up and you put them around, and then you put a plastic cover over it with a rock in the middle, but you have the plastic like at an angle to where it drops in the can, and then the condensation from the ground and the plants, it'll drop in the tin.
Mm-hmm.
So say if we have like a nuclear war or something, right? How do we
Mm-hmm.
get around being able to drink that? And then the other thing I wanted to talk about
So
was
that's kind of like distilling something, actually. The constant condensation.
yeah. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was the rainforest, right? Um,
Yeah.
there's these bugs that are flat, like almost flat, like a piece of tape,
Yeah.
right? And what they do is they tremble, and because they tremble, it's like a like not the size of a piece of a paper, but like maybe a sliver of a sticky note,
Yeah.
and they tremble, and that's how they fly. They don't
Really?
fly like a bird. They don't fly like a butterfly or like a fly. They fly because they vibrate.
That's different. I was watching a show one time where they were saying that if a wall vibrated enough, you could go through the wall because it would make the molecules moving or something, just like the same way if you sat something on top of, say, a deep thing with rice in it or something, and you kept shaking it around, eventually it would sink through the rice, you know?
That's
I
pretty
don't know.
groovy. I like that. Yeah.
I don't know if it's true or not. What do you think, Spaceman? Spaceman, did you fall asleep? Spaceman, my God, what happened?
He's mad. They abducted him.
I know, right? I
That,
know. That's
that
what I
little
thought you guys were gonna think because the dog was barking, and I'm like, and then suddenly I was gone. Like maybe someone came up and took me, you know. Hey, weren't
you
you
thought
on
that,
here the other night, Jose, when Ben was in the backyard talking to some girl?
yeah. And I think she was kind of messed up. I kind of got it confused later because I think I talked to you after that. But yeah, she was kind of messed up.
Oh yeah, you
Back.
thought it was Brad. Brad, who didn't come in here tonight. He 5 days of fighting. He said 5 days of fighting. Well, maybe we'll have to let Ben up so he can tell us about his
Oh,
adventures, huh?
yeah. Yeah, there's
Were
always
you
Because
something
the
to hear
last
abducted?
we
about.
saw, Ben is
He
like his
must,
own soap opera for us.
he must have won.
I
He
know.
said, "Sorry, I'm late.
He's still
Five
I
here.
days
know.
of fighting." Oh, there he is. That's him, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was in there. He was. We were listening to that.
He
That
broke up with his missus a while ago. He's been living in the backyard.
was. Yeah. Yeah.
So
So
I
we
can't
just
believe
found
he
the
was having a
adventures of
battle with that
Ben.
girl.
Yeah, that girl was back there, and then we were trying to like say, "Is she pretty? Is she pretty?" and stuff.
Oh yeah, to
Remember?
hook him up. To hook him up. Yeah.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
the girl that was here.
She
Yeah.
would
That
have
was
had
on
little
the
Ben babies.
Yeah.
It was Sean's wife.
We were wondering where you went, Spaceman. What happened? Did your friend get there? Steam test?
No, steam test came out. His wife came over.
His
Steam
wife did?
test. Yeah, she's the one with
So
the
he had to leave
license.
his house? Is that why he wanted to come to yours?
No, she's come over instead because he can't drive.
Oh, she came over too?
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
she did. Yeah, she just
Oh,
left.
Oh
they
God,
were
I'm
there.
kind of tripping.
I didn't hear it pull up. She had a hole in her muffler, and you used to hear it bloody from coming down the other side of the block, you know.
Right, yeah.
So
Where's Ben? Ben, are you
Spaceman,
going to come in or what?
I had to.
spaceman.
Yeah.
The other night we tried to hook up Ben with the girl that was stalking him.
Yeah.
Poor, poor
Weren't
Ben.
Spaceman here? Was he here?
No. Girl was
No,
stalking him.
Yeah, she was stalking him because she wanted to sleep in the backyard in the tent, and he told her no, that she had to leave because she's been
Shit.
causing trouble and things have been coming up missing. So he's trying to get rid of her. But then we asked her
Kept
if she was
showing up with
cute,
her
and he
grocery
wouldn't
cart.
say.
If you saw
Yeah,
Ben's like a bloody yowie or a Bigfoot.
A
He's huge.
yowie. Because
Well,
he's
he's got the big.
6'4".
He got the big beard. If you saw him in the dark, I'm pretty sure you'd think he was a yowie.
Now,
Holy shit!
what is that about the yowie? Tell us about yowie.
Well, the same thing as Bigfoot. Yeah, like I was telling you when we used to go to the sports grounds and we could hear this thing going. "Rrrr."
Really? Mm.
Yeah, I told you about that, didn't I?
Yeah, and Texas said she heard like a couple of growls. Here's Ben.
How
Hi.
you doing? How you
Good.
guys
How are you?
doing?
Good, mate. It's
Good.
unusual,
We were
Ben.
wondering what happened after the excitement the other night.
Ah, oh
Yeah.
well,
You didn't
shit
turn her
is
away.
officially hit the fan over here.
That night?
So you did let her
Oh
sleep.
man,
Well, the
Yeah.
last thing we knew was he was going to go get a coffee, and then he said, now I have to bring you with me. And then that was like, then you kind of
That's
got
where
off.
the trouble. That's when the trouble started.
What happened, Ben? Tell us.
you
Do
guys
tell.
don't even want to know.
huh,
Yes,
Yeah,
we
we
do
do.
want to
Survivor
know.
Girl.
Hell yeah,
Survivor
Yep.
Girl.
right?
Yeah.
And did we
Is
guess
that
it right? Did you take the girl
Survivor
into
Girl?
the night?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead,
I'm gonna tell you.
Jose.
I'm gonna tell you. Good.
Okay.
All
Wait, let me
Is
hear
that
what Jose's
we
saying. Wait, Jose, what?
Survivor Girl? Is that kind of like considered a date when you take somebody out for a cup of coffee?
Can I make a
Well, no,
coffee?
that's when you would first meet somebody if you were on like a
Oh,
thing. But I
okay.
think,
Oh,
and especially not a date when he goes, great, now I got to take you with me.
Do I need a? Hey Ben, do I need a coffee? Should I get a coffee?
And now,
I'm proud of you,
the
Ben.
term
You handled
"go get
yourself
a
well.
coffee" is turned into something bad.
Coffee
So
and
what
donuts
happened,
and
Ben?
little Ben babies everywhere.
No,
All right, so
no,
here we
he's
go.
not doing
Here we
that.
go. Here we go. Here we go. They're in the next room. So just
What?
care-
They're in the next room, so he can't talk loud.
Oh, okay. So
Okay,
we all
Ben.
got to stop
Okay.
talking at the same time so we can hear what
Yeah,
you're
go
saying.
ahead,
Go
Ben.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Blast.
Go ahead.
Okay.
All right. So here's the deal. All right. So my girl, my ex-girl, found out that this girl that was staying with her was fucking her dude. She's
Ooh.
fucking her dad right now. And
Your ex-wife?
yeah,
His ex-wife. He's the girl he met the other night or her girlfriend is sleeping with her dad.
yes, has been banging.
Her dad?
No,
Yeah.
no.
That's terrible.
Is that what he said?
That's
Yeah,
twisted,
that's what he
dude.
said.
His
Hold on, wait.
ex-wife's girlfriend is sleeping with her dad. His ex-girlfriend's dad.
Your ex-father-in-law?
No, wait, no.
No, he's got it wrong. Okay, Spaceman has it wrong. Go ahead, Ben.
No. Okay.
Okay.
So
I thought you said she's sleeping with her man, right?
okay. So my girl's like best friend, her best friend, right? Okay, has been banging her man like the whole way, right? You know, like behind her back, and she just figured that out. She's just figuring it out. And,
how'd she figure it out? What did you put the shit? You know what? I have to go out and come back in because I got kicked out because I just got a phone call. I'll be right back. You guys don't let me. I don't want to miss this. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah. Hey, Ace. Nice to see you back, Ace. Yeah, so interesting. I guess she probably the gift that she thought her father bought was for her ended up getting given to the other one.
No. I can explain the whole thing.
Caught in the act.
Okay, so it's like this. She's in love with a dude, right? You know, and This dude probably, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. It probably doesn't
That's
stop
it.
right there.
What did I miss? Did I miss anything?
So hang on, Ben. Hang on. So is it your ex is and her girlfriend, right? That your ex is is your ex hooked up with someone else now? Is she or?
Yes. Yeah.
Right, and he's sleeping with the your ex's girlfriend, which is now his girlfriend. He's sleeping with
No,
her.
she was
Oh,
never
sorry.
my ex or anything.
So
There's
he's
only
sleeping.
one.
Just her best friend.
Her
Yeah,
best.
So
he's
how did she
sleeping with
find
her
out?
best.
Did you tell her then?
Yeah.
Oh, I knew you did. I knew it. I knew it. You are such a troublemaker there. And he'll go, I'm here to keep everybody under control and
No, he
bring
did
them
it.
up.
He did it unintentionally. He was talking about something and then realized, whoops, maybe I should.
No, she figured it out on her own, and then she shoved this fucking girl. We went down. We were fishing the other morning, and she tried to tell her, like in her ear. She's like, are you fucking with my dude? And she was like, yeah. And so my girl shoved her into the ocean.
Into the ocean?
Yeah.
You guys were out at the ocean?
Shoved her right in with all of her shit, her backpack, her everything, her wallet, everything, right into the ocean. Bam, right off the dock.
Why were they so close to the ocean?
Because they were fishing. They were on the pier.
Oh, I didn't hear the fishing part. Oh my god. So she took her out there to kill her.
That's
Yeah,
probably
she did.
mild.
She took her out there. I said, you better not fucking. So I'm standing there. I'm like, if you fucking, like, please don't.
Oh, you were there,
I'm gonna
fucking referee.
I'm gonna kill her.
Did you jump in and save her?
What's up?
Did you jump in and save her?
No, somebody else went and got her fished her
Oh,
out.
you were gonna just leave her there?
No.
No.
What happened to the girl with the grocery carriage? The girl that wanted to sleep in the backyard.
That's the one. That's the one. Gone.
That's the one that she dumped into the ocean?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
She's bad.
So you lost your friend then.
There goes our interview.
Yeah, he's like, oh my god, you know what I think? I think you got it out of her that night when you were fucking out there interrogating her. And then the next day you told your ex so that she would get rid of her boyfriend and then you could get back in the picture.
Yeah.
I know. I have no interest in it. I know you guys think I have like an ulterior.
No. Just so you can take over the house again.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
Oh, see, I'm pretty
friggin'
good.
snored. She snored a lot.
Me to take the house back over because Mama's here. Like I was like, you guys are making this place fucking like sketchy, and so you got to go. All of you got to go.
After Willie Gate the other night. Oh, they called it Willie Gate when the guy put his penis. Were you here, Jose, for that one?
Oh my god.
No, I missed you.
Ben turns bouncer, right?
What's up?
Ben turns bouncer.
I've been to the glory hole.
The glory hole?
Bouncer, like the bouncer at the nightclub, like get rid of the trash.
The glory hole.
Out you go.
I'm a beast, man.
All right, so we've got our class. All right, so here's today's lesson. Jose's going to teach everybody what a glory hole is.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, we learn something new every day. So
you really don't know what it is?
Yeah,
no, I don't know what glory hole is.
Come on.
I don't know what glory hole is. What, all guys know what glory hole is, but we don't?
Talking naughty. That's so well, what would you think men would call a glory hole?
I mean, that could be anything. That could be the butt for some men. That could be the mouth for some men. It could be the
eye socket or your ear or anything.
I heard that people fuck
In your
people in the ear.
Yeah. Well, maybe blowing. Oh, I thought girls like their ears blowing in. Not like that, you bastard.
But anyway, for those who don't know, not Ben, I'm sorry, Jose, would you like to tell us about the glory hole?
Okay. It's a place where guys go to get their dick sucked by a random chick.
Sucked by random chick?
Yeah.
See,
It
so
could be
that
sex,
would be the mouth. See, Spaceman, so you were wrong.
but it could be sex. It could be other things, you know. But you just put it in the hole, and then somebody's
You
on the
just
other
put it
side.
in the
Anything,
hole.
any hole that gives glories a glory
It's a
hole.
hole in the wall, Spaceman.
Yeah.
Spaceman.
Yeah.
A
It's
glory
a hole
hole.
in the wall.
Well, there you
And
go.
you
See, any
Yeah,
hole.
and you don't know who
That's
is
old
doing it to
school
your penis on
glory
the other
hole.
Oh,
side, by the
yeah,
way.
yeah, that's right. They have them booths over in Asia and that, don't they? You pay $10 and then just put your dick in a hole in the booth, and a couple of gay men on the other side suck you off.
It's so
Oh, serious? Yeah, all the
Maybe
transgenders
not
go.
where Jose went. Probably
That's
not
where
where
all the
Jose went.
that's where all
No,
the
not where I went.
transgenders make
Not
their
where I
drug
went.
money. That's how all the
Ben, have you ever been to a
transgenders
glory hole?
are. Yeah, I've seen videos on that crap, man. No way.
sorry. That's me smoking weed. My bad.
Okay.
Choking
Have
on
you
it.
ever been to a glory hole, Ben? Or are you too tall for those?
I think I've been in a couple of glories. I don't know.
It's a wall with a hole in it, and you stick it through there, and
No,
then
hell no. That's from like Porky's. You
I've
know,
never
like,
yeah.
paid for
your
sex
dick
in my
in the
life, and I
fucking
never
hole.
will.
Oh my god. Oh, Ace of Amy says she watched the angels caught on CCTV, by the way.
It's
Huh?
funny the shit we talk about.
She watched what? Oh, yeah. There's
The
lots of
video.
interesting videos if you look it up. Yeah, like look at like ghosts caught on CCTV, and yeah, you'll just see heaps of different videos. But yeah, there's some pretty unreal stuff. That link I put up there for years before, you actually see some couple of guys sleeping in this room. And I mean, I guess people can make shit up too, but you know, if it is real, you know, it's sort of poltergeist sort of shit. You know, there's been actually in the early days, there's been a woman that was getting harassed by a poltergeist, and she was being raped and everything. You know,
Yeah,
like
that was the entity in that movie, The Entity. That was like in California, I think.
handprints on her body and all this shit, and they actually could see it on film. You know, like they could see the indentation of a handprint on her skin and all this sort of shit happening to her and that. You know, so. Anyway, they tried to capture it by trapping it in liquid nitrogen, and they set up like a fake room of her bedroom because it would move to wherever she moved to. She moved house many times trying to get away from this thing, but it would just show up again.
Yeah.
And they ended up making a room up like her bedroom and had her sleep in it and that. But then when this entity showed up, it had a special sort of way of getting her out of the room quickly, you know, and then the room filled up with liquid nitrogen and they froze this object, right? And they reckon it was pretty massive too, like this block of ice, you know, around the whatever it was they captured, but you couldn't see anything in the ice. But the thing was, it just broke out of it and got away, you know. But after that, I think it really gave her a hard time, you know.
Remember that movie 13 Ghosts?
Yeah, that was pretty freaky.
Yeah, did you guys see that? Ben, Jose, did you guys see that?
Yeah.
13 Ghosts?
Have you watched Dark City yet?
No.
It's on.
That's the movie. That
on-
is the movie. Somebody was asking me,
It's
what's
on
the
Net-
movie?
It's
Somebody
on
was
Netflix.
asking him what.
It's
They were
about
saying, what was the
aliens.
movie on your live stream? Somebody said to watch. It was dark something, and I had no clue what they were talking about. But
Yeah,
that must be it.
Dark City. It'll blow your mind. You'll love it.
What's it about?
It's about these aliens that have these people on this flat it's sort of like a city that's floating out in space with a dome over it, and these aliens are got these people there reliving the day, different Yeah, you got to watch it, but yeah, they're looking for the soul.
The soul.
Yeah.
So ask me.
You got to watch it when you're talking about the flat Earth business. Like,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
watch it. Watch that; it'll blow your mind.
Right.
Really good movie. It's a good movie. You'll like it. You really
Hmm.
enjoy it.
Yeah. So Ben, where are
Yeah,
you sleeping now?
I'm inside. I'm on the
All right,
couch.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. He was getting rid of the boyfriend so he could get
he's,
inside. Oh,
he's the
Ben.
he's the
You think
bouncer.
I'm?
He's got to
You
be
think I'm
inside.
diabolical or what?
Nah, mate. Good on you.
No. He says no. Good on ya.
Yeah, got to chuck out the
No,
trash, mate.
I just bodyguarded and her mama and everybody was like very grateful for what I've done and thank you. Like I woke up this morning and she was like, thanks a lot, Ben. So that's nice. That's nice. It's just nice.
Yeah, that's nice of her.
Well, you stood by her, mate. That's the thing. See, so
I did a
you were
good job.
decent.
I did a
Yeah,
good job. I stood
you
by
did
my
the
friend for
you
like
did
4
the
or
right
5
thing.
days, and finally she got it, and then she took it on her own. And because I can't push these people, I can't push them. You gotta do it by yourself. You know.
Yeah.
You gotta step
because
up. You gotta step up, girl.
it's
Oh
funny.
yeah, Jose, the neighborhood that I guess is like kind of been getting where Ben is getting a little bit of because Jose sometimes goes on that surviving Kensington where they're all fucked up, but I guess it's more meth over there, right, Ben?
Meth, yeah, it's all tweak over here.
Yeah, they freaking yeah, they can see the chat. These guys are talking about. Why are you leaving, Ace? Who's taking care? Why did you say take care? Why did she say take care?
They scare me. No, they're talking away in the chat.
I know. I thought they were.
Hey,
Pink Sam said she watched one the other night with a clown with a huge knife walking around outside this woman's house at night. It was so scary. Imagine seeing that the next day. Sometimes I wonder though with those clown things if they're like,
oh man, I fucking hate these
fake.
fucking people. I hate them. I'm fucking
What's
taking
going on
them
now?
one by one. I'm taking them down one by one. You guys watch.
Oh, you gotta start filming it then for us, right?
Are they back? Are they?
They
Have
ain't
they
got
come
no chance
back?
against me. They ain't got no
Have they
chance against me. I'm fucking
Nah,
big,
hell no.
and I'm nasty, and I'm fucking smart as fucking hell. And I don't play. I don't play
Yeah,
with
good on
nobody.
you, man.
I don't play
Yeah,
with
just
nobody.
pick them up in the air and throw them down like a piece of wood.
I wouldn't care
That's
if
what
it
my
was not dressed like a clown and somebody had a big knife outside my house.
I had a mate like you, Ben, years ago when I was a young fella, and he was a
It's
big
their
boy.
first encounter with a beast like
Yeah,
me,
well,
and all of a sudden they get oh shit. They just shit their pants. I'm like, dude, I'm not calling the cops. I'm just me, and I'm back the fuck off. Back up. Back up. Because of
Do it
who
the
I am.
old-fashioned way.
What I miss?
Yeah. Oh, Ben's got something exciting happening. The lads just a couple of lads he had kicked out a while ago have come back.
A couple of lesbians? Is that what you said?
Have they got weapons, Ben?
Straight up, I'm a scary ass son of a bitch, and I'm a big fucking dude, and I'm very fucking strong. And I've been strong since I was a little kid because I died when I was a little kid. This is what I'm trying to get Survivor through. Okay, if
you trying to get me to
survive,
what?
if you make it through this, then
you'll be strong.
have gained more than you will ever know.
They're supposed to say when I make it through it, not if.
Tough stuff, man. Tough stuff. Come on, man. Let's go.
Come on, man. Come on, cracker.
You got a tough guy rolling with you. You better make it.
I know.
He's talking, not talking to us. He's not talking to us. He's talking to the lads at the door.
No, he's talking to me.
Oh.
He's talking about the cancer and everything.
God gave you me, and you got me in your corner, and you better fucking step the fuck up. Yeah. Step up and be fucking strong. Be a tough guy like me. I'm fucking
me. I am. I've been fighting it. I'm fighting a good fight. Plus, what would you guys all do without me anyway? You guys would be like, "What the fuck? Where are we gonna go to now?"
It's the same as if I lost my mama. I love my mom.
It was hard to
cancer.
tell what you were
Okay.
talking about because he was the way he was saying it was like the guys showing up at the door wanting to have a go.
Oh no, they weren't. He was just talking about.
I told her to fight the whole way too, and my mama was way tough. She was super tough.
Oh, you
Super
said
tough.
did she's lived, right?
No, she did not.
Fucking takes a while. Fucking Ben.
Fuck, that's fucked up.
Cancer.
That is fucked up, right? Don't fucking tell me a story
Look,
like that.
Well,
take
you didn't have
hemp oil,
pancreatic
mate.
cancer.
Huh?
She had pancreas.
No,
cancer.
she had different cancer, yeah. Cause she
different
was different cancer. I wonder where Cheryl has been lately. And
She
that guy
had the
just
portals. My mom was getting burned alive, from the chemo. Same thing. Same as you. I went through the whole thing with her. But I'm
That's
gonna
terrible,
get
Survivor Girl.
Yeah, I know.
you. You gotta
It is.
you gotta fucking think on the other side of shit. And I think you need to do more cannabis. That's what that's my.
I got a fucking bowl in my hand right now.
You better be smoking it.
No, you got to eat it, man. If you want medical benefits from it, you got to eat it. You can't smoke it. You got to eat it to get that THC in your
Cannabis.
bloodstream. Yeah.
Infiltrate your body with super fucking G's.
I've been telling her that from the start, Ben. A lady in Australia here put a video up on YouTube, real religious lady.
Cannabinoid.
And she just had to do it, because she was so pleased with the results. But she didn't, because of her religion, she didn't believe in taking radiation or chemo and all that shit. And she refused that. So her husband put her onto marijuana oil, right?
CBD oil.
Actual oil, though. Anyway, but she had to take a mil a day in a capsule, and she just couldn't handle it. It was making her spin out too much, and she could only handle half of one, but she didn't like the effects, but in the end, her husband said, well, take it as a suppository then, and see how that works for you. So she was taking them as...
He's always trying to get me to put stuff up my butt.
Yeah.
My mama wouldn't smoke the bowl.
Honestly. Well, what it did...
Who's trying to do that?
Now, this lady did this. Hey, come on. Hang on. I'll tell you. This
Who's
lady
Who's got their thing playing in the background now? Somebody.
Too late.
Okay.
Well, anyway, this lady did it, Ben, right? And she had breast cancer, right? Had a tumor in the middle of her breast. I don't know if it got to her lymph nodes or anything, though, like Tracy here. But anyway, but she started doing the suppository thing, and she said what was great about it, she said it still made her relaxed, like her body was really relaxed and limp type of thing, wanted to lay down most of the time, but she didn't get
Does somebody have like a device playing in the background though? I'm sorry to interrupt, but Jose or anybody?
Not me.
Okay.
It's the fish tanks. Watch out.
Yeah.
I'll mic my.
All right, go ahead, Space Man.
Yeah, so anyway, it just she started doing the suppository thing, and she started to feel a lot better, and like at the time it passed that the doctor reckoned that it would have caused her harm, so she ended up going back for an X-ray to find out how it was doing, and there was not a trace of it. It had completely gone.
All because she did the butt stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't
know. Butt, in a capsule. So, but the thing was, it didn't give her that headstone. It gave her the body effects and gave her the benefits, but it didn't blow her mind. And
so she didn't get high. She didn't get high.
Nah, and she could take the whole dose then as well. So. Yeah, if you ever thinking of doing that sort of thing, well, if you don't like the stone, that's.
I don't know. Like, I feel like if I, say I didn't treat, do what the doctors say, and then it didn't go away. Say I was doing something that. Okay, suppositories, and then it didn't go away.
It's all a guessing game. It is all a guessing
game.
Right,
but I feel like I would. I feel like I would.
But
kick myself if it didn't go away. I'd blame myself for not going.
I look at it this way, right? the stuff you're taking, this chemo and that, they're giving you a bunch of shit to kill off every cell in your body so that nothing survives, and then it all
I know what
replicates.
you're saying. I know
Begins
what you're
right
saying,
now.
and I know your
Okay, so
stance on
that's their
chemo.
method. Okay, so that's their method, right? But
You didn't
with
let me finish anything I was just saying. And I didn't let you talk
go
a
on,
lot.
man.
What
Sorry,
I'm
go
saying
on,
is
go
this.
on.
I feel, no, but listen, let me finish. What I'm saying is, if I don't follow what somebody who went to school, got, student loans to become something, like takes it seriously. And my doctor is a nice doctor, my oncologist. And I know that he felt like the chemo was working and I was going to react better to it than he thought, because I
The con
wasn't sick from
artists,
it and I wasn't, wait, don't interrupt me. And I wasn't losing weight. And,
all doctors,
and
all of them are con artists. All of them.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
no. This
Come
They're
one
at
is a
me.
nice,
they're
listen,
making money from you for going there and getting that treatment. You'd
So
be
what you do
amazed if
is
you
you
had
put some weight
if you
on
had
it.
a
You
said
get
to him,
strong.
oh,
Get like a
if you had
beast.
said
Turn
to him,
into a
oh,
beast. And then
I'll
you
get a
start asking
second
them
opinion,
questions,
you'd
Survivor.
now they're both
Start asking
talking
them
at the
questions.
same
Get strong.
time. And I don't get to finish what I was saying.
Keep hanging with me and I'll bang
Fucked
you
up,
up
right,
some.
Jose?
And you ain't hanging,
Yeah,
you're
you want
hanging
to call
out
me
with
on my
tough
phone?
guy.
I know,
yeah, you
right?
got to be positive, baby. Yeah, I get you.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
But
What I'm saying is,
honestly,
if I didn't do it, then I would if I didn't listen to somebody who I feel is a good doctor, and, I know that he feels like kind of bad too that it didn't, that, I
okay,
don't
but
know.
you
But,
got to think.
this is what I'm thinking. No, let me finish the thought, okay? Here's what I'm thinking now. If they took out 4 lymph nodes and like they said, okay, the area where the tumor is that they removed, then it's clear. It seems like they got it all, but it was in. They also removed 4 lymph nodes. It was in 2. It was positive in 2 and negative in 2. So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, well, instead of me just sitting there thinking I have cancer, I want them to give me a PET scan, and
Sounds
maybe
like
those 2
somebody's
that they
trying
took
to
out,
roll you.
maybe those
Sounds
2
like
that they took
a
out
team
are
of
going to be
people
the
that's
only
trying to
ones that are
roll you.
positive, and they already took them out. So that's what I want to see. I want to see where they are. I don't want to play a guessing game. I want to know where they are, and
Too,
if
Yeah,
there's
but
nothing left.
sometimes
fucking
cutting
mouth.
things out
You hear me?
exposes it to oxygen and allows it to spread quicker.
That's
So
what I think too about
not
cancer too. I
always.
think as soon
Not
as you cut
always.
into it, you're doomed. But then again,
Well, you can cut into it, but if you can make it smaller and then take it out, you're better off.
I'm losing
right?
And
power, you
but
guys.
what I want to
What, Ben?
say,
Let me. I want to hear what Ben's saying. What, Ben?
I'm losing power. I'm losing power. I'm just saying. I would.
On your computer, you mean?
Yeah, I want to chirp in right now, but
You're not gonna. What I just told Spaceman, keep it down. I'm listening to Ben, and you're not gonna say nothing.
All right, I'll tell you something. It's my mama.
Okay.
That's the same thing I was trying to fucking preach before. Get the fucking G's up in your body. Get the cannabinoids up in your body. Keep
All
smoking.
right. Well, we already had that discussion, and this
Smoke
one here
that
wants you
shit.
to put it up my
vegetables
butt. I got
Smoke
it.
it like
and
it's
vegetables as well.
like
Why?
you're
What's the big deal?
you're breathing. Smoke.
What's the big deal?
It's not like it's not like it's not like you're sticking some large object up there. It's a friggin' capsule, for Christ's sake.
All right,
Yeah,
then
it's
I'll
not a
look into it.
cucumber.
What'd you
Hey?
say?
At
Is
2%.
that
I
a
said it's not a
cucumber?
cucumber.
Well, you can use a cucumber. You can use a cucumber to push it up there, but I mean, it's just a capsule.
I've got a fucking blunt in my butt.
Seriously, I would because I can't get the
It's
power.
terrible.
It's fucking funny shit,
I
man.
used to
People
say
think it's a
Sheila
piece of
said.
poop, a long piece of poop, but it's a blunt.
Anyway, the thing is with cannabis, though, right? With marijuana, like they've tried.
Why is Tracy's poop smoking? And I'll be like calling Spaceman. Is this how I do it?
I don't know. How are you doing it? Hang on.
All right, when my power completely goes
Survivor Girl.
Yeah.
Survivor Girl.
Yeah.
I'll be your in-home support if you want.
Oh my god, you're so funny. He's coming
Right.
over with a jar of Vaseline.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I know. I know. Yeah. So Ben, do you want to tell us? Oh, okay. I know. Already know. It's smoke weed. Okay, we've got that established. Okay, good. Dimebag, you won't regret it. They're telling him to get a dog because he lives alone, and he says fill any void in your life. Well, I'll tell you what. I love my cat too, but I love my dog. And
I need a wife.
Yeah, it's always sad though when you
I need a
lose
boyfriend. Is that what you said, Ben?
I need a boyfriend. Fuck off, man.
I thought you said I did.
it.
Fuck you.
No,
I thought you said I need a boyfriend.
Yeah.
I need a. Well, I'm here. I'm here. Right?
Yeah, and I'm here. He's like across the country. Good
I said
boyfriend.
I'm single too, man.
Now I will drive to you. I'll come and see you. Where are you?
Aw, that's nice. And then he'd fucking scare all my neighbors.
It's the same as I did for like this
Yeah.
black lady in like Texas. She was like, Ben, I think I really like you.
Of this chick from
And,
Texas?
Yeah. She's seen me on too. Like I've been on. I don't know if I seen me. Have you seen Survivor?
As long as you sneak around her house in barefoot, so
You want me to fucking turn my camera on?
Yeah,
We saw
we've
you.
seen you. We've
Yes,
seen you before.
motherfucker, man.
I seen you
Yeah,
last time,
we've seen
man.
you. We've seen your big
You got a
beard.
long beard, and I'm gonna cut it off and use it for a wig.
Fuck off, man. I'm gonna say
Took him 30 years to grow that.
I don't know how to tell spot. You
I'm gonna
okay?
take the CIA.
Anyway, somebody said, "What are you shoving up your bum?" I think Pink asked. Pot suppositories and
why-
blunts and blunts.
Yeah, hash oil. But anyway, the reason it works.
I can
so
use
well-
hash oil to get it up
There you
there.
go,
That's cool.
He's not too old either.
Who needs Vaseline when you got hash oil?
Are you?
Ben reminds me of a Vietnam vet.
Oh wow, Ben, huh? Look at you go.
He's got the look.
I bet you if you fucking got, you should get rid of that beard. You
Don't
look
fuck up the
handsome, but you should get rid of that beard.
I'm super fucking handsome. I'm fucking
He's
out.
a
here
wicked big
super
beard,
handsome.
though.
My
Wicked
sister
big
always
beard.
tells me, she's like, Ben, man, why are you getting old on everybody? Because I'm not trying to fool nobody. See how white my beard is?
Aren't you younger than us? I think Jose's probably the youngest, isn't
Hey,
it? Jose,
I'm
how old are you?
41.
I'm 43.
Yeah,
How old are you?
You're not 23, Jose. Give it a rest.
I said I'm 43.
40,
I'm 43.
43.
Oh, 43. How mean am I? You're not 23. Give it a rest.
Am I
How
more
old are you?
handsome than you guys thought, or am I less handsome than you guys thought? I want to
No,
hear.
you're more handsome, I think.
Oh, man. Cool.
That's cool. But you gotta get rid of
I
that.
can't judge.
Well,
I can't
certainly,
judge.
you're
But
younger,
I'd hook
younger
you up
than
with
I
somebody.
thought.
I'm fucking
You gotta get rid of that
6'4".
beard, though, man.
How
Big
about
old
that?
beard.
I'm standing while I'm fucking videoing. I'm showing. I
Sure,
can
that's-
touch the fucking ceiling.
You reckon that's
So
long?
let's read this
You reckon
chat.
that's
Yeah.
long? You reckon that's long?
Survivor Group, how old are you?
You reckon
I'm
that's long? You should
53.
see his ball sack.
Oh, cool,
It's
cool.
longer.
Yeah.
Here.
I just
I
don't
care
go
about
on
you being
screen anymore
53.
because I don't have
I
any
care
hair
about
right now.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
I
I
said,
said I just don't go on screen because I don't have any hair right now.
I like your
Oh, okay.
personality.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Because of the chemo?
yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
It's
all
really
that
What'd
hard
you say,
to
Ben?
I love
trust.
your personality, Survivor. I love your personality. Love it.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ben. That's nice of you. I appreciate that. It's funny because the girls won't get up on the screen, but the guys will. They'll come up. I
I showed myself, man. Come on now.
Hey, good on
know
you,
I
man.
will, but not now. Not. Eventually, I will when it comes back a little more.
No, you don't have to show yourself, but I did. And so you guys
No,
can
I
see
mean,
my big ass fucking beard. Go back and replay that. Motherfucking that shit took a lot
I'd
of
like to
years.
see what you look like without the beard, though. I'm trying to find where we were. Okay,
Oh,
so
I know.
Fucking, I'll be about. Hey Ben, I'll be about like 300 years old before my beard gets that long.
541, buddy.
you're 41, though, Ben. You're 41.
540.
I can't hear what he said. He was choking on weed. I asked
No,
him the wrong thing.
I'm choking.
And 41.
41. See, you are the youngest one on the
He's
panel.
gonna turn his camera. He's turning his camera. He's gonna show you a little bit of show.
Who is? So anyway, so
There on the right.
Dimebag Darrell said,
Oh, here he goes.
oh my God, like, look at his sweet little face.
Oh,
Nice.
love it, man. Love
it. Nice. He's cleanly shaven.
Nice, man.
I like the color too. Nice.
Hey.
Look at that. We got good looking people on this channel. I'll tell you what.
No,
we do. Yeah, we do.
Keep him hiding. Keep hiding.
He doesn't want no. He doesn't want no competition. Get out, Colin.
No. They both have different looks about them. That's the thing, you know. People who want the Mediterranean look, they go with Jose, and then they like the tall, teddy bear look, tall, big guy, and there's Ben, and then they like the little white guy with the big eyes, the alien guy. That they go for spaceman.
We're covering them all, aren't we?
So anyway, I want to say why hash works so well, right? You got to remember, like the research, they don't encourage research like science-wise. There are countries that do it, and they're starting to do it a lot more now because they're starting to see so many good results about it. But I watched a story about a doctor who made eye drops for these Africans because they were getting this.
Eye drops?
Yeah, because they were getting
pinhole I'm at one
from the glare all the time.
You may what, Ben?
Might cut out.
No,
he said he's at 1%.
I might go out here.
Oh, because
his battery's down.
Oh, his battery's
down. If it dies, Ben, good night, okay?
I love you.
Yeah, but charge it back up, Ben. Fucking what the fuck?
I'm trying.
Yeah, plug it in there. Plug it in there.
Plug it in.
I'm plugging it in. I'm plugging it in.
That way you don't have to go. But anyway, so yeah, he wanted to make these eye drops because the African people, because of the glare all the time in their country, their eyes would end up getting the muscles would swell up at the back and block off their vision. They end up having what they call pinhole vision, and it's like looking through a pinhole. What you see. So anyway, they would find though when they smoked weed that they would be able to see properly again. So they were smoking weed, of course, and they were going to keep doing it. They said they didn't care if they went to, they'd have to put them in jail to stop them because it gave them back their vision, right? So this doctor wanted to research what they were saying and see if they were telling the truth and possibly make a cure for what they got. So he wanted to grow some marijuana plants to study them, and
losing power.
The government said
losing
no.
Power, Ben? Oh.
Yeah, it died.
He lost power. I watched I know your point is the cannabis space.
No, but what he found was what was important. All right, I want to finish because
all right, finish.
He ends up making these eye drops, and he grew the plants against the government's will and made these eye drops and fixed their problem. And the eye drops didn't make them high either; it just opened up their muscles.
What's the point?
Well, yeah, what's the point? But it was legal. There was no illegal substance in it, so they could do this. But what he said when he was looking for the chemical that was responsible, he discovered 200,000 unknown chemicals to mankind in marijuana oil itself. And he said that every single one of them could be made up of another 200,000 unknown chemicals, right? When you break them down. So that's why weed works so well on so much different things, because it's got like the cure for everything in there.
Well, so smoking it isn't the same effect. Like I'd have to be having it as oil.
Yeah, you got to eat it to get the proper benefits from it. Yeah.
Or stick it up my butt.
It's a different stone.
Stick it up my butt.
Well, when you're smoking,
I'll give you a hand.
When you're smoking, it's affecting your brain, right?
You hear him say, and he said, "I'll give you a hand."
Yeah, no, I don't need
Fucking
it right
funny,
now.
Jose. That's funny. These guys are talking about. Well, I mean, the chat's been going by, but they're talking about getting, pets from the rescue clinics and everything. Do you have any pets? Either one of you?
I don't
My niece
now.
has a little puppy.
I've
She has a new
had
puppy.
Yeah.
And Dimebag Daryl says cannabis suppositories can work wonders. I wonder if he's had them. I don't know if he minds if I tell you guys he has Crohn's disease, but I already told you, so now it doesn't matter if he minds. So um, so I wonder if he tried the pot suppositories for Crohn's disease or if it was for something else. And I'm back there. So what's up, Ben? Space. I guess we were talking over all this chat we missed.
Well,
Hello, everybody.
I know, right? It's like we had a lull there for a little bit, and then all of a sudden we got our people back.
Yeah.
But they are awesome. I lost my boy to cancer in 2019. She means a puppy, a dog. They gave him 2 weeks. I worked hard on him. 6 months of quality time. All you had was 6 months. Was your dog only 6 months old that died of cancer? That's sad. Ace.
I've
Pink.
had I've had
Go
five dogs and 2 cats that have passed away. So I've sort of had a lot of dogs, and they've all lived to 17, or the girls lived to 15, and the boys lived to 17. But yeah, so I had them all for a long time, and it does hurt, especially when the first time you lose your animal after such a long time. And
Yeah, I had a cat for 18 years. When she died, I was like, oh my God. It was like having a part of the family die. And
yeah,
my yeah, my daughter
So,
said she had seen something like it was the question was if you could have your cat back for one more year, um, but you had to take a year off your own life, or if you could have a pet back or whatever that passed away.
if you
And
could share your life,
so
give
what she
something.
said, if you could have them back for one more year or something like that. She said that she would with Zoe. Zoe was like for 18 years. I mean, from the time Rachel was little till the time she went off to college, the cat was with us. And so, like
As
I was
long as
saying
they're
earlier,
as long as they're in good shape.
well, no, earlier I was talking to Dimebag, I think, on the phone, and and I was telling him how my cat had gotten a cancer like on her forehead. Well, it wasn't I didn't know it was a cancer. It looked like a piece of pink bubble gum, and it was outside the skin, and it didn't seem like it bothered her or anything. But anyway, I ended up taking her to some vet, and it was like $500 and to get it removed. And he said, "Oh, a little piece slid down into her nose, and within a month, one half of her face was completely black." And I
Damn.
mean, it was just one big like scab, and fucking, she looked like the fly. Yeah, so I had to get her put down, you know, and
What was it? She went up her nose.
it went down like it slid down into her nose from where they were cutting it when they gave her the surgery. They must have
Oh,
it must have been something that was probably inside under the skin that grew out of it, but it wasn't. It looked like it was on the surface. I don't know, but it was like all of a sudden you could see this little black spot on her nose, and then it just grew and grew and grew and became black. And she didn't even seem sick or anything. She still was running around and stuff. Thank God she never looked into a mirror.
mm.
Yeah, but it was sad to put her down.
There's a cream called Black Cell. Have you ever heard of that?
What is it?
Called Black Cell.
Oh, black salve. I've heard of that. Yeah. Why? What about
Yeah,
it?
it burns cancer straight off your skin, and it
Oh,
it
off your
works.
skin. Yeah. Huh.
Oh, it works. It draws them out of your body and everything. Like a girl had a big tumor on her thigh, on her calf muscle, and it was the size of a tennis ball.
Okay.
This great big round growth, and it was a cancer, and it was attached to her bone even, right? And the doctors wanted to chop her leg off to get rid of it at the just above the knee or some shit, or below the knee. I can't remember, but anyway, she's like, "Oh no, I think I'll seek alternative treatment." Well, she'd read up about the black salve, and she covered this thing in black salve, and no shit. 2 weeks later, it fell off her leg, left a massive hole in her leg, though, like you could put a half a tennis ball in the sucker. But
Mm.
the thing was, the way this stuff works, apparently, it's a natural remedy. It's made of bloodroot.
Yeah, I've used it before. I remember. I forget what it was for, but somebody's mother told me she actually
It
had
works.
some and gave it to me. Oh yeah, it works.
Yeah, I've used it on skin cancers I've had.
Oh yeah, it works. I think it was on a cyst. I used it on a cyst. I had.
I
Yep.
actually had because I when I found out that I read up about this Dr. Blaylock, I think he's, oh no, Dr. Beck, sorry, his name was. He actually gave out this circuitry on how to kill viruses in your body, like purify your blood. And people were building this circuit, right? And it was curing people that had AIDS, that were bedridden, were using this device, and next minute they're able to get out of bed again and started getting better and better, and now they're back in
What
society.
was the device?
It was like a Thames machine, I guess, in a way. It's got like two electrodes, like a Thames machine. But what it did, what he explained, what kills
A tennis? Oh, a tennis machine. You mean the
Thames
electronic
machine.
stimulation? Okay.
Yeah, like that, right? But it's a really simple circuit. Most people.
I thought he said like a tennis machine, and I'm like picturing somebody standing in front of, the balls. They come pitching out, and they're getting whacked by these tennis balls.
They whack you in the forehead every 5 seconds, so you don't have
I'm
time
a
to
bit
think of
bruised,
anything.
but my sister's gone.
Yeah. Nah, it's like a tennis machine, but what it did, it actually put a pulse in your electrical current in your arm that pulsed the positive and negative back and forth rapidly. So next minute, you know what I mean? Like, so the two electrodes changed their polarities back and forth.
Oh my
right?
God,
And-
Ace is so funny. Get this. She thinks I'm still out driving in my car. She's so cute. She said, I'll wait till you get home. Let me know, bub. I've been home for like the last hour, Ace. Maybe not an hour. Probably almost though, right? Almost
Like
an
30
hour.
minutes.
Good on you, girl.
I know, she's so cute. Like I'm
Are you
driving
smoking?
2
Are you
hours to the
smoking?
pharmacy in the middle of the night.
I think she said you were smoking earlier.
I was.
No, Ace.
What?
Oh,
Oh,
you
Ace.
did. Oh, you said it, did you? I don't know.
Jose, do you smoke weed?
I used to, not anymore.
I know, right? You come from this like against drugs freaking channel, and now you're over here and we're all smoking pot.
No. I mean, some of the people on the channel smoke pot too.
Yeah.
It's just mainly like hard drugs, like like meth and cocaine and crystal and all that.
Yeah, you don't want that shit anyway.
Mm.
Survival drug.
You
Yeah.
pay for it in the end.
So I watched this movie the other day and it was really, really sad, right?
Yeah.
I was wondering if you have seen it.
What is it?
It's about a younger black boy who's in school and he's trying to get into like Harvard or something like that.
Yeah.
And this younger girl, and she has cancer.
Okay, so he's trying to get into school, and the young girl has cancer.
Oh, yeah. He's
Yeah.
in love. He's in love with her, isn't he?
He falls in love with her, and he gets married to her, and all this stuff. Like they do everything in like a year.
And
You
then
know?
she dies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
not
but
sweet.
it's a real good
So what are you
movie.
saying? That's the thing. So I've never been married, so if it gets down to it, I might have to just marry somebody so that we can do everything in a year.
I think Ben will do
Yeah.
Because
I told
that's
you
one
I'll
of the
be your-
things that I think
I
about
think you
is
got
like,
plenty.
Huh?
I think you got plenty of people who'd be over there lickety split, mate. If that was the case.
Licking is what?
Lickety split, lickety split.
That'd be over there
Oh, I
real
thought.
fast.
Oh my God, I thought he said something really dirty just then. I really did. I mean, just say it to yourself and think what that sounds like. And I was like, what?
Well, you know,
This is a Bible show, you know.
it may have a double meaning, but I'm keeping it clean.
Yeah. Keep licking split. Rhymes with licking your clit. Licking your
I
clit.
didn't say that. You're
I
telling
know
me
you
off.
didn't. But that's what I thought you said. I was like,
know.
what?
See,
Oh.
I always said that you women have the dirty mind.
No, I don't. No, it does kind of seem like that. And the funny thing is like, I always said that. Well, I think a lot of people think women talk a lot, but they haven't met you.
Maybe that's where I got it from. Because I told you I always hung around women. Maybe I just learned from
Take
you
a dime
girls.
bag, girl. Weed and 11 Budweisers down. I'm ready to chat.
I tell you what, you tell me one group of women where they're all just waiting their turn to have a chat.
We are. We're all waiting to chat.
Yeah, but we're not a group of women. I'm saying when there's a group of women, mate, they're all.
I know. And then when they're around you, they're all standing there like, can we say something?
I think I'm like I am because I know if I don't just speak out, I'm not going to get a chance.
Oh, yeah, right. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
I would like Dimebag to come up on this channel because Dimebag Daryl is a friend from, me and Ace met him on Chosen One's channel. So he's been our friend for over a year. And then I'd like him to come up on the channel, but he needs to try to he said on the laptop he can hear the chat or something, but we can hear it. But do you have any headphones, Dimebag? I think maybe if you put some headphones in when you're on the
Yeah, that's
what do you call it? The screen instead of your phone, your laptop instead of a phone. You need headphones, I think, don't you?
Yeah, because the speakers come over in the mic.
Yeah, that's why we could. That's what was going on there. So you figured out how to get in the room because you were in the room before, Chris. So now, if you have any headphones or earbuds or anything, use those because that's why the flat screen. I keep wanting to call it. That's why the echo is coming back from the laptop. Do you have some? Then you can come up.
Yeah, it puts it in a loop.
Oh yeah, that's what was going on. Yeah, now we got it figured out. Yeah, smart. I'm a smart.
So Survivor Room.
Yeah.
So in 2010, right?
Yeah.
I was in prison.
Look, you're in prison a lot. Tell us about that, Jose.
So I was 54 days to go home, right? Well, actually a little bit before, but before the 54 days, I had to go home. But my mom, she went and got a biopsy in her pancreas, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they thought she had cancer, so they did the biopsy. I don't know why they didn't do 11 panel blood test, but they did the biopsy. And when they opened her up, they had to butterfly her, right? But when they did the biopsy through her mouth. I guess they went in and then like cut through or something. But she got an infection because of the biopsy. So then they butterflied her. They cut her whole chest open and opened her stomach, and had to clean her out because she was like 145 pounds when she went to the hospital. She gained about 100. She gained about 100 and something pounds because of the infection, because of the water weight and pus.
Oh, it's just water.
Yeah, and pus.
Yeah.
So they cut her open, and then I guess the toxins started going to her brain, and she started hallucinating. She started hallucinating, thinking that the hospital was trying to rape her. So she got up because they didn't have her sleep because they didn't want to, because they thought she'd go into coma. So she got up and all her insides fell out.
Oh,
and
no.
Then, yeah. So they had to clean her up and induce a coma, and then she more or less died after that.
She did what after that?
She died.
She died. Yeah, 54
Was
days
it
before I
from the
went home.
infection?
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
what they did is they have a trick they do, right? And she died because of infection. But what they did is, since they induced the coma, they had to put her on life support or whatever. And
Uh-huh.
they removed her from the life support. So when she died, when they took off the life support, they called it lack of oxygen to the brain.
Oh my god. Huh. That's
Yeah.
sad. Who made the decision to? Is your father still alive? Did he make the decision to take her off life support, or was that something you guys had to?
My sister and my brother, the one that died, they're the ones that decided. My brother didn't want to take her off life support, but my sister said she was suffering, so she was like, let's just do it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
How long was she on life support?
I think like 2 or 3 days. I had talked to her before though, and she was excited, and she told me that to just hurry up and come home so we could talk about what we were gonna do and where we were gonna move to and stuff, because she didn't want to die, you know?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So, and then she got the infection?
Yeah. When they did the biopsy, that's when she got the infection.
Right. And it was on her pancreas? So
Yeah.
she didn't end up having any cancer? Did they ever say that?
No, she didn't have no cancer.
Ah.
Yeah, it was just a lump, like a cyst.
Ah. That's fucking
Yeah.
even worse. That makes it even worse. Not
Yeah,
having.
yeah.
That's fucked up, Jose. Yeah, you had a
Yeah.
rough spell lately. And that's the thing I do like about the live stream is that
Yeah.
we all get to hear each other's, our stories.
Reality.
Yeah, and it makes you think about yourself, like, about wow, we all go through things, like, but there's like I was thinking the other day of people who have a stroke and then they're paralyzed on one side, and I've seen people like that, and you can tell, like, at one point they were perfectly fine, walking down the street using both legs, and then they had this stroke, and now they're like using a walker and shit like that, and like using their other arm to move their other arm, and I think to
Yeah.
myself, even as bad as what I'm going through is, I don't think I'd want to go through that. And that was just one of the things I wouldn't want to go through. So, I mean, I just keep thinking in my head that there'll be some miracle will happen and something will, change things. But in the meantime, I've gone through a learning experience, like Ben said. I'm gonna come back, stronger and knowing something and live up to my name, because everybody used to think I had cancer or survived cancer because of my name, Survivor Girl. But
Yeah.
basically, I would just tell people I think we've all been through so much in life, everyone, that I think we're all survivors. And that's all it was I was just thinking about what I'd gone through in life. Just I gave myself that name before cancer. So
Yeah.
yeah, and then I sometimes I wonder if I like cursed myself by you know, like by naming myself that.
That's
It
crazy that you
always.
said that, because my sister just mentioned something like that, because somebody that we know, we were told that they had HIV and stuff like that. She doesn't have HIV, but something happened to her,
Mm-hmm.
and it's kind of like to do with something like that. And she was just like so upset, and she's like, man, maybe I cursed myself. And we were just talking about it today. That's
Yeah.
crazy how much like stuff's been matching all day with me,
Oh, today? I know, right? I know.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Bobbles says if you're using a phone to try to access StreamYard, you need to put your phone's browser into desktop mode. Oh yeah. Try to tell Dimebag that after 10 beers and weed. Or
Mr.
11
Bumbles
beers.
isn't Mr.
Yeah, Mr.
Bumbles isn't
Bobbles.
K, it's not KC Bear, right?
Oh, it's Mr. Bobbles.
Yeah, because I get them confused. I get everyone confused. KC Bear is somebody else, right?
JC Bear, you're thinking of.
Yeah, JC Bear. He's the one that explained to me about what bear means.
About what does?
What bear means?
Isn't it just a bear? Or do you
No,
mean bear like
it's
naked? You mean like
with
B-A?
chest hair and stuff like that.
What? I need to hear this. What is this?
Like
You're
a
teaching me
bear.
that.
A bear.
No, I want to
has,
know what a bear is.
Yeah, it's a guy that has chest hair and back hair, like body hair.
Ugh. Back hair. I thought, not that I don't like it. So if anybody has back hair here, I really like it. It's nice.
Are you serious?
No, I don't. Have you guys ever seen that? Huh?
I had a friend who had a carpet on his chest. I used to be like, damn, how did you get all that?
My friend freaking used to have like, you know, a lot of body hair and like especially on his chest, yeah, a lot. And he jumped in the pool one day and my friend Dan said, damn, Frat, take your sweater off before you jump in. You're soaking up all the water. Your sweater off.
Soaking up the water.
God, it's so funny. I'll drop the link again in case anybody wants to come up. I can't believe we are all up at 5:35 on a Sunday morning. Isn't that fucking hysterical? We've been on a live.
2:35 here.
Huh?
2:35 here.
Oh, 2:35 there. Oh,
where are you at?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Oh, okay, wow. And then Spaceman's in Australia, right?
Yep, and so is Ace. And
Ace?
Dimebag's in Virginia.
Ace has
Pink
a ranch,
is
right?
in Wales. Huh?
Ace has a ranch?
I don't know. Does she have a ranch?
I think she has a ranch.
No,
ranch.
Lives in Western Australia, I think, doesn't she?
Ranch dressing, she means.
No, a ranch. A ranch.
I know. Oh, a ranch. Oh,
Yeah.
Ace has a ranch, yeah.
Yeah. When you have a ranch, you get paid?
No.
Oh, okay,
No.
I thought YouTube pays you for having a ranch.
No.
Got a Harley Davidson, though.
She does? I thought her friend has a Harley Davidson and she's the passenger. She drives her own Harley Davidson?
Oh, I thought she did. I thought she had her own.
Now, yeah, and Pink Sam lives in Wales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You got your own Harley, Ace?
Monday night there, sad. And Monday morning in Wales. Isn't that crazy? Here it's Monday morning. Oh, so we've got the same kind of, what are you guys, like 5 hours ahead of us, Pink? Is it like 10:37 there? And Mr. Bobbles, I don't know what the time difference is in Tennessee. I think Virginia's the same, isn't it? The same time? Yeah.
I don't know. Arizona's weird.
Arizona?
Yeah.
I've never been there.
Because Arizona, the time doesn't change. They don't have a time change like Pacific Coast Standard Time. Or no. The spring forward, fall
you mean
back.
the spring ahead? Yeah, they don't change it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they don't change it.
Now, do they do that in Australia, Spaceman? Oh, wait. I got somebody knocking on the door. Let's see who it is. Somebody.
Who?
No, Dimebag. It's not working on your phone. On your phone, you're going to have to do whatever you did on your laptop. Because just use headphones. You don't have any headphones? Every time I keep looking at Mr. Bobbles, at first I thought it said Mr. Rourke. Did anybody see that thumbnail that Mr. Rourke? I was going to use it but he wasn't in the live stream tonight. I mean, he was in the chat room, but not on the panel. But he sent me. He told me the other day that he had gotten a new tattoo. I don't know if you guys saw the thumbnail I was going to use before with the guy's butt and the big tattoo. It says SG. Did
He
you see
really
it?
got a tattoo?
Oh yeah, that one, yeah.
No, he didn't really get one. He drew me a picture. Like he's a pretty good drawer, I guess. I didn't know he could draw. But he drew a picture of a guy and he's like chained to a bed. Chained to a bed.
With SG tattooed on his ass.
Yeah, with the chains on his arms and a GIMP mask on. He's wearing a GIMP mask in the picture. And it says, and there's like SG is tattooed on his butt. And it's so funny because it's a bare mattress that he's chained to. Like I'm just that much of a dominatrix that I'm torturing him on a bare mattress, tattooing my initials into his butt.
So funny.
He is funny. I died laughing when he fucking sent me that. Oh my god, it's funny. So when when he's gonna come on the stream, I'm gonna put the that thumbnail. But he's so funny because did you guys see when he was doing the Rita Hayworth stuff? And
No.
and Vale had come in. Did you know like about that, Jose?
No, I missed it.
Oh, well, it was like on Bob's channel, and you know, this lady that used to be on there came in, and oh, so I've got to go soon. When my hubby left for work, I was on here, and he's due back soon, and I'm in the same position. That's
8
what
hours
Pink
later.
said. She was on here when her husband left for work, and he's coming home now, and she's still sick. That is so funny. I love that. I love that, Pink. That is so nice. I'm worried about Cheryl because I haven't seen her here. But yeah, I'm
Who's
Miss
Cheryl?
Bob. Cheryl, the enforcer Lewis, and she's another mod. She hasn't been here, and I feel bad because I know that Ace always is afraid to like leave because she doesn't want to leave if there's no mod. And then, but don't worry about it. It's okay, Ace. I mean, it's not that I wanted to go. I love having her here, but I might have to pick another mod. Let's see
But
who would it be.
why does there have to be a mod?
I know, because you know what? My room doesn't get. I haven't had any problems. You guys noticed that here?
Yeah, so it's good.
Right? We haven't had any problems really with trolls.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
God.
I thought like flashers.
No, it's like the only thing we did get porn bombed once.
Well, we're not
like,
upsetting anyone, I don't think. I guess.
What'd you say? It didn't upset anyone?
We're not upsetting anyone. We're not sitting here bitching about other people or going on so much.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We save it for a few. But that thing with Rita when she came, Bob was, hi Rita.
We're forced to talk about it. It's not like we want to. It's just a subject.
We're forced to talk about them. It's not. It's so funny. But we don't really. You notice that, right? I mean, we're pretty drama free here. But when it's something as funny as that shit with Rita and Miss Bobbles, because she said, Bobbles was all sweet voice. Hi, Rita. And then Rita's like, you motherfuckers. Right? And again, it was just so shocking that we were, I think everybody was so stunned because you expect this nice, refined voice like Prudently's to come out of somebody. You know how Prudently has Roar calls her a dinner party voice.
Very well spoken.
I like Prudently. Jose, have you seen Prudently, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure. It's pretty cool though because we got like 14 people in the chat, so that's awesome.
I know, right? We held on through the night and we picked up. Yeah, I know.
Few thumbs down tonight, though.
I know. I get them all. Listen. You haven't noticed. I mean, if you guys ever look at my shit, you will see that there's somebody who actually, literally,
We know who it is.
Yeah, we know who. Yeah. I'm
What?
so surprised that Vlad wasn't here tonight. I mean, I think he's mad at me.
Hmm?
Oh my
Why?
God.
What'd you do? What'd you
I
do
didn't
to
do
him?
anything. All right. He goes, what'd you do to him?
Well, why would you be mad? Why would he be mad at you then? Well, you said
Like,
he's
I
mad at.
must have done something, right? It's got to be because of me.
No, you said that he was mad at you, and I said, "Well, what did you do?" Because you think he's
All right.
mad at you.
So he was somewhere. He was here one time, and it got like a little dramery, like a little drama got, but not much. Like it wasn't nothing out of hand. And then so he was like, I don't like his drama, so he left. And then he was at a different live stream, and there was a lot of drama, and he stayed. And I said, oh, you stay for that live stream for drama, but you left for mine.
Not the
And then
drama you're looking for.
I guess so, right? Not the drama he's looking for. But then he said, seriously? And I was like, no, I'm kidding. Because I was like, oh, I didn't really want him to be mad, right? And
No,
but then he hasn't responded at all, and I usually hear from him every day, but he didn't respond to me at all. So I'm like, are you really mad at me? Like, what the fuck?
might be
Come
jealous.
on, I was only kidding. Buddy, what if I die? Come on, spend as much time with me as you can. No, sir.
Don't
Pull the
say
old
that.
cancer card.
Well, there you go. So now he's gonna have to.
Yeah, pull the old cancer card.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You're not right. That's terrible.
Well,
He's pretty good. He's pretty level-headed. He'll be cool.
I have $3 off. I have cancer. I don't do that when I'm shopping and shit. I don't do that. Come on. Sometimes my cat is funny the way he looks at me. Like, he's so funny. But I scream at him all the time. You guys hear me screaming at my cat. Hey,
my friend, she passed away from cancer.
Really? You're telling me another encouraging story, just like Ben did, right?
No, but watch this. Okay, this is terrible. Okay. Her husband was my best friend, right? And when we were growing up, we were little kids, right? And I always used to take his girlfriends, and he was okay with that. He said, "I'd rather be you than somebody I hate or one of my enemies," right? And I was a little kid, so I didn't really like pay attention to it. I was just like, "All right," and kept doing it.
What happened again? Wait, go over this again. I missed this. I got you where he said, "I'd rather be using one of my enemies than someone I hate." Now, for what again?
Because I would always hook up with his girlfriends.
Okay, wait. I don't know if I'm like hearing a bad audio or something, but say it again.
Okay, so I had a best friend named Michael, right? And I took 3 of his girlfriends when we were growing up, and he would always tell me when I would do it, it's okay. I'd rather it be you than an enemy or somebody I don't like.
Okay.
You know. So what ended up happening is the last girlfriend that he took real serious was the girlfriend that ended up getting cancer, right? And he ended up getting married to her because I ended up splitting up with her, and I told her to get back with him, and they got married and they had a bunch of kids. And he was on his way to work. He moved to Bakersfield from Oxnard, and he was on his way to work. And the neighbor was high on crystal meth. So the neighbor thought that Michael was being with his wife. So he went and he shot my friend Michael like 5 times in the back of the head.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and he died, right? And then the neighbor ran away and he moved to Mexico. And they had actually found him. They got a hold of my friend Anna, and they had found him in there, but they couldn't get a warrant because they needed like a state code or whatever, or city code, like the number to get the warrant approved when they located him, because somebody turned him in. And the cops warned him or whatever and got some money, and the guy got away. So we didn't know she had cancer, and she showed up because I was living in San Diego. She showed up there, and she's like, "Hey, can you help me out?" So I helped her out for a while. She stayed with me, and then I got her to go.
You said they got married and had a bunch of kids?
Yeah. And
So
then
did she come with the kids? Did she keep like? So he died before she did.
yeah, he died before her, and
Uh-huh.
and then she left the kids in Bakersfield with her mom,
Okay.
and then her dad got deported or something, and she was staying with me in San Diego. So I had my friend Johnny from Orange County walk her across the border to go find her dad, and they found him. And she stayed over there for a while. She was dating somebody that was in prison, but they were just like networking really. And
What's that
I was
mean? They were
helping her.
networking.
Yeah, well, like she would get things done for him, and
Uh-huh.
then you know what I mean.
No.
And yeah, like introduce people to people from
Well, I know
that
what
got out.
networking means in a business sense, but I don't know what that means in a prison sense.
Um, like she would introduce the people that were getting out of prison or people that wanted to smuggle dope into the prison,
Okay.
like that kind of networking.
Gotcha.
And then what ended up happening is she came back home, and she started getting the treatments, and she started taking cannabis, and it was really strange. I felt bad because you know, the treatment, it affects you. It takes a toll on your body. You know, it gets you tired. She would take the
Mm-hmm.
cannabis so she could keep her weight on, and I don't know why, but she gained a lot of weight. You know, and
Yeah.
she would kind of get sad because she wouldn't want to see me on the screen, and I'd be just, let me just see, you know. So we'd sit down and talk, and you know, and be on Messenger,
What
and
kind of cancer?
I'm not sure, but I know both her legs were really really swollen, like they got really really big, like it looked like water weight, and then her
Mm.
face got like real puffy too. But it was kind of
That's
strange because they were giving her the treatment, right? And I know she was taking the cannabis to gain weight, but she gained a lot of weight. I couldn't believe it, you know. But I felt
Mm-hmm.
bad, and she told me that she wanted to stick around for her grandson to be born, and she did
Mm-hmm.
it. She did it. She stuck around. She got to see him, play with him for a few months, and then she passed.
Wow. How long
Yeah.
into the cancer before they like found it?
I think from what I recall, right, it was probably like maybe like a year and a half.
Like, I mean, she had it for a year and a half before they found it, or like what stage was
No,
she? Do
no,
you know?
like a year and a half is the time that they got the treatment, like when
Oh,
they
and then
were
she
like
died
trying to
after a
work
year.
with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
A lot of
But
good stories tonight on here, huh?
but
We,
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you because you stay positive. You have a lot of energy. You know, it breaks my heart though. It just breaks my heart
Mine
that you're
too.
sick. You
no,
Mine
know,
shit.
I don't
Oh,
understand.
there's something I
And
forgot to tell you about. We had a guy, a doctor, like
a specialist.
uh, he was well, he was into radio frequencies on the
Wait. Bye,
body, you
Mr.
know.
Bobbles. Thanks for
So,
stopping in.
so curing people through electromagnetism and stuff like that, I guess. But what he ended up developing before he died, right? He was trying to sell on his research, take to get other scientists interested and take it on. But because it was such a taboo, suppressed sort of science, no one wanted to actually approach him, right? Like he couldn't get anyone to take it on, and that's what the story was about on the media, you know. So anyway, he'd been doing this for years, but he had a tunnel that was like 20 foot long, and he said if you were to you walk in one end of it and you come out the other end of it. And he said by the time you walk through that 20-foot tunnel, you will be cured of every disease known to man.
So now you want me to dig a 20-foot tunnel in my backyard?
No. This doctor, that's what he had and what he claimed by
With my pot
by
suppositories?
this device. Well, he cured a lot of people, right? But the
Isn't it
government,
got to be his tunnel?
pardon?
I'll help you with the suppository.
I'm serious. It exposed your body to some magnetic fields, yeah, like different frequencies or whatever, and cured it. It destroyed all the different unwanted viruses in your body, you know,
Mm-hmm.
or whatever, you know, like it did whatever he claimed, and people definitely got
But you
better
have to
from.
go to his house to do it, to walk through his tunnel.
Well,
I
that was the
can't dig
thing.
my
Like
own.
he could eventually. The story was about these Germans who ended up coming over, and they took it on. They actually bought
Why
the.
do you think that this tunnel, though, would cure people? Like, what was the special thing about it? Where was it dug? What was going on with it?
Well, all the way through the tunnel were copper rings of different frequencies. You know that as you
Oh,
walk
he
through.
made it that way?
Yeah. It was like a big electromagnetic, magnetic coil, right? So you're basically putting yourself into the magnetic field, but more directly. You know what I mean? There are other
So is it
people.
like what, like magnetically pulling toxins out of your body?
It's like same as like when you're shattering kidney stones, but
It's going
on
to kidney,
a
huh?
but on a more cellular level. Yeah, you're being exposed to all the different frequencies that
Right now I am on my phone. It's fucking
do
like
damage
so
to.
hot. It feels like it could have burned through the
Oh
couch.
shit, yeah. But yeah, it's bad for you if you're standing in front of the signal too. So you don't know which way except for rotating around and finding out where the strongest signal is to
You
which
know
one.
what? The funny thing is, the weird thing is that I guess the people who lived in this apartment before me, the woman got cancer, or one of them got cancer, and that's why they moved out.
Oh,
And I used to think about that when I moved in. I was
hell
like,
yeah,
oh
hell yeah.
my God,
Live
I
near
hope, huh?
you live near a broadcast tower or anything like
That's what
that.
I'm thinking about now. Like, I wonder if it
Fucking
has
it
something to do with that.
does affect you. See, a lot of people think, "Oh, bullshit! I've had a phone for years. Nothing's happened to me." But the thing
Still
is,
not letting you in, Dimebag. It was before. It let you in before. I don't know what you're doing different now. Go ahead. What, Spaceman?
your phone's microwave, and even though they're weak, they're still mutating cells in your body. So you might only kill off one here, one there. Eventually you're going to kill one off that the body can't deal with. And it causes an infection and becomes cancerous. So
Mm.
it's sort of that's how it all works.
But I
And that's the
wonder. The
thing.
thing is, that my house is in a high elevation.
Yeah,
So it's possible
any
that I could be in the, frequencies of something.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So. There's so many devices we have in our world now that do this shit. It's just incredible. You know,
It's just
um,
fucking. Now I'm afraid to look out my window. I might get zapped by some fucking
well,
DEW.
a lot of it bounces
Fucking
off
shit.
off of metal objects. So metal's about the best shielding you can have for a lot of the
Listen, hey,
frequencies.
you know what? I forgot all about this, but I have 3 appointments today. I have a doctor's appointment at 1, another one at 3:30, and then I have to go and pay bills. So I
No
have to
worries.
end this stream, as wonderful as it's been, but I'll never
All
go to
right.
sleep. I'll just end up talking to you
Yeah.
guys all day, and then we'll all be like Pink, where we're all in the same position, which we are. I've been in this position for a while, except when I forced myself to go to the freaking.
Mr. Bubbles is leaving, so
Mr.
no worries.
Bobbles was here, not Miss Bobbles.
No,
But
Mr. Bubbles leaving. He's said he
yeah,
was
I know.
going.
I thought that was a little bit ago. Um, and I don't know why you're having such a problem, Chris, because that's time back there, getting in the live stream because you got in it before. And I think if you did the same thing you did before, but get some earbuds or headphones, because I always see people who are like in front of well, not always,
He's
but in
putting
front of like the
phone.
computer, seem to have headphones on. Are you wearing headphones, Spaceman?
Yeah, that's how I do
You
it.
are? And you're
Yeah.
using a laptop?
Well, no, I'm on a PC, and that's why I've got
PC?
headphones. Yeah,
Yeah,
got
so
it.
whenever I wonder if that's what it is that you have to use but whatever you did before you were able to get on. Oh my
He
god,
was
now I freaked
on his
myself out
laptop.
talking about the fucking radio waves. Now I'm all like, oh my god, I feel like I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
fucking walking
we're all
around with
get
a
it. We're
foil
all
hat
getting
on
it.
my head.
There's no avoiding it.
I
I've got
know,
a
right?
funny
Right,
thing
Jose?
is, I've got a PDF document that shows that 5G network's actually a weapon.
I'm sure it is.
It's not just some fancy fast internet
Yeah, it's
infrastructure.
probably from the
It's
fucking when
actually
they
a
were doing
weapon.
all that when Trump was making his space military, a space force.
Well,
But
all
that's for
other
another
phones.
time because I wicked
All right.
I have to force myself to go to sleep.
Righto. Next time, 5G.
All right, here we go.
All
Not
right.
yet. All right, so we do a countdown, Jose. Everybody in the chat and the live stream, thank you so much for coming in and being here. That was awesome. I think this has been a good lot. It's been a really informative one with lots of great stories, and I can't wait till when Texas Bunny comes and tells all her stories that she's going to tell us, and also Willow from Miss Bobbles, Bob Dabbling with Bobbles. She said she has a lot of interesting things too that she wants to tell her. So I don't know if she
isn't
got
that
my
who
link
Bobbles
to
is
it.
trying to hook me up with?
Yes. What happened with you
So,
guys? No good.
so I might not be single.
Why? What happened?
No, because she wants to hook me up with her.
Yeah. How did it go?
We haven't talked yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So
real
was she
shy.
like? You're shy, or she is?
I'm shy.
Oh God,
Like
you're
I don't know how I even got up here.
You were on hers the other night.
Yeah, I know. That's why. But they were drilling me.
I know they
Shizzy
were.
man.
Don't you know that's what they do? Spaceman went through it,
Yeah.
right, Spaceman?
Yeah, I don't care. Give it to me.
They grilled
Give it to
Spaceman
me.
good,
Oh, well.
right?
Spaceman made it sound like he wants in-home care support.
He
No,
wants what?
I want home
In-home care
care.
support.
What does that mean? Home care support?
Well,
He was
remember
talking,
somebody that goes
talking about the oil
about
capsule.
that's a
Oh, the oil?
suppository.
Oh my God! Well, he was talking on. He was on Oblavi. Well, not Oblavi. I would say Miss Bobbles, and he was
Yeah.
on Oblavi's channel. Radar, not channel. Let's say
All over the
radar.
place.
Yeah, her radar, and um, I'm almost in. I can see myself. Really, Dimebag? How can you see yourself? He's talking in the private chat. That's so weird. Are you in? He's like, I'm almost in. And I'm getting ready to end the live stream. And he's been trying all night.
How many times has that happened, though, where people have come and you're saying goodbye? Oh.
I know. Oh, a lot, right? Even you did the other night. I saw you pop
Just
in
got
and
in.
I was just hitting end. And that is so funny. He goes, I'm almost in. I can see myself. But I think he might think that white avatar is him. But Jose, that's you, right? That white
Yeah,
circle.
that white damage.
That's you, Jose.
That's
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. So so Dimebag, I don't think you see yourself unless you have a different avatar. No, he does. He has the Pantera one. So I don't know.
You know
I don't
what
really
though?
know. What?
Okay, look. When you try to log on, right before you enter the room, it shows you a picture of yourself.
Only if you're looking out your camera, but you can just
It,
hit the avatar.
I
Or
know it always scares me. I just block the fucking camera. Scares the
but
shit out of
maybe
me.
he's right there. Maybe he's right there. You know,
Right there where?
where it shows you the camera and the mic before you enter the room.
Oh, and he says I can see myself. Oh, he is there.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my God, you're so smart,
Told you.
Jose. Oh my God, Dimebag, are you there? Dimebag.
His mic's off, or you gotta let him in.
I did let him in.
maybe that
Maybe
was
you
like,
accidentally muted him.
Maybe he was back there for so long that I didn't see him and I need to drop the link again. Unless his mic is muted.
He's there.
Let's see. He says, no, he's there in the chat room. Wait.
Yeah.
All right, look. Look, I'm going to do this. You were in. You were almost there. You're right. It was my fault, Dimebag, that you
We
didn't.
got 4 up now.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
There's only 3. Did you say 4? My God, I'm so
Hang on.
thirsty right now.
You're never gonna go to sleep, Survivor Girl.
I know, right? I know. I can't believe how
Yeah.
it picked up at the time that it did. What was it, like 4:20? What, everybody woke up to smoke weed and fucking then everybody stayed up, right? All right,
Yeah.
so there,
A
I'll look
few
at.
a
I
few
just
seconds a few seconds
what?
ago, hey, a few seconds
Yeah.
ago on the actual YouTube feed, there was four of us up on the live feed, but not on
Now there's
here.
11.
Yeah, there's 11. It's
If
been
you
like it went up to like
go
50.
back and look at the actual main YouTube feed, and you'll see there was four of us up on the screen at one stage.
There was 4. Yeah,
Mm.
Yeah, he
there
came
was,
up.
but he couldn't hear us.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know.
okay.
You know
Oh,
what's funny though?
yeah, that's easy though. You just
But
got to click that wheel in the middle, down the
I know.
bottom of the page.
What, Jose?
I like how it says Survivor Girl and then it has a little crown.
Survivor Girl has a little crown?
Yeah, when you posted the link, it says Survivor Girl and then there's a little crown next to it, like a
Really?
queen crown.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I swear.
To me, it just looks like StreamYard.com, ZZ,
It
bunch of
says
letters.
in the chat. It disappeared.
Really?
Oh wow. Yeah, it disappeared. It said
That's weird.
Survivor Girl and then it had a little crown,
That's
like a
so
little
weird.
queen crown.
Aw. Someone was
Princess.
calling me a queen, and then they
I
didn't
call you
want me to see
princess.
it.
You've
No,
got
no,
your
it was you. You when you put the stream up, it put the little crown next to your name.
The link is gone now for the stream.
The link to it's still there. There it is.
Okay. Huh. Strange. I'm trying to get it on. Oh, get on, he said, not get it on.
get
I'm
on.
sorry. Oh
Look,
my
the
God, there
crown's
I was.
back.
Oh,
It
The
shouldn't
back?
crown's
be.
back.
Is
Yeah.
he back? Is he back in there again?
No, the light's not on yet. He's still trying. I guess
The
we're not
crown comes
going.
on. The crown goes on when I turn my chat sideways. That's when the crown goes on.
Chat sideways.
Yeah. I did it sideways. Instead of my way.
Yeah. Oh, the second, yeah.
What's up for it? Oh my God, I'm so thirsty. I'm dying of okay, so Chris, all right. Chris, can you try to come on here another night? Because I have to go to bed. It took you 7 hours to try to get on this live stream.
I hope you're not
But we're
using
going to get it
Chrome.
one day. We're going to succeed. I think everybody has had problems getting. Do you go on to Surviving Kensington's live stream?
Do I do it? Yeah.
You go up on that panel?
Yeah.
Oh my God, here is re-downloading shit again. Listen, Dimebag, don't, because I'm ending the live stream because I have a doctor's appointment.
Chrome's probably a problem there. You should have used Firefox. You don't
Oh
need
God,
Chrome.
him and his Firefox.
It works. It's
You
a
were
more.
in. The thing is, I didn't click
more old.
for you. You
It's
did it.
more
You were
old.
fine.
It's more old school. All right.
Yeah,
It
let's
doesn't.
try another time.
It doesn't restrict you
It
as
says
much.
there's a message in the chat.
Who's Kandai? What's Kandai Awakening?
I don't know.
What's that mean?
I don't know.
I don't know what that means. Is that something to do with Australia? Or is it a typo?
I thought it was like a sexual position.
A position?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to ask her. Next time
Like
she's
the
on,
dirty
write that down.
Sanchez or
The dirty Sanchez. No, it would be more like those people they do the stretching and stuff, like yoga and everything, Maybe that's it. Maybe it's a Kandai awakening. When we'll make up a move for it and that'll be our. But what is the dirty Sanchez?
Well, what I heard it is this. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
Okay.
So, like, you're doing a doggy style position, right?
Yeah.
And then supposedly what you do is you get your thumb, right, and you rub the butt, right,
Fuck it up.
Yeah.
and then you smear whatever's on your finger, like if it's a mustache.
Oh no.
It's
Oh.
I
called the
don't
dirty
think
Sanchez.
that's what it is. Oh my God,
that's
that's
gross.
fucking hysterical. And you're like, something smells, and they're like, it's your upper lip. Oh my God, that's fucking crazy. That's so funny. Oh my God. Well, so on that note, everybody can go home and try out the Dirty Sanchez. Oh, hey, by the way, Jose, do you know why white crackheads like to do a doggy style?
No way.
So they both can look out the window.
That one's funny. That's funny.
All right, so we're gonna count down. We count from 5 to 1, and then we say bye and peace, love, and tacos. That's what we say.
Okay.
Okay. Ready? All right. Here we go, everybody. Wait. Oh my God. Hold on.
We've got to get this rhythm right one day.
I know. He's here though. He's made it.
I know.
He's made it.
Oh wow. This is where
Can you hear us?
Chris,
Hey.
can you hear us?
Hey, I think I'm on.
Sounds like he's tired.
Good on you. You're in.
You're in.
I think I'm on.
You are, but your audio's a little fucked up, but there's no echo. Maybe it's just where the your audio is a little messy.
You got bad signal or something.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3.
Is it
Okay,
bad?
wait, Jose, wait.
Is it
Chris?
Is it bad audio?
It is bad
It's
off.
really bad.
I really have a doctor's appointment, but now don't change anything because maybe next time you'll have a better signal because that's good. You're good. There's no echo, and it's just a matter of the signal. But you'll be all right next time. Tomorrow, because I usually do it every night, except for like sometimes when Bobbles is on, I take a little break there because I can't, sex positions they talk about.
You are sort of echoing.
Well,
Me?
I get to say words, right?
I can't understand a word he's saying.
I can't understand anything either.
Yeah, I can't even understand it. But we're gonna count down anyway. We'll make do with however make what sound you make. Okay, so here we go. All right, everybody in the chat. Chris, I'll call you up right after the chat so we'll go.
All right.
Okay. Oh, I heard you a little better there. But here we go. We're gonna count down from 5 to 1. Everybody go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Tacos
Peace,
on the
tacos. Bye, everyone. Thank you for being here. I love you guys. Have a great night.
Good night.
Bye. See you tomorrow. I'll put up a thumbnail for everybody.
Good night, everybody. Night, Ace.
Night, Chris.
Good night.
Oh, we heard him good.